Welcome to ATP Insights. We are back broadcasting live from Money 2020 Asia at Queen Circuit National Convention Center in the heart of Bangkok, Thailand. We are going to introduce our audience to another 15 of the most important players in the fintech ecosystem in Asia and discuss everything from stablecoins in the enterprise and fintech in travel to personalization and AI in customer experience. But before we get to that, let's hear from our presenting sponsor. Twilio is the secure and scalable platform to build amazing customer engagement without the complexity, with the AI-driven workflows you need to connect. They are trusted by over 300,000 businesses. It is the platform that makes more possible. Visit twilio.com to start building today. And let's welcome our first guest, Raymond, CEO, Singapore and Southeast Asia at Revolut. Raymond, thank you so much for joining us today. How are you?
I'm very good. Thank you for inviting me to this session.
It is my complete pleasure. How do you feel about the event so far today? It feels really high energy, yeah?
Very, very cool because there are so many players here. We are all talking, we are all sharing, and there are so many topics to talk about.
Absolutely. Okay, let's get right to it. Talk to me about the main growth areas and the focus for Revolut in Asia.
I would say the focus area for me, for Revolut at this moment is Singapore.
Singapore.
We want to make Singapore my focus area before we talk about growing into Asia.
Okay.
For the past 2 years, we have achieved profitability. It's actually not easy for any fintech or digital bank to achieve profitability.
No, it's really hard, actually.
It's very hard, yes.
Yeah.
And we achieve it. That means our model work.
Yep, fair enough.
I want to double down.
You want to double down?
I want to double down, yes. I want to make sure that we double down, we have more product in Singapore.
Okay.
To serve our consumer.
Got it.
I want to hire more people in Singapore to make sure that we are ready for the regional growth. If you don't make it in Singapore, don't go to the region because you're not ready. So I want to make sure that my focus is in Singapore, then next we'll go into Asia.
So how would you measure success, growth success in Singapore? You've been at this for 2 years already. You said it's profitable, but if you go out another 2 or 3 years, how would you measure your own success? What do you want the business to look like? And maybe even like the product mix, if you don't mind.
If you look at Revolut, we want to have the same product globally.
Okay.
What we call product parity.
Parity, okay.
So whatever you see in UK and Europe, we want it to be in Asia, in Singapore. So success will be we have the same product in Singapore and able to get the consumer to use it in their daily life, and we are achieving it. In fact, if you look at Revolut in Singapore, we started as a travel product in the beginning.
As a travel product?
Yes.
Yep.
And we add more and more product into it, and now a lot of users are using it for their wealth and trading need.
Okay.
For their money transfer need, etc., etc. So we want to make sure that we have all this down and become a daily product. That will be the success criteria that I'm measuring.
A daily product.
A daily product.
What's the philosophy around product rollout? You don't even have to talk about specific products, but is it incremental bit by bit? This product worked, now let's roll out all the products around there. Then we have another suite of products, looking what's working in Europe and then trying to figure out how that rollout looks like in Asia. In Singapore first?
I think in Singapore, when we look at it, is you need to understand the user base, the nuances of the market.
For sure.
What works, what doesn't work.
Right.
You launch all the product and make sure that it fit their lifestyle.
Okay, go ahead.
And the key thing is because we are a super app, you might like A, someone might like B, someone might like C, D. And once you go into the product suite, you will slowly love everything inside there.
Okay.
You want to be able to cross-sell. We want to be all things money to the user.
All things money to the user. I remember somebody else that I spoke to at Revolut said the same thing. I love that phrase, all things money to the user. That should be a tagline somewhere if it isn't already.
It's actually an internet.
It is though, right?
Yes. That we want to be all things money to the user in the beginning to the end before they sleep.
Well, you're not, can I ask you this though, while you're not expanding to the rest of the region and Singapore is the double down focus, but you want to come to product parity with what's taking place in Europe, you must travel to Europe or at least communicate with Europe all the time. But in all fairness, right, I've been in Asia for 36 years now. And the one thing I know for sure is that just culturally, the way we, if I can include myself in Asian partially, the way we deal with money is very different than the way Europeans deal with money. How do the cultural aspects of the way we deal with money not determine, but help inform the way products get rolled out and products get developed?
I believe back to what I say about different countries have different nuances.
Right.
And nuances will include user habit,
Yeah, and lifestyle you said as well, right? Because the lifestyle of somebody in Paris is very different than the lifestyle of somebody in Singapore.
In Singapore or in
Right.
Thailand,
For sure.
in Indonesia.
Yep.
So you need to understand their lifestyle and be able to cater to them.
Yep.
And then after that, you go deep inside there. And then once you go deep inside there, then that is the way that you be able to give them the product. The product in UK and Europe, the way we look at it is actually a lot of time work in Asia also.
Okay.
Because if you look at Europe, they have market that is very sophisticated. There are market that is less sophisticated. And because we can cater to the market, we can cater to this part of the world also.
Exactly. You know, it's really interesting that you say this because a lot of people talk about how the Southeast Asian market is really fragmented in the sense that, as you mentioned, the day-to-day lifestyle nuances in Thailand are very different than the day-to-day lifestyle nuances in Singapore. But Europe is not that different.
Correct.
The way, like, the day-to-day lifestyle in Spain is not like it is in Germany.
It's different.
Right? So there are some things to learn about just the mindset around how to think about different countries in a different countries in a different way. Is that fair?
Yes, it's very fair. And especially when we have so many products, back to what I say,
Right.
they can like A, they can like B, they can like C, and then they can like C, D.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
having a super app with so many services,
Right.
there will be a way that will be catered to their lifestyle.
So you mentioned this word upselling, right? Upselling sounds to me like something that's an activity that a company does. Oh, I see that Bob or whatever it is use this product. Now let's get them to use this product. But in reverse, do you see people find this product, whatever product A is, like you said, product C, and then think, oh, I didn't know they had, just almost autonomously go and find product D as well? Are you experiencing that too?
We do experience a lot of that. In fact, we do a lot of A/B tests.
Okay, go ahead.
We actually do a lot of survey.
Inside the app, you expose it to them.
Correct. We expose to them and we let them say, we actually want to talk to them and learn from them. At the same time, listen to them and provide something that makes sense to them.
Got it.
I mean, let's talk about,
example,
everyone is talking about AI, right?
Go ahead.
Now, AI is something like, you must use it to collect all the data, but in the same time, you just don't use AI. Don't think of it like a feature or like a product. It should be a framework. It should be
I like this.
Infrastructure that, for example, Revolut, everyone use AI.
Right.
In all different departments, in all products.
Internally,
and then we are using it in a sense of also ready to present what we have built internally to the user.
Got it.
Like, just
Can you give me an example?
Quote a few examples. For example, all the fraudsters, they are using AI to scam and fraud.
I've never been, can I just interrupt you for a second? I want you to keep going, but I've never been more concerned about fraud than I am today. I was literally transferring money to somebody yesterday or 2 days ago, and they're like, can you send me your QR code? They didn't need my QR code. So I simply sent them a couple of thousand baht, but I was so concerned, like, what do they want that for? And it's someone that I kind of know, but I owed some money, 2,000 baht to, right? So I've never been more concerned. So fraud is a big deal, yeah?
So it's a big deal. So everyone is using AI now to fight fraud because we know that the fraudsters are using AI. We have to use AI even better than them to fight them.
Exactly.
So that we have a fair fight. In fact, we are trying to be even better
than they are, yeah?
Correct. So that we can stop all the fraudsters from trying to fraud or scam our user. So it's one good example.
Okay.
Second example, I would say customer service. In the past, people use text. Next moment, we are doing a lot of voice. Next moment, I think we should be thinking about how do we be able to provide all the AI services to the user where they are using AI services like they are using now.
Go ahead.
A little bit like a co-pilot kind of concept.
Okay.
Right? To be able to work with them, to be able for them to use all the AI tool as though they are using it like anywhere else.
Got it.
That is the basic concept of it.
Right.
And if you can give this service to the customer will love it because they are using AI anyway.
Right. So do you mind if I go through this just a little bit?
Yeah.
If we were talking about this 2 years ago, we would have been talking about predictive AI. How can we predict what's going to happen in some situation? And then if we were talking about this a year ago, it would have been generative AI. How can we combine what we're predicting with what we can generate using artificial intelligence? And only in like the last 2 quarters or the last 6 months do we have agentic AI, right? How is it different now that you have agentic AI? And are there specific products that you can build that you couldn't have built before because of agentic AI?
I think you think of it like a co-pilot.
Go ahead.
It's like a co-pilot with you and, working with you whenever you do transaction.
Go ahead.
right? Now the Copilot will be giving you a lot of information, and you can talk to the Copilot. It's not a prompt now. It's actually more a transaction now.
Yeah, I don't feel like it's a prompt at all anymore.
Correct. Yes.
You don't. It's strange.
It's very interesting, right?
Yeah.
Prompt, you're only getting information, but when you talk about prompt with transaction, you're actually transacting.
Yeah.
So actually, we should be moving towards from prompt to transacting.
And
kind of idea.
Sorry, and are you giving your clients the ability to transact using artificial intelligence now?
Correct.
And are you seeing that accelerate? In other words, are they testing it a little bit? And the more they get used to it, they think this is actually really useful.
Correct.
And then they get to accelerate.
You have to be, it must be by step, by phase for them to feel comfortable.
Right.
Before they start to do transaction using AI or Copilot in their mindset.
Okay.
Right. So we are also walking through the journey.
Internally, right?
Yes. Because if you don't create trust, no one will trust for AI or app to do transaction for you.
Right. So do you, again, this is a thing. I always say this. My grandfather taught me when I was a really little boy, it takes a lifetime to build a reputation or to build trust and a moment to lose it. So rolling out AI services or agentic AI services in phases is probably the better way to do this rather than just dropping them on everybody and hoping that they work, right?
Correct. So you need to go by phase. So I think ultimately it's all about transaction. But transaction will not happen until you have the trust.
Right.
Because if you don't trust the system or you don't trust the app,
you won't use it.
You will not use it for transaction because we are talking about money here.
Right. Yeah. And you may actually, I heard somebody saying this as I was walking by a booth, you may actually delete the app. And if you delete it, the likelihood you'll ever download it again is closer to 0 than it is to 1. One more thing, and then I'll let you go. What are some of the challenges and also the opportunities? Because the biggest banks in Singapore are local. We don't need to name them. Everybody knows who they are. But coming in as a foreign bank, what are some of the opportunities and challenges that you're facing?
I'll say for all FinTech, if you want to go into the market, you need to go very deep, as what we discussed just now. You need to go very, very deep and understand the nuances, go very deep into the market. I think, and if you don't go deep in the market, you're not going to win in the market. So all the FinTech, what they need to do is like us. We need to go very deep into the market and then win in the market. And that will be the challenges in the beginning, because if you don't understand the nuances, you can't go deep into the market. So understand the nuances. And then if you want to go regionally that we discussed just now.
Yeah, I want to ask you one thing about that, but go ahead.
Yeah. You need to go deep into all the market.
Right.
Like what we are doing now in Singapore, one by one.
Right.
And once you go deep into the market, you stitch them all together.
Oh, so that's what I was going to ask you. Once you succeed in Singapore or have more success in Singapore, it's not like you're going to then go to the rest of Southeast Asia all at once. You'll pick a country, whatever it is. I'm just going to make it up. Vietnam, it doesn't matter to me. They go there, go deep again. But is it like, it's the level of excitement for you as the CEO of this whole region thinking like, oh, God, I really want to go do that, but I'm going to go deep first. I'm going to be patient and deliberate about how I build this. And once I do that, then I'm going to be patient and deliberate about how I build in my next country.
Correct. So if you look at us, we want to go deep into all the market. And then once we go deep into the market, we stitch them together. And this is how we do things. And
is that the same way that everything got built in Europe?
Yes. If you look at when we built in Europe, it's all deep into all the market and then we stitch all of them together.
Perfect.
And that's the way to win.
Awesome. Okay. Raymond, thank you so much for coming and doing this today. I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did.
Very fun. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Cheers.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope
really great. Fun. No, it was awesome.
It's very fun.
Good. I'm glad you had fun.
Nice to meet you. I'm Joel.
Sriram. Nice to meet you. Have a seat. You may want to take that and just like put it on the table if you want, so it's not in your way. No, not there. Better. And just try to use the microphone. You'll want to be closer to it. Move your chair closer in. Yeah, you want to be like this if you can. Better. Perfect. Okay. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
It's great to have you here. So Sriram Royam.
Yes.
The Chief Operating Officer at Tazapay. We've had Tazapay on the show before. Yeah. It's very nice to have you here. How are you feeling like the event is going?
The event is nice and cozy. Smaller than many other events that happen across the world. And there are some very meaningful meetings we're having with multiple participants across the industry. Yeah.
One of the things that I find is that an event has an optimal size. And I think more than that optimal size, it kind of gets unwieldy. I like this event because I feel like it's optimally sized.
Indeed.
If you don't mind me
I
saying.
second that.
Yeah, I really do. Okay, let's talk about stablecoins. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
How are stablecoins reshaping cross-border B2B payments in APAC? And then compare it to the USA, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. There are stable coins have unlocked a few use cases in the region.
Tell me.
And, thanks to a couple of things primarily. One is in major financial centers such as Singapore, Hong Kong, and Japan, stable coins have been designated by the regulatory frameworks as payment instruments. And this has been complemented well with their world-class financial services infrastructure.
Yeah, for sure.
Number two is across the wider region. Let's take the example of Philippines, Thailand. There are live deployments coming out of central bank governed sandboxes. So the remittance use case in Philippines, for example, or the stablecoin payments by the tourists coming into Thailand are tangible examples in there.
Go ahead.
But just zooming out to the wider region, what we see from our vantage point is B2B commerce. So businesses in Asia having counterparties in emerging markets do receive stablecoin payments.
Is that already happening at scale?
It is starting to happen.
Go ahead.
And kind of folding into something, I would say, substantial.
Go ahead.
At Tazapay, we have gone a step above and improvised the opportunity to come up with value-added solutions like just-in-time commerce and just-in-time treasury. So, for example, for our business customers who sell perishable inventory cross-border, we are able to collect in real time to not just make that commerce happen, but also to make efficiencies available to our customers with access to liquidity real time. And mitigate counterparty risk.
Sorry, go ahead. Do you think that the availability and the usability of stablecoins now gives an opportunity or builds a new opportunity for SMEs, whether they're in Thailand or in the Philippines or whatever, to actually expand their businesses to places where they might not have been able to expand them before because now the payments are made easier? Can you just give another example of that besides the perishable stuff? Yeah.
So, for example, in the past, you may have customers showing interest in your products and services in, let's say, markets like Nigeria. But, the buyer in Nigeria did not have access to US dollars to actually make that purchase happen. But now with stable coins, they do have this alternative instrument to kind of make that purchase. And so this is incremental gross domestic product for the world economy.
Got it.
That's a tangible use case we do see.
So for people that aren't familiar with stablecoins, how do the people in Nigeria get access to a stablecoin when they can't get access to like regular US dollars? Yeah,
so there are licensed VASPs in many of these virtual asset service providers.
Thank you.
Across the markets.
I know what that is, but I want to make sure everybody else knows what it is. And so, I like that term, by the way. Sorry.
The beauty about stable coins is in all cases, it doesn't have to be the experience layer, and which is where companies like Tazapay, we come in to become that bridge wherein the customer can still use a fiat rail to make the payment. However, we kind of convert that to a stable coin transport layer to enable the cross-border money movement.
So when you talk about an experience layer, can you explain what that is as well? Because essentially what you're saying is, I think, the business in Nigeria that wants to interact with the business in the Philippines or in Thailand may not even know that they're using a stablecoin because the experience is disaggregated for them, disambiguated for them. Is that fair? Sorry, go ahead.
So if you're a business in Thailand, you have a buyer in Brazil, and there's a dollar invoice you've issued to your counterparty. The counterparty could essentially make payments in BRL equivalent using PIX. As their rail, right? And that they're very familiar doing domestic payments and so on. And so we basically receive BRL, we on-ramp that to, let's say, a USDC stablecoin, and then we off-ramp it into Singapore or Thailand to make the last mile payout via PromptPay.
So they don't even have any idea that it's, so they're paying Brazilian real.
Indeed.
That's all they know.
Indeed.
So they look at a dollar invoice and say they convert it in their own head or whatever. Somebody tells them what the FX rate is meant to be.
Indeed.
They give you the real, and then Tazapay takes the stablecoin. They don't even know this.
Yes.
And then sends it to Thailand, where it then gets transferred probably into Thai baht at some pre-agreed upon
Absolutely.
FX rate, and nobody's worse off.
Yes, nobody's worse off. It's accretive to the global GDP. It's also what I would say is it optimizes for pre-funding. So typically in a traditional cross-border payment process,
Yep.
There is pre-funding involved at every leg in the chain.
Right. So somebody has to leave dollars somewhere, or leave Thai baht somewhere, or leave Brazilian real somewhere. Yeah.
Indeed.
Sorry, go ahead.
Indeed. And so with stable coins in this flow that I explained, there is an opportunity to really optimize that just in case pre-funding.
So that's sorry, go ahead.
Which is typically employed in a traditional cross-border payment flow.
Right. So that was the other question I was going to ask you. It's faster to do it this way as well. It's more efficient to do it this way as well. But also, and when I say more efficient, I mean from a funding standpoint.
Yes.
Because I have to if I have to pre-fund, then I have to take money that I could be using to invest in other parts of my business and put it somewhere to wait for the payments to get made.
Absolutely.
That's a big deal, no?
That's a big deal.
Okay.
And beyond this, the other unlock is depending on the ticket size and the corridor and the rail,
right.
This can also be 24/7.
Go ahead.
And so you don't have to be bound by bank cutoffs and so on, especially if you're using instant payment rails at both ends, like the example I gave you.
Yeah, so I get this all the time.
Right.
I have money in 3 different countries, and when I sent, literally last week, I sent money on Monday to myself from Japan. I got it on Thursday. On Thursday.
Right.
Okay, and I was sending Japanese yen into Thai baht.
Right.
It shouldn't take 4 days.
Indeed.
Maybe I should do this with stablecoins.
Indeed.
I'm not even kidding, right? Because it's really inefficient for me. And during that time, I have to, what's the right word? I have to allocate my money to certain things because I don't know when it's going to arrive.
Right.
And if I'm a business at scale, like for individuals, that's okay. But for businesses, that's bad. Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's really, really bad. Can we just talk a little bit? I know we want to talk about B2B at the beginning, but can we talk a little bit about C to C? The reason why is because you talked about the Philippines, and there's a massive cohort of people in the Philippines that don't live in the Philippines, but send money home every month. That business is in the billions of dollars.
Yes.
Just for the Philippines. Right. How does the stablecoin actually benefit them as well? And is it the same way where it's disambiguated and they don't even know? Because normally they're earning dirhams or something like in the Middle East, yeah? In the UAE. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so Philippines is again a good success story for remittances. And the proof point there is the stablecoin route of sending remittances into Philippines works roughly at sub 1% of the remittance value, vis-a-vis World Bank's average gauge of 6.5%.
Okay.
And this is quite substantial for an end consumer.
You talk about savings.
Savings.
Yeah, so it costs them 1% to do it as opposed to 6%.
Yes.
And yeah, and if you think about it, not to put too fine a point on it, but part of the reason why there's a massive cohort of overseas workers in the Philippines is because they're sending money home to their family. They're not sending money home to, like, you know what I mean, invest in stocks and bonds in the United States.
Right.
So as much as they can save, the better off their families are going to be when that money arrives. Is that fair?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's important. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so remittance is one, but also gig economy workers. So there's another study from World Bank which says roughly 51% of the world's gig economy workers are based in APAC and the Pacific region.
Interesting.
And many of them do not have access to conventional bank accounts.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so spinning up a crypto wallet and receiving gig payments
in crypto
is something that, again, is social mobility for this population.
Yeah, fair enough, right?
So there is that other use case that has significant value unlock.
Yeah, I forgot about that, actually. If you're a foreigner living in a different, if you're somebody living in a foreign country, spinning up a bank account is almost impossible. It's really almost, particularly if you're not here for a long period of time. Right. Here meaning wherever you are.
Yeah.
Right. Like, luckily I have a bank account.
Absolutely.
So I feel safe. What about Treasury?
Right.
What's the, like, where does this work in Treasury for enterprises?
Right. So again, for Treasury, you could use stablecoins as the transport layer. So if you're a mid-market or even a large enterprise, you got trapped liquidity or liquidity subject to bank cutoffs in multiple locations, let's say your subsidiaries.
Yeah.
And your regional treasury or global treasury needs access to this cash and have it concentrated. You could again use the stablecoin sandwich to kind of port that liquidity over to the concentration location.
Got it.
And make that available at speed at possibly comparable or reduced cost.
Can you tell me this? And if you don't know the answer, it's fine, because I don't know the answer off the top of my head either. Stablecoins are relatively new products, particularly for SMEs and sort of smaller enterprises. What is the uptake that you're seeing, and what is sort of the financial literacy for some of these enterprises around that? And then I guess the other thing is, do they even really need to know? But they must know you're doing something, right? So if they sign up for Tazapay and you say, look, you can now pay in Brazil much easier than you could before, they're probably going to want to know why.
Right.
Because they want to have confidence.
Right.
They don't want to think it's magic. Yeah.
Right.
So what is the uptake that you're seeing, and what's the level of literacy or education that you have to tell them before they feel like, okay, now I understand and now I feel comfortable?
Right.
A little closer.
So for a comprehensive provider like us, who firstly looks at the regulatory framework of the day,
Yep.
We've got the infrastructure, we've got the compliance posture. I think you mentioned about the counterparty not needing to know.
Yeah.
So we are able to abstract this complexity, obviously with the relevant disclosures, etc.
Sure.
For them, not having to have the operational wherewithal to receive, hold, and deal with stable coins. I think that flow is probably the first iteration of the adoption.
Got it.
And by just doing this, we are seeing significant uptake month on month,
Really?
quarter on quarter. Absolutely.
And is it concentrated in specific countries and specific regions? It's got to be very...
It is concentrated, but it is spreading as well.
Is it
at
really?
the same time, yes.
Are there differences between what's happening here? We haven't spoken about the USA at all.
Right.
But I hear every day another bank, another big institution is issuing their own stablecoin, buying a bunch of dollars to support
That's
that stablecoin. What's the difference between what's happening there and what's happening here?
Firstly, their regulatory framework is a bit more advanced, with Genius Act coming in.
Yep.
It recognizes stablecoin as a legal tender, not just a payment instrument. And so that's a huge uplift for the status of stablecoins.
Got it.
But obviously, with the US, everything is big and significant and capitalistic.
It really is, right?
Those animal spirits to kind of kick in, but in a good way.
Yeah, not a bad way at all.
And even before stablecoins, US dollar was the predominant bridge currency in the traditional FX markets.
Yeah, pretty much.
And so we are seeing that getting extended to the stablecoin paradigm.
So that was the other thing I was going to ask you, because the most used stablecoins, at least today, are dollar-based. What does it do to the, what's the right word, the sovereignty of other currencies? Like, what do you think? Because today is different, but 3 to 5 years out, if everybody's just using dollar stablecoins, what does it do to sovereign currencies?
Right. In the region itself, like I spoke to you about the top 3 financial centers.
Yeah.
So you're starting to see local currency stable coins, like in Sing dollar, Japan.
Yep, Japan's
Hong
building
Kong dollar
as well. Yep.
So we're starting to see that happen. Philippines is another case where out of the central bank sandbox, we've got a local currency stable coin. So it is starting to happen.
It is.
However, the cross could still be with a US dollar stable coin.
For sure.
When you're doing a cross-border transaction.
Got it.
And it's a double-edged sword, right? I mean, a local currency stable coin, depending on the way you kind of regulate, could have or cause domestic flight of capital.
Yeah.
Which is where for traditional fiat payments, you have all the currency controls.
Right.
And so you could see something like that coming even
for the local
currency stable coin.
Go ahead.
But it's going to be evolutionary, I would say. I mean, I'm guessing people will pro the ways and the cons of this model.
Right.
Because this can also give you significant value-added unlock in terms of incremental commerce, taxes, and maybe this can be overseen or supervised in a different way.
Yeah, absolutely. So if every country has their own stable coin, does it then make it easier for Tazapay to transact? So what you're receiving on one side is a stable coin, even if it's in Philippine pesos, and on the other side, you're flipping it into Brazilian real. But if they're both stable coins, does that make the transaction easier, or are you indifferent?
Uh,
Do you know what I mean?
Right now, we convert each leg to fiat. So if we
You
have
do.
a customer
Okay. It doesn't matter.
receive stablecoin, we kind of convert that to equivalent fiat balances for them, and then the onward transaction happens in fiat or stablecoins.
Yep.
And these are all done through separate legal entities we have authorized for different products.
Got it.
And by different regulators.
Okay.
But there could be a world where we could consider doing this kind of swap.
Right.
But as a design choice, we look at a stable coin like any other FX currency. So a USDC is akin to a GBP or a euro for us.
Right.
And so that kind of design choice makes it easier for us to extend and scale to other combinations.
Got it. What do you think the future of global payment infrastructure looks like as there's more and more stablecoin uptake?
Yeah, sure. I mean,
So I think once it happens, right? I think once people understand like that they're integrating stablecoin into their business flows, you can't like put that toothpaste back in the tube, right?
absolutely.
So what does it look like?
Yeah. So whatever we spoke until now, and providers like ourselves, our endeavor is to combine the speed of stablecoin with the reach of the fiat.
Yeah.
Right. And this is the first iteration. There is a fair bit of runway in this model, and obviously, we're doing this with the guidance of the regulatory framework of the day and ecosystem partners who we have. But as this manifests and on-chain activity grows,
Right.
with the right kind of framework of assets, securities on chain, stablecoin could be the native settlement vehicle for on-chain commerce and activity.
Okay. Okay. Can I ask you one more thing?
Yes.
Where does agentic AI, I didn't think about talking about this, but actually when I was having a conversation yesterday with someone, that one of the things they said was that stablecoins feel like purpose-built to deal with agentic AI because there's an automation you can do
Yes.
there. How do you think about that?
I think agentic AI has two kind of paradigms in combination with stablecoin.
Yep.
Yes, given both concepts have physics that are native to the internet.
Yep.
There is a strong possibility or potential for them to kind of converge.
It seems like it, right?
Right. And so one of the inherent benefits of stablecoin is programmability.
Yep.
And agentic AI kind of lends that capability very well to stablecoin.
You're talking about a programmatic agent dealing with programmatic money.
Yes.
So it feels like they're almost purpose-built for each other.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
Absolutely. So one is workflow efficiency.
Yep.
In the way, let's say, a procurement is done for a product or service.
Yep.
So enterprises could designate agents with their criteria framework for the procurement to happen. And the agents could then kind of trigger the payment workflow, which could be, let's say, at the back of a stablecoin wallet that's been spun up
Got it.
for the purpose.
Got it.
And so for providers like us, it is being able to recognize the agent and build the relevant governance framework around.
I was going to ask you, go ahead.
To be able to make that workflow happen.
And are you testing that and sort of POCing that internally?
We absolutely, we're working on it. That's somewhere in our roadmap.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
And is that exciting for you guys?
Very much. This is really the art of the possible, and
The art of the
being
possible.
able to combine powerful technologies to the benefit of our customers.
Absolutely.
Obviously, with compliance and the regulatory considerations well into sort of baked into our product roadmap and offering.
Right. So again, without giving away who the clients are, but I'm really curious about, there's so much changing in the payment rails with stable coins, with agentic AI. When you go out and talk to your clients and when they give you feedback on how they feel about this type of automation, what is their feeling? Are they afraid of it? Are they excited about it? What is their feeling? Since they know you are proof of concepting it internally, right?
Yes, absolutely. So there is obviously a lot of excitement about this, and also the potential this can unlock for many of these enterprise customers. But obviously, this is new.
Very.
There are risks out there.
Yep.
And obviously, the choice of provider will make a big difference in terms of how those risks are taken into consideration and the product is designed.
Perfect.
And so those are things that will really differentiate the different products and propositions out there.
Got it. Okay, Sriram, thank you so much for doing this today. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did.
Absolutely.
Thank
It was
you
a
again.
pleasure speaking to you.
Thank you. Super. Really super. Thank you. You may want to take off your lanyard
Yes.
so it looks nicer. How are you?
Very good. Very good.
I love the branded t-shirt. Very important. I always want to know who I have to pay off to get one, but I'm sure you didn't bring enough for me.
Not.
This microphone is dynamic, so just try to treat it like an ice cream cone you're not going to eat.
Okay.
So you want to have your mouth close to it, closer.
Closer.
When you're talking.
Okay.
So if you see how I am,
Yeah.
that's going to be optimal.
Okay.
And then
Like
try to
a-
look at me. I always say I know it's hard to look at me,
Yeah.
but try to do that. I'm going to introduce you. Thomas Pinter, the Chief Commercial Officer at Damisa.
Correct.
Do I have that right? Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us today. Let's just jump right into this. Where are you based, by the way?
I'm based in Vienna, Austria.
Oh, I've never been to Vienna.
It's a beautiful city.
What am I doing? Okay, anyway, I'm digressing a little bit. Okay, how are enterprise clients in emerging markets responding to stablecoin settlement versus traditional rails? And we just spent the last 15 minutes talking about stablecoins as well, but I want your perspective on this.
I think looking at the classic enterprise clients in
Yep.
emerging markets,
Mhm.
because the Damisa, we really focus on the non-G10 markets.
Okay,
Because the challenge, what we see in those markets are that the traditional banking rails are broken.
how so?
Because it will take up to 3-5 days until a settlement is being received.
Go ahead.
Obviously, there is a lot of FX exposure. They might struggle with local banking restrictions. So, like, there are a lot of challenges they face.
I just wanted to make sure that I understood what you were saying. And I mentioned this before, but I want to mention it again. I sent myself money from Japan last Monday, and I didn't get it until Thursday. And that really bummed me out. So when you say broken, I completely understand. Sorry, go ahead.
No, we also have one of these cases where one of our clients wanted to send funds from South Africa to Europe, which seems to be a standard basic corridor.
Happen every day.
But they had a lot of challenges, obviously, with capital controls, getting money out of South Africa.
Ah,
And it was like routed through a US bank, and it was a long way to get the money back to Europe.
so sorry, go ahead. So how does stablecoins, I don't want to say get around, but how are they impacted by capital controls?
So obviously the money never leaves the country, right? Because someone is selling, let's say, ZAR,
Yep, go ahead.
and on the other hand,
Interesting. Sorry, go ahead. I like this. I like
no
this.
worry. And on the other side, someone wants to sell or buy ZAR,
Right.
and obviously they have USDT, USDC.
Right.
So they do an exchange,
Yep.
and obviously the money never leaves the country.
So the ZAR stays in the country, turns into a stablecoin. So capital control, no impact at all.
Correct.
And then the USDC, the stablecoin leaves the country and goes to, let's say, Austria, a place I've never been.
Yes.
Right.
And obviously on the other side, it's the same
Same
part,
thing.
right? Someone wants euro,
Yep.
and someone is trying to buy the stable coin, and it's just like
Okay.
an exchange happening.
Got it. Okay. So can we go a little bit deeper on this with
Yes.
these? So I think I interrupted you just because it got really interesting, but give me other examples about how enterprise clients in emerging markets are responding to this.
Then
Because you
obviously,
said it was broken.
yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
obviously the FX exposure is quite high. So if we look at markets, again, like let's take Malawi is a very good example, right?
Malawi. Yeah.
A lot of people don't know where it is.
Okay.
I've also not known that
Hey,
before. Because last couple of months, I was quite often in Africa.
Right.
And one of the
Were
key
you in
challenges,
Malawi?
I have not been in Malawi, but a lot of our clients obviously do have a demand out of
Yeah,
Malawi.
Fair enough.
This country is very strong in tobacco. And obviously it was a dry season, so there's not enough dollars coming in. So
Yep.
they're really struggling getting money out. And if you look at the currency exchange, so people are willing to pay over 200% on top to get money out of Malawi. Because there's a lot of currency fluctuation happening.
Right.
So the longer you leave your money in there,
The more likely is you're going to
the more
get,
it's-
you're going to lose money on the FX
Correct.
anyway.
So
We're
that's why
willing
they
to
really
200%.
100% to get money out.
200% of what?
If you look
The
at
value of
the
the,
value of the
what's the Malawi currency?
Malawi kwacha,
Kwacha. Okay.
so a US dollar is
Glad you knew.
roughly,
As I was asking, I'm like, what if he doesn't know? But you brought it up.
so usually it is like a dollar is around 1,700 kwacha.
Right.
And we see the currency somewhere between 3,800 up to 4,800, and companies are willing to pay for that.
That's really
And
interesting.
they have interesting ways how to get money out. So I heard a story where literally someone is sending a truck to Malawi. They exchange goods versus money.
Mhm.
And this is how they move money around. So someone is buying, I don't know, a truck full of Coca-Cola as an example.
Whatever, yeah.
So that's very interesting how they move money.
It's definitely not stable coins.
Yes, no stable coins yet.
Right.
But it's very interesting, right?
Yeah.
And if you look at the companies, or we at Damisa, the clients, they don't care how money is being moved. They just want to literally ensure that if I need to pay my client, my vendor in China, that the money arrives there. And the vendor doesn't care if it's like Swift, stable coins, whatever currency.
Go ahead.
They want to get the money
I got it.
at the right time and best possible case
Right.
on the same day.
So this is really interesting as well. And I'm thinking in my head, like, I don't know what it feels like to have that level of FX risk, because the only places I've ever lived permanently are the United States, Japan, Hong Kong, and Thailand. And I mean, I've seen days that the Japanese currency has moved 10% against the US dollar, but not 200%, right? And because like Japan doesn't have currency controls, capital controls, US doesn't have capital controls. I don't know about Hong Kong. Thailand does a little bit, but I'm not moving enough money between here and there. But once you introduce this into a place like Malawi, where the stable coins can actually fix that problem, because I never had to think about this. So for me, like when I think about a stable coin, I'm not so, I don't really care in a way, but now I have to care, because if I want to buy something from Malawi, I have to think about it. But once they see that, what is the impact on their ability to do commerce, both inside the country, but also outside the country?
I mean, like as I mentioned before, we focus really a lot on the non-G10 countries. Like LATAM, Africa, Asia.
Right.
And, we see the same challenges every day across LATAM, right? If you look at Argentina, currency fluctuations.
Oh my God.
But they were like with the stablecoin, it gives companies a way to move funds out of those markets without a lot of risk exposure.
Right.
Because at the exact moment, this is currently my exchange versus the USDT, USDC.
Yep.
And I can accept that. And obviously we do a local bank transfer, which is in a lot of cases instant. So literally at that point of the transaction.
From like Brazilian real into Damisa's bank.
Yes, one of our bank.
One of your bank accounts. Yep.
Obviously the money is instantly there. We on-ramp the money onto a stable coin, exchange it.
Yep.
And then we can move the money out.
Anywhere you want. Is there a scenario where people in these non-G10 countries would take their existing currency and make a bet on their own FX and their own currency with them and just buy the USD stablecoin?
Yes.
And hold it?
Yes. Obviously, that is a good thing because obviously the stablecoin is
never leaves the country, so they have no capital control problems, right?
No capital control.
Right.
And even for investments or anything like that, when they know, okay, there's a currency fluctuation might happen, they can exchange it at a point, and then when they believe it is the right moment, they just move the money back. Yes.
But where do they hold the stablecoin? Is it in a crypto wallet? Like where does it reside?
We offer a whole infrastructure. So we are obviously stablecoin agnostic. So our clients, customers, merchants can send any stablecoin to us.
Okay, any stablecoin.
Any stablecoin, no matter if it's
any currency.
I mean, there are like the classic stablecoins, right?
Yep.
And also, I think what is very interesting, we have in the Damisa environment, we also have a treasury product.
Okay.
So because usually if you look at the classic way, what we mentioned before,
right,
where, you send funds from, let's say, Nigeria to the US, the transfer might take 10 days.
Yeah.
So now what can happen with our product, obviously the money leaves instant Nigeria.
Right.
It sits in the Damisa environment. CFOs do love it because you can earn treasury on.
I was going to ask you.
You can earn yield on the money sitting there.
Yep.
And obviously the yield is up to 3.5% at the moment.
Not nothing.
So the money sits there for 3 days or 10 days.
Right.
And then once the money is, you just off-ramping the money and moving the money back to the account they would like to receive the funds in.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry. Do you need to be regulated to be able to provide that treasury yield?
We are fully regulated.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to establish that. But if you're already regulated and you're already providing a little bit of investment services to your clients because they're depositing the stablecoin, or what's the word I want to use? Custodian, almost, like stablecoin with you guys. Are there other financial services products that you think about offering to them in whatever the stablecoin currency is that they have, so that they can take more risk or earn more money?
I mean, we're looking at all different options, how we can.
But it's possible,
offer,
right?
Yes, absolutely. And we are looking in new ways how we can offer our whole product offering.
Go ahead.
So we are obviously the whole Damisa portal, what we are building there too, or what we have already is an escrow service.
Yeah.
What we are also like in the
Right.
near
So
future.
right. If I want to pay you and I don't know you,
Yeah.
I give Damisa, you
money.
hold it in escrow.
We keep the money in escrow.
In escrow. Then when the transaction actually happens, you transfer it from me, my escrow,
to
the
bank
other
account
guy's
for
escrow.
loans,
Yeah.
And what we are also like now developing, especially for some interesting verticals,
Mhm.
is we're looking into trade finance. How can you finance
Sure.
transaction
Gigantic,
fit
right?
in there?
Yeah.
And the other part is also we're looking for verification. Like if you, as an example, you are selling a container full of cacao beans or
Yeah,
cocoa beans,
whatever it is. Yeah.
someone needs to check the quality of those beans. And
right.
we are building
Yeah.
like a marketplace where you can go in and say, hey, I need someone to check actually the quality of these beans
Right.
in Port of Lagos. Someone goes, checks the quality.
I feel like you've done
then-
this. I feel like you've done this already.
We are really working hard on this. And
I don't think you're
thinking
making up
on-
this cacao bean thing in Nigeria. You're not talking about this off the top of your head. Go ahead.
There's like some very interesting use cases where we can see it to literally like offer more on chain.
So what does that mean for the structure of a Damisa business? Like when you first started it, I presume it's just like stablecoins. We're going to figure out how to use stablecoins. We're going to provide these alternative rails on chain to make transactions like you were talking about from Malawi to, let's say, Vienna, just possible. But once you're involved in this, I presume your customers are asking you questions like, hey, can you do this for us?
Yes, we get quite often the questions.
You know what I mean? Does that help you build out the business? In other words, sorry, go ahead. I interrupted
I think we had obviously the idea about let's focus on the non-G10 corridor.
Right. Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't keep saying Vienna, but I just do it because that's where you're from. Sorry, no, I know.
But what we see that we can help companies, send funds from anywhere in Africa.
Yep.
And usually the enterprise, to come back to the enterprise merchants, right? So what they do is like they have a case that they say, can you help us get money out of Cameroon, which we need to the US?
Right.
So usually this is where we start in one corridor where we can really help them and support them. And once we have sorted that out, obviously they enlarge and open up other corridors for us where we can make sure that we can help them to collect funds and receive funds.
What is the impact on these big global banks? And I'll tell you why. Because in the old days, when one of these non-G10 countries or the enterprises in those countries got connected to the global banking system, then they had all the products that the banking system could provide with them. Like you said, trade finance, loans, all these other things that they could do, plus a bunch of other investments. But if they're never having to connect to that global banking system, Africa is a massive opportunity. It's got the youngest population in the entire world. And since you've talked about Africa a lot, you must know about it a lot. What does it mean as an opportunity for the big existing incumbent global banks if their first experience with the financial system is with you and you start providing them all these other services that traditionally bigger banks have provided? Are they ever going to then go take the money away and say, well, now that we're bigger, we're more developed, now we don't need this? Because it feels like that's not going to happen.
No, I don't think so. And because if you look at the whole, let's call it the classic stablecoin sandwich, right? Everyone knows the stablecoin sandwich.
Call it a sandwich. What is that? Just because there's something on this side, something on this side, and stablecoin in the middle?
Yes.
Love this. You guys are crazy, by the way.
And I think then take any part of the sandwich away.
Yeah.
Usually the whole journey of the sandwich always starts with the banking side, right? Because someone has the fiat, they need to exchange that. Obviously, we do the local bank transfer.
They do today. But again, if you take away both sides of the sandwich, right, non-G10 countries, and then people just are constantly transacting in stablecoins alone,
that is like a different banking system.
It's a completely different banking system, but it's outside the realm of the regular banking system, which means that companies like yours are going to have to offer, and because you're regulated, traditional banking services, like, again, loans, trade finance, all these other things. Do you see that happening? I guess that was the question I was asking. I didn't have the sandwich terminology down, but now I do. Now I got it. Now I can't unsee it.
The sandwich expert.
Go ahead.
No, what we see in Nigeria when we were there last year, a lot of people just trade in stable coins.
Yeah.
So literally, like, you buy a good and they ask, instead of giving the local currency, USDC for me.
Yeah.
Yes, we have.
Right.
Which was just sending
That's
USDC.
my point, though. Because once they're outside of it and they can transact in a way that's seamless for them, why would they go back? Or would they?
That is a good question. I think that is what we are trying to build and make sure that people can obviously use these stable coins in the daily spend.
Okay, one more thing. What's your biggest commercial hurdle in scaling across multiple countries? What's the hardest thing? Multiple regions, yeah.
finding the right partners, because obviously we do work very, very close with all our partners across all jurisdictions. Obviously, these banking partners we rely on to accept local payments in all different regions. Then obviously one of the big challenges we face is the liquidity per market.
Yeah, for sure.
So if you, again, talking about Malawi, with one provider, we have a liquidity per day of $500,000.
Okay.
But we have designed a AI chatbot, which goes out to the market requesting all the different rates and liquidity per market. So we get back in the morning, this is the rate, this is the liquidity per day, and we can tap into multiple liquidity pools.
Got it.
And then obviously if you want to move money out of a certain country, I can tell you this is the liquidity we have for this price.
Got it. Okay. Look, I'm going to let you go. This was great. Thank you so much for spending time with us today. I learned something, actually. I really did. Thank you so much for doing it.
Enjoy your sandwich.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Martin, I think he's sitting right over there. Isn't he sitting over there or no? Do you want to take this off? I don't think we've met in person before, have we?
We have not.
Michael,
Nice to finally meet you.
Very nice to meet you as well.
Did,
A few years ago. It's been a while. You haven't changed at all. I want to eat what you're eating. Yeah, it's already recording. So just sit down and relax. And try to be as close to the microphone as you can.
Yes, close. Wow.
Yeah.
Is that good enough?
Yeah, and what I would do is, what I always say is just go like this, because that'll keep you anchored in a place that's close enough and it'll remind you.
All right.
Okay. Foreign Meta Vice President and Head of International Cyber Risk. This is a big topic at PayPal. Okay, let's start here. Do you mind? How is PayPal thinking about the role of agentic AI in the future of payments?
First of all, it's really nice to meet you in person,
Same.
Michael. I know it's been a couple of years since we spoke last.
Thank you for coming back.
Yeah, I mean, and what a question to start with, because I think
It's really topical.
yeah, exactly, right? Like at that point, people had just started getting their hands dirty with ChatGPT and what generative AI could do in common use. But if you think about where we are, most estimates rate agentic commerce as the most significant transformation since internet came on. I mean, it's estimated that by 2030, it would represent about $3 to $4 trillion of digital commerce.
Right.
Now, to put that into perspective,
Go ahead.
E-commerce has been around for 25 years. I say that because that's when PayPal was founded. And e-commerce
It didn't matter.
yeah.
Did it?
And
25
you know, in 25 years, we're still about 20% of overall commerce.
E-commerce itself, just electronic commerce, B2C commerce
digital
together.
20%.
It's interesting, right?
Yeah.
Because I think if you ask people how much of the world transacts electronically for commerce, they'd be like 75%.
No.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
So in that sense, if agentic meets this estimates or exceeds it, it would be about 50% of all digital commerce by 2030.
By 2030, that's 4 years from now.
Correct.
So can I ask you another question? Sorry, keep going, and then I have a follow-up, if you don't mind.
So in that, where PayPal comes in is we want to be the trust enablement layer that allows the connection between merchants, consumers, platforms to make sure that the agentic commerce happens in a trusted and a seamless and a secure manner. That's what we've done.
How do we do that?
Well, so, one is there is a fundamental shift. For the longest time, we've thought of identification, authentication, authorization all as one thing. You enter your password and then you perform a transaction and everything is good.
Right. And then maybe you log out.
Yeah. And then that's it, right?
Right.
Like,
You're done.
the security focus was only on the user's identity.
Right.
And then primarily on the transaction and making sure that no fraudulent transactions happen.
Right.
Now, how that fundamentally shifts is Now, it's not just one. It could be a multiple agents representing an individual user.
Go ahead.
You not only have to make sure that the user is authenticated, but that the agent has the permissions, the right intent, the right traceability to perform those transactions on your behalf in the right context.
Right. I was looking at something. We do a show in the United States every night from 10 o'clock at night here, 11 a.m. in the United States. And one of the things we talked about on Monday's show was the Vercel breach.
Yeah.
It was a supply chain breach, right? So this is this idea of a trusted agent. So it's like, if something happens to my agent, and then that agent then goes out and does something bad, this is another supply chain breach.
Yeah.
And on the other side, you have to run the same risk. And the way I explained it, and tell me if I'm wrong here, is that if you and I are neighbors, I completely trust you, and our kids are friends.
Yeah.
We build a tunnel underneath our house, and they play down there, and they exchange stuff down there. They leave toys down there. But if you go on vacation and somebody breaks into your house, now someone can break into my house without my permission. And the agentic AI kind of introduces this as a possibility that didn't exist before. Because you're right. Before, it's just like I log in, I do my transaction. I don't even care who's on the other side in a way.
Right.
And I leave.
And that's why we're partnering with Google on the AP2 protocol, which is the agentic commerce protocol, with Chat OpenAI on the ACP protocol, the commerce protocol.
Got it.
And then with MasterCard on their tokenization framework. And exactly what you mentioned is what's extremely important is verifiable intent. So what is the intent when I allow a neighbor to enter my home?
Exactly.
And then how do you create tokens that allow them to enter only the living room and only do X, Y, and Z? So that's the interesting concept where PayPal comes in and says, you know, if you are going to perform a particular transaction, the item, the amount, the merchant, and the time in which I allow a particular agent to perform a transaction has all to be tokenized, and you are limited, you as an agent is limited to only performing that. Now, you could, you know, on one hand, that's one way that you build trust in agentic commerce. On the other, you, as we saw in Vercel, as we've seen with Mythos, there's a lots and lots of things where we don't know what we don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
There are fundamental vulnerabilities in the infrastructure that exists that we have to find out. And that's why those guardrails are extremely important for us to create those controls.
So it's for a company like PayPal, right? You have the resources internally to be able to understand how to build those guardrails. But if we use, and this is going to get a little bit complicated, right? But if we use programmable money as well as programmable agents, why is that so hard for me to say? But if we do that, some of the people that exist on your platform don't have the resources to understand all of these nuances that you're talking about and to be able to build those guardrails. They're just like, they spin up an agent that does the payments for them, right? Because if you have SMEs or micro SMEs that use the platform to be able to do this, how do you work with, and it maybe we don't know yet because it's so new, right? But how do you think it's going to be workable with them? Because once they get on the platform again, it gets so complex.
No, that's a really good question. So let me step back a couple.
Please, is that okay to ask? I'm so curious about it.
Yeah. So one is that unlike, again, the internet era,
it was so simple back then.
Yeah. So, you know, the detection, so we process about 1 billion transactions a month, and we inspect every single one of them to try and detect patterns, then relearn, reteach our models to understand how fraud perpetrates on a platform. So to your main question, we're always looking at signals from a behavior perspective, from a transaction perspective, to try and detect something from happening. But what's changing is that now, because of AI specifically, fraud starts way before a transaction is going to come on our platform.
Oh yeah, way before.
How did the data get to it? What is the interaction on social media? How did they discover this particular product? And that's why we want to ensure that consumers and customers and merchants are a key part of that resilience that we want to build and educate them.
Have to be, right?
Yeah. So one of the, I'm really excited about what we have done is allow AI to introduce smart alerts for scams. For somebody,
For me, you mean?
yeah,
For me, not
in
just for you
real
internally.
time. Yeah, exactly. When you're trying to perform a particular transaction or onboard, it allows you or connect with somebody. It tells you, are you sure you know this person?
Right.
Are you sure you want to allow this transaction to go through in or to change your bank account numbers? So, those are just warnings, but we have implemented 6 different strategies.
Can you tell me?
To allow. So, if you think of
Not all of them, but just
from
I want to get a sense of how things are changing.
Sure. So one thing is, one really interesting thing is linking. So how we connect, create graphs of how your interaction with our platform changes over time with the type of merchants you interact, with the type of items you interact, the amounts that you interact with, the locations that you interact with, the devices that you use. All of them combined allow us to capture signals that on one hand tell us, are you really who you think you are? But on the other, allow us to introduce these frictions that are appropriate for the type of risk that you could foresee. And the same thing for merchants as it is for consumers.
Would you make the case that PayPal internally has more, understands what I'm doing in a way better than I do? That would be fine with me, because not only do you have the stuff that I'm doing, but you can compare it to everybody else's transactions as well and see like how they look the same. And then to see if they're outlier transactions, both for me, because they're going to rhyme with each other, right?
Yeah.
They're not going to be exactly the same. We're going to be like, okay, we feel like we've seen this before. This must be some kind of fraud.
Absolutely. I mean, being a two-sided network, we've always had a different type of a vantage point in understanding how fraud and scam perpetrate through the ecosystem anyways. Now, as you interact more and more with whether agentic or otherwise, and we collect this data to allow you to decide what type of friction we can introduce at different points.
So here's another question for you. I had David Agronovich, I think I have his name correct, right? The guy from the global head of threat prevention at Facebook on the show. I can't remember if it was a few months ago or last year, so forgive me for not remembering. But one of the things he introduced to me was that, and I hadn't thought about this, is that there are literally like factories and warehouses filled with people using artificial intelligence and now probably using agentic AI as well to commit cybercrime.
Absolutely.
So, but their ability to employ technology is now scaling really, really fast in a way that wasn't possible before. How do you all look at that when you see them doing? Clearly, there's this war going on, right? But how do you try to disintermediate that problem? Because in the old days, it was just like maybe a couple of guys in the basement, and I'm exaggerating to make a point, but now it's like industrial and institutional.
It is. So, I mean, absolutely agree with that. So we had just in the Mekong area, right? Like Myanmar, Cambodia.
Yeah, I didn't want to name the countries, but if you're comfortable doing it, he was talking about the same thing as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's
blew my mind.
News all over.
Yeah, I know. So it blew my mind.
40% of all global scams were started in these compounds, right?
I know.
And you can look at the WEF report, you can look at the Trends report by Google. Every single report talks about how quickly are these compounds leveraging AI to scale the attacks that they are doing. Now, it is scary because so many users that interact and start their discovery from a commerce journey, or any interaction on social media, it's so much easier for them to fall for something. I mean, the video scam from Elon Musk, entirely fake for some sort of a cryptocurrency.
Right.
They generated $5 million in less than a week for people falling for that sort of a scam that you and I would say absolutely not going to fall for that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just getting a chill, honestly, thinking about it, because you can take very famous people, and you can take semi-famous people and create deep fakes about them and convince people that aren't so aware of this possibility as you and I are, because we live inside this deeply technologized bubble, right? But I always say, like, would your mom know? Kind of thing. And I don't mean your mom, but you understand what I mean, right?
I know, but so that's why the role, and I feel privileged to be part of PayPal is, we started with contributing to internet layer protocols a long time ago. Now we have the ability to truly design along and partner with all of these people who are companies and countries, and that collaboration of collective intelligence with strong protocols that allow us to build a trusted layer for individuals, for agents, for organizations to truly take advantage of it. And one thing that has happened, so Mythos, the latest,
Yep. Anthropic model.
Yeah.
Unreleased to everybody yet.
Which
It's
is
too
the
dangerous.
incredible thing, because like you're saying, that's what's going to level the playing field for the good
could you
guys.
imagine if the cyber criminals had access, if Mythos is what they say it is, if cyber criminals could just pay $20 a month to have access to it, and it can find vulnerabilities in anybody's technology, because to be fair, the biggest company is going to be the biggest targets.
Yeah.
Let's be clear about this. They don't care who the targets are. I can just be a target like you, because if they take $25 from me and they do it to another million people, that's 25 million bucks. That pays for a lot of computers.
True.
Right?
No, but that's why it is extremely important that the access is controlled, and they haven't opened access beyond the 40 companies.
Yeah.
And so that's why that allows the good guys to truly take advantage of the advancement
and fix things first.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and fix things first. So how closely do you, or are you able to work with these big LLM providers so that you can get access to Mythos?
We are. I mean, it's, we work through our partners, AWS, GCP, Anthropic as well. We are a customer of OpenAI and their cyber models that's coming. We're getting limited access within our threat, engineering teams as well.
Can we talk about this a little bit more, if you don't mind? I always think that, like, if I go to an Apple store and I order 10 computers, no one's going to care.
Yeah.
Right. I'm a small entity today, but I could be a much larger entity in 2 or 3 years from now. But if somebody in Cambodia somehow orders like 1,000 computers to do high-speed compute, has 15 different connections to the internet, installs a VPN, starts having subscriptions to like Mythos or whatever the best model is, isn't it going to set off some triggers somewhere?
It absolutely has to. And collaboration is extremely important.
That was what I was going to ask you, because even for the companies with which you compete the most, where like in your office, you're like, I don't want to talk to the guys at XYZ company, but you're all at risk.
Yeah.
And if you collaborate together, maybe you can fight with each other. That's okay, right? It's like being this NFL team and that NFL team, or this cricket team and that cricket team. You want to win that game.
Right.
But you want to get taken down by guys that hate both of you.
Yeah, and it's already happening. I mean, I don't know if we spoke about the Interpol scam thing where 20 different companies from cybersecurity, very similar to Mythos, we came together and helped them with the right intel at the right time to operate 260 different scam centers around the world to try and not just stop it from happening, but to apprehend these people and then shut down the hubs so that, it can't continue to operate the way that it's been operating.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be a way to disincentivize it. That's, for me, like, I'd love to see a situation where they can't even build these centers.
Right.
You know what I mean? They can't build these hubs where, like, even the computer manufacturers or the internet service providers are just like, this is an anomaly.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
But so they are, right? The Cambodian government.
They should do.
Discuss this, right? To try and, stop this.
Okay. God, there's so much more stuff I want to talk to you about agentic commerce in a positive way.
Yeah.
Can you leave me with like some kind of positive note or some positive feeling around like how agentic AI is impacting what you guys do from an infrastructure basis?
Sure. I mean, like I said, I'll close with the same thing. We really feel that this is the time for that collaborative good guys to come together and build this trust enablement layer that PayPal's driving with the right level of intel that is collected, behavioral signals, and then designing protocols for the future of agentic commerce, which is the biggest, transformation that we will see. And ensure that trust above all stays in the ecosystem layer instead of a company or a particular experience or an agent or a software.
So one more thing, and you don't have to talk about this a lot. I have no idea how old you are, and I don't want to guess. It's none of my business. That's not the point. But you've seen multiple tech cycles.
Yep.
And you were probably there at the beginning of the internet. You've probably been doing this for 20-something years, right?
Sure.
So have I. I've never seen anything like this before, and I've never said that before either, right? Never.
Yeah.
It's between the sort of introduction of the internet and that level of connectivity until today, there have been small incremental changes, like one-click purchase. Do you know what I mean? Like that was like the big deal kind of thing. But now this, I feel like, is even more transformational than the internet itself.
It feels like it, for sure.
Does, doesn't it?
I mean, mobile So
Yeah.
iPhone, social media cloud with transformative.
Yeah, but not in
For
the same way.
business is not the same
Not
way.
the same.
This is where people are drawing analogies to electricity,
That's what I was going to say.
steam
I didn't
engines,
so
those
right,
type
but
of
the
things.
electricity thing, I
Absolutely.
make the analogy.
Yeah,
Okay. Was this okay with you?
yeah, absolutely.
That was awesome.
Thank
you so much for doing this. Please don't wait another 3 years to come back.
No, I won't.
Okay, that was
Thanks a
great.
lot. Really good to see
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure to see you as well.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You may want to take off your lanyard.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I'm indifferent, but it's just going to look better. You just drop it on your bag. Okay, we are going to welcome David Wang, Global Head of Loyalty Partnerships and GM of North Asia at HeyMax.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming here. Have you used a microphone like this before?
Presumably on stage, but not for podcast.
Okay, try to just keep
Make
your
it
mouth
big.
closer to it if you can.
Sure.
I can raise it up for you if you want.
Yeah, sure. Appreciate it.
I think the whole world is my height.
No,
It's definitely not.
no.
It's definitely not. How are you, by the way?
I'm all right. Busy few days.
How have you found the event so far? We
Really-
love coming to Money 2020.
Yeah, really impressive. Really impressive turnout.
Yeah, it's really nice this year, actually. Feels way higher energy. Yeah.
Yeah, and I like the design and the setup for the meetings have actually turned out to be really, really effective.
Awesome. Do you want to tell everybody a little bit about HeyMax so they have some context, and then we'll get into some of the conversation?
Yeah, for sure. So HeyMax is a Singapore-based startup that's now operating in Singapore, Hong Kong, and other markets to come.
Yep.
Very simply, we help people earn miles on their everyday spending.
Okay.
Our whole mission is to get people to their next free travel destination
I love
and
it.
experience as quickly as possible.
Okay. Super duper. So and when was it founded?
3 years ago.
Okay, so a lot has changed technologically in the last 3
Yeah.
years. Because if we had met 3 years ago, we wouldn't even have been talking about generative AI at all. Zero. It didn't really exist. I mean, and if it did, it was on the fringes. Is that fair?
Yep.
Okay, but since then we've had generative AI come out, and in the last 6 months we've also had agentic AI come out. Maybe just think about at scale. How is AI changing the dynamics of the relationship between brands and businesses and the consumers that you're trying to get to their next free trip?
Yeah, for sure.
Which I'm thinking about all the time. How can I fly for free? How can I trip for
absolutely.
free? Go ahead.
Well, just as a complete side point, there's actually a bunch of loyalty programs that don't pass on fuel surcharge.
They don't what?
That do not pass on fuel surcharge.
Really?
Yeah.
They don't?
Correct. So
I'm listening right now. Then.
So this is very, very relevant to our travelers, right? So
Yeah,
that's your
for sure.
question. AI is definitely transforming the way businesses engage with consumers, right? Actually, if we just jump back maybe 20, 30 years ago,
Go for it.
when we think about when internet came to be,
Yep.
right? That definitely helped a lot of brands engage businesses, engage consumers much easier, much more effectively, and much more at scale.
And can we make the case that one of the reasons why that was the case is because in the old days, everything was much more local and driven by proximity.
Yep.
I could put up a billboard somewhere. I could hire a radio station somewhere, but whatever that radio station was only in LA or only in Boston or only in Hong Kong kind of thing. But the internet meant that I could now broadcast. I'm using broadcast liberally everywhere.
100%.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's 100% true, right?
Yeah.
And so that's absolutely revolutionized how consumers engage with businesses.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But what we then see happen is that a lot of these channels became dominated by a few kind of players, right? And so we're referring to search engines, we're referring to aggregator platforms, and actually more recently in the last 5 or 10 years, it's social media as well.
Yep.
And what then happens is that this layer in the middle that sits between consumers and businesses capture a lot of the flow that otherwise can be maximum value that's beneficial to the end consumers.
Can I jump in for a second?
Yeah, please.
Because I hadn't thought about it in this context. In the context that most people think about this is in the news business, right? So people were getting their news from, let's say, Facebook.
Yeah.
So they weren't going directly to the New York Times or directly to whatever the local newspaper was. It killed a lot of local media, at least in the United States.
Yeah.
But I didn't think about it in the context of other brands.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about
And
it.
there's some pretty astonishing figures.
Can you go ahead?
For example, Booking.com, and this is public knowledge.
Yeah.
They spent over $7 billion last year just on Google for ads.
Did they really?
Just think about that for a second, right?
$7 billion.
That's a lot of money,
It's a lot of money.
right? And so but why do they spend that much money?
Because that's the only way they can reach their consumers.
That's
No?
part of it.
Yeah.
But the other part of it is it's also this layer in the middle that's capturing some of that value so that it actually dictates
Mhm.
in some direct and indirect way
Go ahead.
of how consumers engage with brands.
So tell me, but you're using Booking.com as an example of a brand.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Right.
$7 billion.
They're paying $7 billion to access you
Yep.
as a consumer on Google.
Yep.
And that's a layer of value that's gone to Google. Right. That's $7 billion that's gone to Google.
Yeah, it's not going to me.
It's not going to you.
No, zero. It's going to me.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the landscape that we've been operating in for the last 10 or 20 years.
Okay, go ahead. Now I have context.
Right. So now we take this to AI in the agentic AI world.
Go ahead.
Increasingly, people are no longer going through these channels. You're bypassing those channels completely.
So bypassing Booking completely.
Not Booking, Google.
Google.
Or other platforms.
Other platforms like that.
So you're going on ChatGPT, you're going on Perplexity, and you're asking them, for example, I'm looking for my next holiday hotel, right? So I'm coming to Bangkok, right?
Yep.
Find me a best hotel. Here's my criteria. And find me a list of options.
Yep.
And that's happening in the AI model itself, at the agentic AI environment.
Yep.
So you're no longer going through these channels.
Okay.
Which means that $7 billion that was being allocated to Google can now be actually used directly to engage the consumer within this AI flow.
Okay. So one of the things that I've read in the past week or two, and this surprised me, is that Facebook's ad revenue for the first time ever not only beat Google's ad revenue, which surprised me, frankly, because I'm never on Facebook. So I don't think you are either, but also that it's continuing to grow. Are we, and you may not know the answer, you can say, I don't know, but are we at like a BlackBerry moment here where like revenue is still increasing, but they're just about to get disintermediated by AI search?
I think we're in the process of that process.
Because that $7 billion is a lot of money.
Yeah.
And if that $7 billion does not have to go to Google, but can directly interact with me, then I feel like we're getting closer and closer to my free trip.
That's exactly the.
Go ahead. Explain to me how this
way,
works.
right?
Go ahead. Explain how this works.
Take Booking. If you put yourself in Booking's shoes,
Yep.
it would be in your interest actually to build an AI agent within Booking so that the customer can come on Booking and just have that entire experience completely personalized and tailored for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you don't have to.
It's like me have my own personal travel agent.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's how we kind of see this shifting in front of our eyes. That consumers will increasingly have direct engagement with these brands and businesses. And by extent of that, businesses will be able to target users at an absolute personalized individual level instead of by segment, by demographic, by lookalike audiences.
Go ahead. But how would they do that?
Because an AI agent understands you, but because of your constant interaction with them.
Am I spinning up the AI agent or is Booking spinning up that AI agent for me?
Okay. Now that's a phenomenal question because nobody has an answer to that at the moment, right? Google's building their own AI tools like Gemini.
Yep.
All these OTA platforms and then other businesses as well are all building their own native AI model as well.
Right.
So which one will actually own the consumer at the end? It's still an open-ended question. But from our perspective, all of this is all great, I think, for where the market is moving towards. But kind of where we sit is sort of selfish speaking here.
Yeah. I'm really curious. I'm trying to figure out like, where is HeyMax fitting in here?
So this is where the engagement layer comes in.
Go ahead.
At the end of the day, you still need a layer of incentive and reward to actually motivate and persuade consumer purchasing decision.
Yeah, at some level, right?
Correct. And that's where we kind of operate in. And so we actually operate in a model that's very contrary to kind of what we mentioned just now. In our model, in our world that we think about AI native consumer engagement, whatever as a brand you want to put in to motivate a user to shop or spend with you, we pass all of that through. So if you tell me you got $10 to spend on a user, we'll pass $10 through to the end customer, but in the form of miles.
In the form of miles.
Because we believe travel is a very universal incentive.
I want you to finish the thought because then I've got another question for you.
Oh, no, that's all right. Go ahead.
Okay. So I asked you a moment ago, is Booking going to spin up an agent for me that's Michael Waits' agent? Nobody else can use it. Nobody else knows it exists. I have the authority to use it when I want to travel. I dial in whatever it is, and I use that to do all my stuff, and I use it on Booking. Now, if I'm technically proficient, I build it myself. And then I build a layer for me to go to Booking, to go to Agoda, to go everywhere, right? But then if I'm good at that, then I should be able to get way better deals because I'm now super personalizing it just for me. But on top of that, now I want to have loyalty points, right? Because I want to get that free trip. So does HeyMax have the capability or the incentive to go out and build AI agents for me and for your user base so that everything they do goes through you. And then you have the incentive to say to that $7 billion, if you have $10 to spend on a user, it goes to Michael's agent, because we know now that Michael wants to, I live in Bangkok, but like travel to Bali, and I get that in miles because my agent is being hosted or run by HeyMax.
That's basically the vision that we have.
Okay.
For the future of consumer retail.
Can we go home now?
But there are obviously a lot of.
Can you talk to me about how that works? Because again, HeyMax was founded how many years ago, you said?
3
years ago, you didn't have the ability to do that. So when you see this idea, this agentic AI idea, do you get together as a firm and say, okay, wait a second. Because now what you're selling is a slightly different service. But now you're selling this idea of, we are going to be an orchestration layer that provides mileage for purchases to our clients. And that AI agent then can do multiple things for me. It can do the commerce that you want me to do that interacts with the brands. And then it can feed those mileage, the points or whatever, the miles, the loyalty points into my agent, who can then go use it for travel. Is that the way this is going to work?
Part of it.
So tell me where I'm wrong. I'm not always right.
You're not wrong, but I would say our ultimate vision has always been to help the consumers maximize their rewards on their everyday spend and engagement, right? So 3 years ago, the best way we could do that is to work with all of these brands and partners to say, well, look, if you got $10 to spend to acquire and activate a customer, well, let's not use that towards another one of those middle layers and use $5 of it, let's say, right? And only $5 gets passed on. We're going to help you pass all $10 on, right? And if you're a competitor, you're saying, look, I'm willing to cough up a little bit more, $12,
whatever,
right? Let's say, to get the same customer, we'll just help you do that.
Right.
Now that we have this AI technology to transform this experience, that's just another tool.
I get it.
That's just to enable this process a little bit more seamlessly.
Right,
That's
but what you want isn't, like, I'm not signed up for HeyMax, but I should be.
Yep.
Right, but if I had an AI agent that was, I'm just trying to feel like, because you're like a two-sided market. So how do you guys go about acquiring your users?
Well, a lot of that comes down to thinking about what consumers actually want.
Yeah.
Right. And HeyMax, frankly speaking, started as sort of garage style startup that speaks to users. I mean, from day one, we've always been very passionate about what can we help users get out of this platform, this program. We have a huge Telegram community. And we have 13,000 very active members on Telegram. We talk to them all the time. We hear what they want. And travel was born out of that, right? So that's why we created this mileage program, not really by accident, but by intention, because that's what people want. They want free travel.
Yeah, everybody wants to travel for free.
Right?
I want to get on that airplane and I want to be in business class for free.
Correct. So that's how we attract our users.
Got it.
And once you have that currency, then users essentially saying, well, look, I'm willing to do certain things. I'm willing to engage with this brand because I'm able to earn this mileage currency.
So where does it, so you're at a FinTech conference. Where does it fit in FinTech?
Huge, actually.
But tell me what I don't know.
Well, we actually happen to work with a lot of FinTech and FI partners.
But tell me how they want to work with you and why, like, what are they going to give to the end user? What do they give to you? What value do they give to you? So then you can then turn that into mileage. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You talked about like booking. If they have $10 to spend or $12 to spend, you just take it and give it to the users in the form of mileage. How does it work on the FinTech side?
Well, we work with partners to essentially help them deliver this travel proposition more efficiently to their end customers as well. Right. A lot of these FIs are fairly localized operators, especially in the payment space, for example. So they don't necessarily have the resource or the capability to connect with all of these global partners. I mean, for reference, we have over 30 airline hotel loyalty programs.
So the payment providers don't have the ability to connect to the airlines.
That's
or to the people that are actually going to give the miles away. But you guys do.
That's part of the equation.
Go ahead.
Right? The other part of the equation is we are creating what we call the open loyalty ecosystem. And we believe that's the future of loyalty.
Okay, what's the difference?
The difference is, it's relatively simple to understand. I give you an analogy, right?
Only I don't understand it.
No.
That's okay, I'm kidding.
You know, it's a very technical term, right? But very simply, if you look at a closed loop, what we call coalition program, for example, it's essentially a bunch of brands. They get together. They want to create a loyalty program. So everything you earn, everything you burn, all sit within that ecosystem.
Right. So I'm just as an example, if you're part of like the United Airlines loyalty program, I forget, they have a bigger name for like the 4 airlines that are part of that program. That's closed. I can't take that and then use it with like, I don't know, Emirates. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, I understand.
What you're saying is You want to create an open system where it doesn't matter where it goes.
Correct.
Everybody's involved.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand
Correct.
it.
Yeah, that's 100% true. And so when you build up an open loyalty ecosystem like this, the benefit is that more and more people will start using it.
Yeah.
Everybody's chasing for this.
Yeah, I'm annoyed when I have mileage over here. And I'm like, but that's the only flight that I can take and I can't use it.
That's fragmentation.
Yeah.
And that's where the FIs, historically have adopted that view to say, well, look, we have our own ecosystem, we have our own partnerships.
Right.
Let's just keep the loyalty within this ecosystem.
Right.
But what ends up happening is consumers are smart. We cannot forget this fact that consumers are smart. So typically an average user, I think in Thailand as well, have multiple cards, have multiple banking providers.
Yep.
Right? And nobody wants to deal with 10 different programs with a little bit of point here and there. They actually lose engagement.
It's so annoying.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's where open loyalty ecosystem comes in.
Got it.
If we work with everybody, they all benefit from this.
So you're saying that the loyalty that I earn from, let's say, Bank A, Bank B, Bank C, doesn't stay resident there. It comes into HeyMax.
It's an option.
It's an option. But if I do that, then I have this open loyalty thing, because then again, if they're partners, I'm just using United Airlines because it's the thing that's in my mind. With United Airlines, but I want to go somewhere where they don't fly. If I use HeyMax, then I can use it anywhere.
Correct.
That's the theory, right?
Flexibility, right? Comprehensive coverage. That's the value we bring to a lot of our FI partners.
Right. And are they open to that?
Yes.
So they want to do that as well,
because they understand that ultimately consumers are the ones that make the decision of where they convert.
So why have they waited so long to do this up until now? They just wanted to keep it internally, because what's the big benefit to them that way? Doesn't this mileage sit on their balance sheet as well?
Yes, it is a liability.
Right, so it's a liability on their balance sheet. Wouldn't they want to get that liability off their balance sheet?
That's a very complicated question to answer, right?
I know.
It's liability. And actually I'll tell you this, a lot of these programs actually adopt this view that they would prefer to have these points disappear.
Yeah.
Well, we call it breakage, essentially.
Yeah. I mean, they do put limits on them sometimes where they're like, as of January 2027, you're going to lose 10,000 points off your 100,000, whatever it is. Yeah.
So it's good for the books.
They take liabilities down.
Correct. But there's a huge contradiction there.
Tell me why.
Because if the points expire, does it not defeat the whole essence of a loyalty program, which is increase engagement?
Completely.
Right?
Completely.
Right. So
it's like dating somebody in another country. You only see them once a year. It's like, what's the point? Why are we even doing this?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so from that perspective,
not that I'm involved in that part. Man, for anybody that's listening.
But so that actually is the point.
Yeah.
So that doesn't work. It actually doesn't deliver the value of a loyalty program at its core.
So can I ask you this? Let's say I do this open loyalty program and I'm an individual, right? But I have all these other banking and FI relationships and booking, whatever it is, and all that flows into HeyMax, and you give me the points. Where do my points reside? Like
it would reside with us.
It reside with you.
Yeah.
But does that impact your balance sheet?
Well, the beauty is we actually want you to use your points. We want you to use these miles that you earn with us.
Yeah.
Max miles don't expire. We don't charge any fees. So we actually want, to opposite to what we just mentioned, we want you to use all of it. And the reason why we built our airline hotel partnerships directly, we have great relationships with many of these programs, is that we can run a lot of different initiatives with them. For example, bonus campaigns.
Yeah.
Extra things you can get out of these relationships we have with them, so that you're incentivized to actually use your miles.
So how do you guys make money, if you don't mind me asking?
So we actually operate on essentially what a spread business is.
Okay, fine.
So when merchants fund these miles,
I got it.
Right.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I understood what was going on.
Yeah.
Didn't you guys recently raise some money?
We did.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. It just resets the bar.
It just what?
Resets the bar, and that's a lot more.
What does that mean? Resets the bar?
Well, now we have higher growth targets.
Yeah, you have to, right? Because now you've got to satisfy more investors.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's exciting for us.
No, it's a great story. What's the name of the other founder?
Well, we have 4 founders.
Okay, but the guy who used to walk around with the QR codes on.
So that's the CEO, Joe.
Joe, yeah.
So that was 2 or 3 years ago. Last year at a Singapore FinTech Festival. I think that's where you're referring to.
Well, I don't know. I've seen that with QR codes, like stuff.
Yeah.
How's he doing?
He's great. He's great.
Awesome. Is he here with you as well?
Unfortunately not. He's on another trip at another conference.
That's okay as well. Okay. Look, thank you so much for doing this. I actually learned something today, because you operate in the loyalty space, right? So you have a much better understanding of this than I do, but I was super curious about all this, and I really want to thank you for being so generous with your time. And again, because you're a domain expert and I'm not, sometimes the questions may sound a little dumb, like, how can you not know this?
Not at all.
But I really appreciate
great
your time.
questions. No, thank you for having me.
It was
It's
really
an
a
honor.
pleasure.
Appreciate it.
And let's make this not the last time we talk to each other.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Thank you so
David.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was great. How are you?
Hello. Hi, I'm Sandy. Call me Sandy.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Sandy De Silva, you want to sit down? Okay, let me just make sure this doesn't spill on you.
Yeah.
It's okay. And then try to get your mouth as close to the microphone as you can. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah.
And this is the hardest part of this, but try to look at me. Nobody really wants to do that at all. Okay. So Sandy De Silva, Chief Operating Officer at Hitachi Digital Payment Solutions in the Philippines.
Yes.
It's a pleasure to meet you. A little closer to the mic.
Likewise. Yes.
It's very nice to meet you. Can you talk to me about Hitachi Digital Payments just a little bit so I can get some context?
Yeah. I think Hitachi is a very famous brand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An alarm clock from Hitachi when I was like 7 years old.
Appliances. Yeah. So in Hitachi, we have this rail called Digital Payments and the Digital Solution, focusing on banking and finance sector.
Yep.
So in our group, or at least our company, focus on more digital payment solutions
For
banks and finance,
Okay.
FinTechs.
Yep.
At the same time, we are combining a little bit of our hardware because we manufacture our own ATMs.
Yep.
So we
got it.
integrate that hardware and digital side, and we provide the solutions to the market.
Interesting. So a little bit of an integrated solution. Okay. How do you see the role of managed payment platforms evolving as banks accelerate their digital transformation across Southeast Asia? You must work with a lot of them.
Yeah, especially my experience is more in Philippines.
Okay, but tell me.
Yeah, so the speed to market, scalability is two things banks want to address. Because if they do it in-house, usually they have challenges of, scalability, speed to market.
Mhm.
So that's the time they will
Market for what?
speed to market the products,
Okay.
the payment products, payment rails. Because if you go to Philippines,
Mhm.
if you want to transfer some funds from me to you,
Yep.
basically there are two rails. One we call it InstaPay, then the other one we call it PesoNet. Depends on the amount.
InstaPay and
PesoNet.
is that those are Hitachi products?
No, this actually product in the Philippines.
Got it. Okay.
It's a network. You can think like a network.
Got it.
So, for example, if you are a bank, you definitely have to integrate with both because InstaPay is for the real time less than 50,000.
Okay.
Then the PesoNet is little bit of a batch, but it's for the bigger
A
amount.
little bit of a batch.
So here comes the complexity.
Yep.
So as a bank, do you want to do this one in-house?
Do the
or you
integration yourself.
outsource it?
I got
Do a managed payments.
I got it.
So
Okay.
that's
So
actually the address.
that's kind of what you do.
Yeah.
I got it. So that speed to market, how do you help those guys do the speed to market stuff?
So we have done those things already. So we have integrated with these networks in the Philippines.
Yep.
So for example, if a bank comes to us and tell, okay, I want to launch this one. So we have the ready-made setup there, so they can integrate or they can, just launch it. You can configure the products, then you go for the market.
So what drove Hitachi to get into the payments business?
Okay, so
Was it more at the beginning like a B2B thing? They needed to pay their supplier? Like, how did this happen?
Originally, because Hitachi has this digital transformation, social innovation, push.
Yep, inside the company.
Coming from the top. So this is an area we are trying to address, especially even for providing digital solutions
Okay,
for the banks.
got it. What are some of the operational challenges that come with delivering personalized financial experiences?
Very good question.
Because everyone's talking about this,
Exactly.
right? So
Yes.
what are some of the challenges that
Yeah.
come with this?
So first thing is the data fragmentation. That's the first challenge.
So fragmented where?
Okay, I'll give you an example.
Please.
For example, let's say most probably you have a savings account in a particular bank.
You're
or a
presuming
wallet.
I have any money, but yeah,
Yes.
go ahead.
Yeah. So let's say for a small payments, you might be using a wallet app, right? You're not going to use your bank account. Maybe like, based on your country. In Philippines, we have like, wallet apps. So you use for the QR code small app.
Yep.
But when it comes to if I want to borrow money, I might be borrowing from another entity.
Yeah.
Maybe another microfinance entity.
Yeah, it could be
Then
anything.
when I want to invest, I don't go to these two. I'll go to another entity. So how can I give you a personalized banking or service if my real application is to 2 or 3 different platforms?
Yeah.
So that's the fragmentation we
Got
have.
it. Now I understand. Okay.
That's a one
It's
challenge.
about service fragmentation. I want to work. I want to bank here. I want to bank here. I want to bank there, or do some transactions in
Yes,
different places. That's fragmented. Okay, but how do you solve those challenges?
Okay, so we have to work with actually the even the central banks and also the regulatories because data privacy is something. For example, if I'm a lending company, you are the savings company or wallet company, I don't want to share my data with you.
No.
Likewise, right?
No.
So then there should be
That's your proprietary edge.
yes. So
Right.
somebody has to come in and tell, okay, this is the boundary. So you guys can have this access. Open banking is a version of this.
Is it a thing though? Is open banking a thing in the Philippines?
It's getting there. It's not exactly like the Europe or in other countries, but it's getting there. Rules and the regulation is, supporting it. But yes, it's going on this speed.
What is the role that some of the neobanks in the Philippines play without naming them explicitly?
I think they are trying to address.
You know who I mean, though, yeah?
I know. They are also trying to address some of these areas. For example, like Philippines has a very large population of young workforce.
Yeah.
Right? So they want to. They have a lot of demand when it comes to their banking experience. Nobody wants to go to the branch. They want to have digital savvy. Everything should be in the FinTech. So these neobanks trying to address some of these areas. That's how I see the neobanks playing the role in Philippines.
But then how do they, what's the right thing to say? How do they get themselves organized inside the traditional banking system so that it can provide some of this open banking that you're talking about? Because that's just more data, more data fragmentation, right?
Yeah. So they have that challenge still. So definitely they still have to go through the regulatories and get that support they need.
Right.
Or else they have to have a lot of partnership as well.
Yeah, fair enough.
So they have to have association so they can actually help each other.
What do you see as like some of the biggest challenges or some of the biggest changes in payments like in the last 3 to 5 years in the Philippines?
If you are referring to more cross-border side,
both, because no country is self-contained.
Yes.
No matter how what's the right word? Internal they want to be, insular they want to be. No country is self-contained, right? So both internally, but also cross-border.
Yeah. So internally, in Philippines also use of this QR, we call it QRPH. Standard QRPH.
Got it.
So that's the standard. So technically, almost all the banks, all the fintechs, neobanks.
Who developed that?
It's actually the rule coming from the central bank.
Central bank. So this is like UPI in India.
Yes.
Got it. Go ahead.
Yes. So so technically it address the internal, at least the within the country, payments and the transaction. It actually help a lot.
How long has that been out there?
I think it's even at the time of the pandemic. Yeah, before.
So 2020, 2019. Can I ask you, even personally, but also professionally, like how transformational was that QRPH? How fast was the uptake?
Actually, it is pretty fast because pandemic happened.
Yeah. So nobody wanted to carry anything. Nobody wanted to touch anything. So it came out at just the right time.
Yes.
But was it transformational for the economy as well? Because now that everyone has access to get payments, it means that even a micro SME can take money just as easily as a big supermarket chain in the Philippines. Yeah.
Yes.
As like Robinsons or something. Yeah.
But of course, there are limits and the fees has to be addressed. But yes.
Oh, okay. Because in Thailand, that's free.
Yeah. But still the fees are there for some, because if you are crossing, if it is not in the same ecosystem of that particular area, so then there is a fees.
Maybe. So where does mobile commerce fit into all of this?
Yeah. So I think Philippines is a very tech savvy, population. Everybody has almost 80% or
more than that. It's got to be more than 80%.
They use internet access, mobile access.
Yeah.
So
everywhere all the time. It's one of the most social countries in the world as well.
Yes. Yeah. And just to share, Philippines is the 4th largest incoming remittance recipient in.
Do you know how much money it is?
It's around 35 billion
US dollars.
US dollars.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this cash now most of these are now coming from, we call it foreign workers of the Philippines. They're sending money home. So it is reaching to mobile apps. Most of mobile wallets, it's reaching there. So the penetration is there.
Right.
What we have to still address is the cross-border fees, the timing.
So if it's coming from, let's say if it's coming from Dubai or coming from Abu Dhabi or it's coming from Japan, where else? Coming from Hong
US
Kong.
even US states, yeah.
US it's harder because just whatever. Let's leave that aside.
Yes.
But it's much easier to get a visa in Japan, I think, for a foreign worker from the Philippines. That's been going on for generations, actually. The UAE, the big
UAE.
population of people from the Philippines working there as well. So it's coming in from there too. How has that changed over the past few years for how that money gets sent home in a way that's less friction associated with it?
So there are so many rails. Usual banking rail, of course, like Swift, they are
Yeah.
Then there are agency networks. There are a lot of agency networks.
In the old days, like Western Union used to send a lot of money
Western
back. But a lot of people see Western Union, right?
Yes, there are so many like that,
Right.
similar to Western Union, RIA.
Yeah.
There are some other networks like that. So those are actually helping. And I think just to share, there are a lot of pawn shop branches in Philippines.
Oh, yeah.
So
Really?
that is where, that's where you will go and collect the money. So that is, they are trying to address
So that's last mile.
last mile.
So those guys and gals will have an app or a bank account that sends money to them. And since they're transacting all the time, they're buying and selling goods all the time, for better or for worse.
Yeah.
I can go in there and say, my wife sent me money from Dubai.
Yeah.
I presume they take a little bit of a vig on it,
Yes.
a little bit of a spread on it, and then
Yeah.
they give me my money
Yes.
in cash.
Yes. In cash.
Interesting.
Yeah. And this last mile now being digitalized as well. So now,
Dude.
yes.
So how does that work?
So even the pawn shops, they have their wallet app.
Do they really?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So you can technically put that, cash into your wallet also. So then your loved ones in Philippines, they can, transfer, they can use the QRPH to do the payments like that.
What's the status of the Hitachi digital payments business in the Philippines? Like, how long has it been there?
We have been there almost 18 years now.
So long enough, but not that long, to be fair, yeah?
Yeah, so we have long way to still go. There is a roadmap we are planning. Yes, a very interesting country is Philippines.
Okay. Sandy, thank you so much for doing this today. I really appreciate your time.
Thank
It was
you.
great to
Thank
meet you.
Yeah. likewise.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cheers. Don't forget your water.
Yeah.
Thank you. How are you?
We have a change of guest.
Okay.
He's not our scheduled guest.
He's not our scheduled guest. That's okay.
Scheduled guest cancelled.
Canceled. Not a problem.
So it's okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Is it
So
okay?
yeah, so I always tell people it's like an ice cream cone that you're not supposed to eat. You want to be close enough so you could probably lick it,
Okay.
because that's the way it's going to get best picked up by everything else. So you are the global head of propositions
Yes,
at
ID5.
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 So tell me a little bit about ID5 and where you're based.
So I travel across Mumbai, India.
Okay.
ID5 is headquartered of India, but
Okay.
ID5 also has offices in Philippines, Indonesia. We are present directly in Malaysia, Middle East as well.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And indirectly through our partners like Amazon's and PayPal's, we are present.
Now you're flexing. Go ahead.
Yeah, now I have to, right?
Flexing, yeah.
No, we are present across 10 plus countries, but that's not it. So today I would like to talk to you a little bit more about, so the difference.
So what does ID5 do though?
ID5, we essentially provide the trust stack. In simple words, it includes identity.
Okay,
but,
go ahead.
Not just identity. Identity is the basic table stakes.
So trust technology is what you're talking about.
Related technology.
Go ahead.
Then on top of it, we we provide risk solutions, so which helps your credit lenders, underwriting, everything end to end.
Mhm.
But in India, also, we are one of the only 5 licensed players who can provide data privacy solutions.
What does that mean?
So right from consent management to data lineage.
To whom? Is that to businesses or to individuals or both?
For businesses. These are for businesses.
So if I'm a business and I want to transact with you,
Correct.
ID5 allows me to determine whether or not I can trust you or not.
Correct.
Go ahead. Sorry, interrupted you.
No, so that's it. The way I look about it is our end clients are businesses today.
Yep.
What we empower businesses, their businesses could be a bank, could be a payment player, could be a e-commerce player who onboards a driver.
Yep.
The way we empower them is we validate the person they are onboarding, whether it's a customer. So we look into the identity, we verify, we validate, of course. But beyond this, we understand behaviors, signals, to classify risk.
How?
Okay.
So you understand the behavior of business. Can I ask you another before you do that? Everybody in India, and you operate in India, yeah?
And
I know you operate in other countries, but let's talk about India in particular, because it's probably the biggest place that you operate, yeah? Every human being in India has a national digital ID.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Everybody.
Everybody.
When you're born, boom, you get it.
Yes.
And it never changes.
True, but there are multiple different national IDs.
Okay, but I just want to establish the fact that there's a national ID.
Yeah.
And because there's a national ID, it means that there's a lot of data around each individual person.
True.
They can be gathered and analyzed and all this other stuff. Do businesses also have national IDs?
Yes.
So that's what I want to ask. So does that mean then that the government is a repository for all this data about these businesses as well? And that's some of the data that you actually use to do this identification, verification, and trusting.
Correct.
Tell me how that works.
So if it's okay with you, I'll give you two different use cases, one in India and one in Philippines. Let's talk about both in details and contrasting.
And we can contrast them both.
Correct.
Beautiful.
So India went through its fintech journey, got ahead. There's the digital infrastructure is quite ahead.
In India. Oh my God.
The public infrastructure in terms of your insane in terms of data where it resides across different documentation. Payments, documents are collected everywhere.
The Indian government, let's give them credit, has been very forward-looking, very progressive in this context.
Also, there's been quite a lot of active efforts in unifying IDs. So there are a few national IDs now, but there
are a few national IDs. Can you explain that to me?
It was historically used to be multiple different IDs, one for voting, one for your filing returns, taxation returns, and also they used to be different. Now they have all tried to integrate it and interconnect it.
Into Aadhaar?
Aadhaar, yeah.
I just want to make sure I have it right.
Yes, that's correct. That's UIDAI. Aadhaar. It's a national ID which is linked to the other IDs as well.
I understand. So go ahead.
So in this cases, merchants, whenever say big payment players onboards merchants or any other banks onboard merchants, what are they really looking for? They're looking for validating the business, the nature of whether the business registration is correct. So business registration is similar to your MCC. There are documents in India which we call incorporation certificates. So we validate those in terms of understanding this is the right business. The name of the business corresponds to what it's supposed to be. The nature of the business is correct. The next level is, of course, verifying the individual or individuals behind the business.
Who says that they represent that business?
So a lot of times what you don't know is there are, for big corporations or LPs, there are multiple UBOs mapping the right
UBO?
Unified Beneficial Owner.
Go ahead.
And those are essentially the big owners, the people with a substantial part of ownership. Now, how do you really validate UBOs altogether? So in India, we have the largest repository of legal databases. So we cross-check against, and if there is a registered...
And those are all digital, yeah?
We have digitized it. We have collected it and
when you say we, do you mean you as
IDFI.
IDFI has digitized it?
Yes, it's not publicly available.
You've digitized all of that.
Yeah.
So when a new business gets registered,
Correct.
It goes into some registry at the government, and then you take that and put it into your database.
Correct.
And you have to partner with the government to do that.
Correct.
So they have to give you permission.
They have to give us permission for a certain amount of accessing the legal records and stuff, which we had already gotten.
I understand, but I just want to make sure other people understand how that works.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's how it works in India. But, in India, it's a very standard market where we focus a lot more on all these risks. The approach remains same whether we are in India or Philippines.
Sure.
I'll talk a little bit more and more details about Philippines because it's completely different.
Tell me.
Philippines just went through their digitization journey. So just for a few facts for you, if you
Go ahead.
know, Philippines, the digital penetration of financial services was at 20% roughly in 2021.
Meaning what? Meaning that only 20% of people
of the population in Philippines had one or more access to financial products.
Really?
That was so low in 2021.
Just 20%?
Yes. You know what the number is today?
80%?
No, it's not that bad. Not that good, by the way. It's 57%, but it is going towards 70% very soon.
Okay.
So massively, rapidly scaling.
But more than doubled. Almost tripled.
Almost tripled in 3 years. But what hasn't changed in Nuances of Philippines is how many national IDs they have. They have 16 almost national IDs.
For what though?
Yes, and there hasn't been there are efforts that are underway. Philippine state authorities, there are multiple who have this PhilSys, eGov, there are different places that are in progress. So validating, verifying these documents, and PhilSys has really taken an advanced step where they are trying to get into their digital architecture of similar models of Aadhaar, as you said, where they would have a repository.
Now you're just making fun of me, but go ahead.
I'm exactly saying it is. So validating and verifying those. But the challenge is it's for banks and businesses where compliance criteria become even tougher.
It's much harder if you have 16, like You were saying in India there may have been like 4 or 5 different national IDs, but in the Philippines you said 16.
Yeah, but
How do you consolidate all of that?
it's also different. Like there are certain documents, like your driver license, differs from state to state. So there's
That's actually probably true in the United States too.
true. So
Yeah.
complexity is there. The complexity here is you still have a national driver license, but you have a driver license, you have a UMED card, you have a SSS, you have so many different types of documents, and for a lot of them serve overlapping purposes. So verifying these essentially is just one part of the step. The way we look at our solutions is, just to give you a little bit difference, is when we look at onboarding, we look at it end to end. So
You
for
look at
end-to-end onboarding, what that means. So when you're trying to onboard a merchant or a business, it's not only about the merchant and the business who's getting onboarded, but the first step starts from the agent who goes to onboard the merchant. So imagine this, in Philippines, all these payment players sends actual people, human beings, to go to the stores to onboard them. So for example, if you're setting up POS machine, they will go and they will actually get onboarded. So you have so much feet on street.
when do they do business? They must be getting onboarded all day, every day.
So fleet on street. And you know the biggest challenge that these fleet on street face? They have to collect documents, go back, submit to the department. Then they hear back, oh, you didn't collect these 4-5 documents.
Yeah, you're missing this one or you're missing that one. Yeah.
So turnaround time is what everybody tries to optimize.
I know where this is going, but go ahead.
But people forget the turnaround time is a function of many things. It's a function of how fast and auto digitized your solution is.
Yep.
But it's also a function of first time right.
First time.
Right. It's a terminology which is very used by a lot of banks and payment players.
What does it mean?
How many applications which were submitted at one go ends up getting approved or rejected?
Got it.
They're not multiple hops back to the customer.
Yep.
And that's a big part of the customer experience as well.
Yep.
So what we have solved for is, of course, these parts where there's digitization. So we have a validation module. So if it's a DL card, imagine the 16 cards that I told you, you upload a wrong card, it'll tell you immediately on the spot, sorry, this is not the one. You have to upload this one itself. These are digitization parts of the journey,
yep.
But there's 2 more layers to it, and allow me to explain the layers and to simplify a little bit. The second layer after this is, of course, verification. And again, verification can only happen where there is a national registry or a source of truth. Mm-hmm. And there are some sources of truth. And Philippines, I think one I was giving, Phil says PSA has done a fabulous job of putting it together in terms. So then there is verification. But beyond verification, what banks really are craving is, this is a compliance burden for them. How can they really turn this compliance into some sort of business growth opportunity? How can they extract intelligence in terms of, oh, is this the right person? For example, there are 31 to 38-year-old Filipinos who generally go to open a current account, means they have changed their job. It means they have a new salary typically, and they are opening a new current account to link to their salary account.
Because the new job that they have has a different relationship with a different bank. So when they get their direct deposit, they have to open up a new account.
Correct. So if you look at that, then this is an immediate cross-sell opportunity for the bank or the payment players in terms of unsecured loans, credit cards, not just
Where does IDEFI come in?
IDEFI runs the intelligence platforms which can
all these banks and all of these businesses.
So identity verification is just the base and the table stakes play for us. Beyond that, we go to validation to ensure your first time operations is right. Beyond that, we of course take care of the new threat vectors in terms of deepfakes, in terms of liveness checks, in terms of static images, our ML modules.
Where would deepfakes come into play here?
Oh, a lot of, so maybe a quick detour for you. Mule accounts, Mule accounts, MULE.
I got it.
Accounts is a random pandemic which operates in India, Philippines. What these are, essentially, these are accounts of individuals which are taken over by scamsters, fraudsters to transfer money. Right. And these are almost indetectable by current systems as is, because at the time of onboarding, it's still the right person.
How would you even know if it's a mule account? Like once the account gets open and it's open properly, how would you even know?
So at the time of onboarding, there are 2 ways, typically 3 ways mule accounts get onboarded. Either the actual person comes in and
opens an account, right?
But then there is fraud syndicates which run deepfake, right? And deepfake is now, unless you have...
so you're suggesting a mule account is, I open an account, but I have an agreement with some other guy. Right. So, okay, so it's not like they hit me over the head and take over my account. They're going like, Michael, we're going to open an account for you, but we're going to use that account to do this thing, and we're going to pay you some money as a fee to be able to use that account.
Correct.
Got
So
it.
we have gone in detail and understood there are two types of mules, exactly what you said.
Yep.
So there are one type of mule who are voluntary, they will hand over their account for
Fair
them,
enough.
which means I will come. And then the other ones could be where they're involuntary and they fall to some pressures. Like there's
Yeah. It's like I owe that guy's money, or
or there's a love scam, which is
Yeah,
very
yeah.
common.
I didn't want to say that, but
yeah,
because I
but that-
couldn't come up with the right words. But a love scam. Let's do
yes.
that. That's a good.
I mean, it could be for anything.
Yeah, but if you know that like somebody's having an affair with somebody else's girlfriend, you can just kind of trick them into opening up a mule account
Correct.
for you.
So
Fair enough.
people do get exploited at the end of the day.
Yep.
But today's systems
And how do you know that? How does IDFI know that?
correct. So at IDFI, what we do is during the onboarding, we make sure all these checks are already done to make sure the person who's opening has all the right credentials. Now, even if it's a volunteer and if it's a deepfake or AI, then we can catch it.
If it's a what?
It's a deepfake.
Yeah.
Then we can catch it live there itself. We can tell that it's someone who's pretending. Yes, we do have the technology to do that. But beyond that, what we also do, it doesn't end at onboarding. What we also have is face authentication. So we have built in a depository of faces.
You
where
mean from then on?
From then on, we
Yeah,
have
go
worked
ahead.
historically with our clients to build in face authentications where we know if a face is actually, there has been a previous history of a fraud or a tagging to the face. And this is what we are actually building going forward as well.
Okay. But it feels to me like there's an arms race going on between the people that are scamming, getting much better at the things that they do.
Correct.
And I'm just using IDFI as a proxy, but IDFI getting much better at what it does.
Yes.
At what point do like the scammers win? Where like they're using better technology and then you have to kind of catch up to, do you know what I mean?
Yes. So I think it's always going to be a trade-off, a push and pull. They will always up their games. For example, e-cloning of SIMs has become such a rampant problem.
Doing this. Can't people just be normal?
Uh-huh.
I mean, you don't want people to be normal, frankly, because now you wouldn't have a business
No,
if
we
everybody was just telling the truth. But
we want to ensure that these
this is the trust layer. This is the trust layer you're talking about.
Correct.
Yeah.
Our end objective is to ensure trust is established.
So you just said something in passing. You said it's the attack vectors. So when you're doing your job, when IDFI is actually doing its job, if it identifies like a new potential attack vector, maybe something you hadn't seen before, are you alerting the rest of the market in sort of collaboration so that everybody else knows that that's now a new possibility?
That's exactly where our next frontier is. Today we have
I'm
started
so good at this. I'm so good at this.
So we have started working with partners and bringing in intelligence which is beyond identity. It could be device. For example, your device is used by an underground unregistered pogo to do underground.
Just you where my device was. Now you're making me nervous. Go ahead.
So
don't do that.
So device intelligence is one aspect. Identity intelligence is one aspect. Biometrics, face biometrics, server-side validation is one big aspect. Of course, credit history, and that's why we are trying to work with the credit bureaus as well to get those in.
But how do you get approval to get all this access? In other words, again, India has like 1.5 billion people. It must have hundreds of millions of businesses, all of them registered, all of them in an IDFI database. But you have to get approval from the government to be able to do that.
Correct.
But then you have to go to the Philippines to be able to do that as well. And then if you said you're in the Middle East,
yes,
then you have to go to like the UAE. I'm sure that's where you are, and say like you have to talk to the DIFC or whoever's running that, whatever the regulator is there. And why are they giving you all this approval?
So in terms of, let me again take maybe Philippines or Indonesia as a better example. In India, the regulators are forward-looking. They understand that collaboration is one of the critical elements for us.
They must love the fact that you're doing this because they don't have to do it.
Correct. So when the biggest thing for all regulators is to ensure, number one, compliance is followed properly. So it doesn't matter how many players come in. If you can create a solution which is compliant as per what they want to do, number one. Number two, for the banks, it is not just about compliance. You can provide them with compliance and intelligence because, look, it's a business. It has to run. That's very important as well. And the third bit of is all players like us. If we operate at a single individual solution based, you will only solve part of the problem. This problem needs to be solved end to end. So that's why we are actually working on a white paper on mule accounts, which brings me to this, where the way we lay out the solution is it cannot be solved just by one person. It cannot be solved by an IDFI alone. It cannot be solved by a device.
No, it has to be collaborative. It's too much, too big.
By a transaction monitoring. It needs a combination and a layered approach.
Yeah.
And we are happy to play a small but a very critical role in this.
So how big is IDFI?
So IDFI has almost 800 plus employees. We are a Series F funded startup.
Getting a Series F funded startup.
Yes, and we have.
I love India. What are you guys doing? It's pretty amazing.
But we have been in operation for 14 years.
Okay.
So we are more trending towards hopefully an established business at this point.
So can I ask you this question though? You've been in business for 14 years. How has this kind of onslaught of artificial intelligence tools both on the fraud side, but also on your side, helped you guys build like better products and be able to do what you do better at scale? Is that an okay question?
It's a great question. It's for us. Artificial intelligence has brought in two sides to the story which you captured. One is it has brought in new threats for us to capture
At scale, yeah.
at scale, but it has also enabled productivity and overall organization efficiency for us. Earlier, what used to be a one small pilot at a team nowadays is like everybody is speaking the language. So I cannot tell you, but how many individual product tech teams today are running automated test suits, starting from full PRD creation.
If you aren't doing it, it's oh come on, what's the word? It's negligence.
Correct. At this point, if you're not doing, as you rightly captured,
If you're not even testing it, it's negligence, right?
So there are specialist elements about AI that it cannot capture, and that's it. And that's exactly what you need. But a lot of the base groundwork, for example, I'll give you a quick solution. A new solution is being developed and writing a PRD. First, you do a business requirement document, then you do a product requirement document. The moment you start getting into a PRD, earlier it would take us weeks because you would align, you would change. Now, you're spending more time thinking through what the end-to-end remit of the solution is. The moment it's done, this documentation creation is just almost instant. Of course, there's still a lot of verification, evaluating this is the correct one before you go and build a code out of it. And again, coding itself, the software development has been massively disrupted, right? Give a great example of Claude, Anthropic, the naysayers from where they were at 1 year back versus today where it's
no comparison.
It's no comparison. It's a part of each and every way we develop and build softwares, and not just build, we test. Testing is something that's not talked about a lot, but in software development cycle,
we think about it a lot internally for this stuff that we do.
Testing has been disrupted so much.
Yep.
Again, doesn't take away the human at the end reviewing.
Yeah,
and
let's
quality check. Let's also be very pragmatic.
Clear about that. Yep.
Yeah, but that's how overall, even my time before IDFI at BCG, we saw this. The adoption has been insanely fast.
Good for you. Okay. Thank you so much for coming and doing this. Thank you for taking this slot and for taking the time to do this. I hope you don't mind all the questions.
I loved it. Thank you so much for having me here.
It was my complete pleasure. It was a pleasure to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you for taking the time. Really, really cool.
Great.
Okay. Thank you. Are you Grace? Are you Grace? Very nice to meet you as well. Michael. That's Martin.
Michael.
I'm the good-looking part of the pair.
Both of them.
I'm only kidding. I'm not.
More than one. You can have more than one.
I'm not in the good-looking category. It's very nice to meet you. You are the head of financial and regulatory at Drew and Napier.
That's correct. And
Grace Chong.
Yeah.
And where are you from originally?
Singapore. Yes.
Okay.
I was previously at the regulator also for 6 years.
What at MAS? Oh my God. Okay. Now, can I go home now? I'm nervous. I'm nervous. What is Drew and Napier? Is it a law firm?
Yes. So we do a lot of licensing, regulatory matters with a large focus also on payment providers.
Okay.
Yeah. So a lot of the clients in this space. That's why we are here. Yeah. So we do a lot of payments work, licensing, regulatory contracts. We help partners get together.
Perfect. Okay. Try to keep your mouth closer to the microphone.
Okay.
Is that okay? Like that. Perfect. Okay. You worked at the regulator. God, I have so many questions. Do you know what I used to do? You have no idea. I worked at Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs in Tokyo for 20-something years.
So
and
derivatives was big then, right?
This way. Into the microphone.
Okay.
Not like this.
Okay.
I didn't do derivatives. Say again.
Have you started?
Well, we're live.
Oh wow.
We've been live for
stop live.
We did live yesterday for 4.5 hours.
Amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. That camera's on you live right now. It's going right to YouTube. Say hello.
Okay. Morgan Stanley, you're saying?
I was at Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs for 20-something years in Tokyo, mostly.
The best years for derivatives, right? Like really exciting.
I was really fortunate. I say this all the time. I'm not the smartest guy in the room. I'm not the dumbest guy in the room for sure, but I was in the right place at the right time for a long time.
I know people who were there in Japan and basically it was a great time. No, because a lot of our work is the derivatives contracts and all, and they always tell me about the golden days, right? Yes.
Yeah, I don't look at it that way. I'm not very what's the word? Nostalgic.
Oh really?
No, I have no nostalgia. To me, everything's this way.
Oh wow.
And whatever happened back there, it happened. It was great, but I don't look back a lot. I look forward, which is one of the reasons why I love doing this, because I get to talk about what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Not what already happened, because what already happened has already been recorded. To me, it's kind of boring.
Yeah.
But anyway, so what made you decide to move from the regulator into the private sector?
Yeah. Well, I must say that I did not really set out to shape my life in a particular way.
Got it.
So I was actually a scholar of the Monetary Authority of Singapore.
Got it.
I did law, and the fun fact is that I was actually Lehman Brothers, the year where they went down.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I was in structured fund management, and
God, I'm sorry.
was the team that was developing structured fund. And since you were ex, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs,
Morgan Stanley.
You know exactly,
Yeah, I have too much information.
So I think during that period there was a lot of focus on bonds and the issues of bonds, and some of the
Ratings.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I went back to MAS and dived straight into that whole focus and investigations into misconduct. And I was in the capital markets department.
Good for you. It must have been so interesting.
Yeah, it was really great. I think it was a key part of my growing journey, and during that period I think I was exploring, just learning lots of things. And then after 6 years, an opportunity came out in Hong Kong to actually join a bank, which was HSBC.
Yep.
And and I was part of the team that focused on monitor related compliance, redemption, sanctions investigations. And my path just started from there, because I went to private practice at the late part of my career, because no one really goes to private practice at like 8 or 9 years, right?
No, not really.
So because of that, I'm still a little bit like bushy-eyed, I guess.
Maybe. But let's talk about this.
Yeah.
How are the regulators in Singapore approaching AI-driven financial products, right? Because I can imagine, I know how we used to develop financial products when I was there, but we didn't have the benefit of artificial intelligence. But how is it happening in Singapore, and how does that compare to what's going on in some of the other parts of Asia Pacific?
So AI definitely is a big topic. It's all over Singapore, and there has been a lot of guidance issued by the MES. The earliest version was something which we call the FEAT principles: fairness, and accountability. General principles.
FEAT.
Yes,
Go ahead.
Yeah, but fairness, ethics, and so and basically was just governing principles on how you use AI. Of course, we have gone much further and much more advanced since then.
Tell me.
And so basically, I think in terms of the banks actually bringing systems, using AI systems for compliance monitoring, trying out agentic AI in terms of shaping new products. Robo advisors, what robo advisors can do has really advanced. So most recently, the MES has also released a particular consultation looking more at AI risk management and data governance and some of these aspects. So I think we have gone from the stage of just theorizing what it is in the future to really looking at it very practically and understanding how you risk scope it, how you are developing the governance and teams around it, and how you audit it. So auditability as well as explainability as well.
So I've always found the MAS to be really progressive, really forward thinking. I don't think that's an opinion, actually. I think it's more just like a fact. But how do they work together with other regulators in the region, whether it's the FSA in Japan or the Hong Kong regulators, to not to harmonize the regulatory environment, but to make sure that they at least look similar? And the other question is, why don't you talk about that first? Because then I want to talk about how do they actually work with the banks and the financial institutions to actually figure out how they're using artificial intelligence? So just let's address the first one first.
So the interesting thing about MAS, which I think some of our foreign clients are always quite new to, is the fact that MAS is the omnibus regulator, right?
It's what?
It's an omnibus regulator. In a lot of other jurisdictions, like in Hong Kong, for instance, you have the Hong Kong MA, which is the banking regulator. You have the payments
regulator, the payments regulator.
So everyone is all separate and works a little bit differently. And the styles of dealing with each is really quite different.
Right. And the personality of the HKMA as opposed to the style, the personality of the payment, it's all different.
Yes.
Yep.
So with the MES, you have one regulator and you have different departments. And so at least there's some sort of,
in the same office, talking to each other.
Yes, correct. And you have the development team, you have the capital markets team, you have the payments, and banking. And so there's some sort of consolidated or developed strategy or thinking of where Singapore is going to. And of course, a lot of it is innovation focus, which is the AI.
It has to be. Singapore is like the innovation engine in the whole region. Yeah, go ahead.
At the same time, you have the supervision departments, which are focused very much on consumer protection. So right now, the big discussion in the digital asset space is more safeguarding controls. governance, and a lot more looking at conflicts of interest, for instance.
Right.
And a lot of these strengthened controls on both sides, and you may not get a consistent story with other regulators and the teams that focus on, but it tends to be in Singapore that if you're looking at one particular area, it stretches across others. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? And they would be related to each other. And since it's an omnibus regulator, they can actually cross-reference.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit better. But how do they work together with like some of the biggest banks and financial institutions then to make sure that they actually understand how they're attempting or proposing to use, large language models, agentic AI, and where it fits into like all this kind of finance stuff?
Yeah. In actual fact, I don't think it's a supervisor and you report to me how you're doing kind of discussion. I think a lot of the banks in Singapore, as I see them, they have been having very engaged back to fro. They contribute to the consultations. They present their models. And on some of these product discussions, we have been brought in by some of the banks to literally they have a product sheet on the board and they have all the teams in. So it's a consolidated discussion and growing and exploring. And one of the key ways, I'll give you an example on that, is that Singapore has a lot of projects which explore how AI can be integrated into various systems or tested across
the country itself?
Yes, yeah. So for example, it could be a regulatory sandbox, or it could be, a focus on compliance monitoring and how different solutions and tools could work. So the banks are very much part of that discussion, and they also share more about things that are happening in other jurisdictions. So I think it's a little bit of a two-way discussion as well, and a lot feeds back on global development. So for example, Singapore, the MES does tie in with a lot of the global regulators bodies like ISCO and the Bank of International Settlement and different regulators around the world. And they do contribute and share their thoughts. And in a similar way, they observe developments in other jurisdictions.
Do you think that the foreign banks that either come into Singapore to begin to operate, or the foreign banks that have been there for a while, have a different relationship than the local banks with the regulators? Or maybe a different understanding of what the way the regulator works, if that makes sense.
I think
because like DBS has been dealing, I'm just using them as a proxy, like DBS has been dealing with the MAS for 60 years.
Yeah.
Right? Singapore 60 years.
Yeah.
Do I have that right? Yeah.
But I think the reality is that a lot of these issues are not homogeneous. So it could be that
good answer.
The native local banks are moving towards, developing tokenized gold products, stable coins and so on. And it doesn't mean that the biggest and the best, like your Morgan Stanley would be necessarily be the front runner.
Don't blame me on that.
So everyone, is really looking to seeing what is the best fit, what is the best risk model. And I do see a lot of engagement even with the local banks. And so I say sometimes when you're a smaller player or a digital bank trying to make a splash in the space, it is even more necessary that you try to tighten or understand the regulator more.
Yeah.
And a bank will have its issues as well, because being bigger, they would therefore have higher expectations. And I think the relationship with regulator is never straightforward.
No, it's not. Believe me, I dealt with the FSA when I was at Goldman Sachs. The FSA came in to do an audit of Goldman Sachs. Yeah, that relationship was not straightforward. It was fine. I operated in a business that violated no regulator. We did nothing wrong, but they still wanted to come in and audit. And part of the reason why they came into audit, which is why I asked you the question earlier, was because they wanted to understand what we were doing. So when they went to audit other companies, they already had a better understanding for what we were doing.
I see that. So I see the same playbook of questions.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
For sure.
Yes.
There's a thought out in the market that financial innovation, and particularly artificial intelligence and agentic AI innovation, is moving so fast that it's difficult for the regulators to keep up with it. Not just making the regulations that should guide it, but to just understand it. Because on a day-to-day basis, if you're sitting inside of a business, you're forced to learn and understand how these new tools are going to be applied to your business. But the regulators aren't sitting, they're not embedded in that business. How do they make sure that they're up to date as much as they possibly can be, so that they can have a proper conversation with these financial institutions?
Yeah. So actually, this was the topic of conversation for one of my earlier panels today.
Stupid. How good am I, by the way?
Yeah, it was
making it up.
Dr. Goh Peng Yu. I don't know whether you have read his research.
Go ahead.
He looks into systems thinking and autonomous, systems and
go ahead. I'm
into it. Yeah. And one part of it, which is in consideration, is where the regulators and where the banks are going with systems thinking, and whether they are thinking about systems that are sustainable and
What does that
in
mean,
the
system
future.
thinking?
Yeah, so basically,
You sat on this panel, yeah?
I interviewed the guy. So
You were the moderator.
I was the
Okay.
moderator,
Talk to me.
yeah. So it was fireside chat. He's one of the keynotes, you know. So
Yep, yep.
incredible guy, you know.
Sure, sure,
Yeah.
sure.
Yes. And-
Congratulations to you, by the way, for being able to moderate that panel.
Oh, he was very fascinating. I think I felt like I was talking to a PhD professor.
Yeah.
Yeah. And basically the idea is that how much architecture and thinking do you go towards the way you are improving and reinforcing the way you're improving the system?
Go ahead.
And in terms of active enforcement, how are you testing out what works and pinpointing what values are going in, and how are banks thinking about this?
During the
Yeah.
innovation process.
Yes, correct.
What was the result of this panel?
Well, he has this interesting concept that basically a lot of companies are working towards better an economic incentive, but at the same time everyone is trying to achieve a certain point of happiness. And I think his view is basically seems to be engineered towards more systemic outcomes and more structured and systemic ways in thinking about
Right.
how you're introducing some of these systems.
And how does he work together with these financial institutions? Is he like a consultant to them, or is he
Yeah.
trying to get them? Because again, you said
Yeah.
it sounded like you're talking
Yeah.
to a PhD professor. How is he working together with
Yeah.
these financial institutions?
Ask him that, because Silva Lake is not entirely independent, as I understand it.
Yeah.
So he might be the best person to talk about that. But what I can say that in terms of one of the questions I did ask him was, are there standards? Are there auditors? If you want someone to come in and look at your system,
Mhm.
where are we with those standards? And his view was that there are very little standards. I thought it was interesting. So I said, I said, how many people are equipped to do this, right? And he said, very few people are equipped. So,
Yeah,
I
this is
guess
the point, though, right? This is the point, because things are moving so fast.
yes.
Right. I don't want to make an equivalency between just like
Yes.
putting your data on the cloud,
Yeah.
which is a much more straightforward activity. But then all the stuff, this systems kind of
Yeah.
design stuff that he's talking about is much more sophisticated and much more
Yeah.
complicated, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
on that front, yesterday I was reading an article shared by a friend of mine, which was very interesting because it compared our state of development of AI systems and all to something like the Great Leap Forward. Are you familiar with the Great Leap Forward?
When?
Mao Zedong,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I
And
just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
where everyone tried to like create metal on their own, and it wasn't high quality metal, but everyone kept professing to have
Have the
created
best, yeah.
highest volumes
Yeah.
and highest impact, and really, are we dealing with very sophisticated systems? Is it really hitting the incentives? It's a bit like the blockchain discussion, right?
Yeah.
Do you really need a blockchain?
No.
Or are you just creating more pots and yeah?
I would
so-
say no, but I mean, that's a good, everyone who's listening to this is going to feel like that's a very controversial statement.
Yes.
Because we're sitting in a place where people are focused on, blockchain development and
Yeah.
moving the financial system on chain.
Yeah.
I don't see it yet. I mean, I see little bits and pieces of it. It's a conversation for a different time, but
Yeah.
anyway, where do you see the biggest compliance gaps as it relates to agentic AI as it moves into like some of these financial systems workflows?
I think it's
And then I'll let you
the
go.
concept that you mentioned, which is basically explainability and understanding of how
Yeah.
the system works.
Yeah.
So I think for a lot of these systems, which or the way it's integrated, there are some providers out there which purport to bring you through, help you set it up, introduce it and explain how you're going to use the system, right? But the difficulty is that once that guy is gone and you have outsourcing contract, his company may not get funding and he might go bust, right?
Yep.
It happens in the industry, right?
Yep.
So that's why the knowledge or understanding how you tweak it going forward. Can you find a replacement provider? It's a bit like how there was this funny story I read in there was a time in Singapore where there was a outage or something and everyone's electric locks didn't work,
Oh no.
get into their houses.
Oh no.
So it's a bit of that thought which I have in mind sometimes because of the way we are so integrated with service providers.
Yeah.
that-
In some ways, we're
Yeah.
way too connected.
yeah, in data centers in UAE and how that hit a lot of us, right?
You want to hear a funny story?
Yeah.
I have a home automation system in my condo,
Oh wow.
which I never use.
Oh wow.
I don't own it. I just rent it.
What's the story on that then?
So this is the funny story. And I had forgot about this until you just mentioned this. The data center that runs my home automation system is in Bahrain. So my lights just started freaking out in my house. And I went down to the juristic office and I was like, I can't use the lights in my apartment.
Yeah.
I turn them on and they go off. I turn them off and they go on. Like, what's going on? And they're like, we need to reset your thing because the data center in Bahrain
Oh, wow.
was damaged.
Yeah.
So you're right. This level of connectivity that we have, we take for granted that it's always going to work.
Yeah.
But I want to mention one more point because I think you made a really good point, and I want to end on this if you don't mind. I'm not an expert on the Great Leap Forward, but the way you've explained it to me is that everybody thought they were doing the right thing. But again, if you democratize everything and give everybody access to everything, there's going to be a whole cohort of people that don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think this is true in the AI and the agentic AI space too, particularly when it comes to financial services. Just because somebody works at some big bank or some fancy financial services company doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be technically adept enough to be able to use the newest technology. But if you roll it out to everybody, now you have this, again, great leap tech. You have this great AI leap forward. And now you're giving a bunch of people access to stuff that they have no idea how to use. I think it's a really interesting way to think about it.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Grace, thank you so much for this. It's fascinating. Really fascinating. Thank you for your time.
It was a pleasure meeting you.
It was a pleasure meeting you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you have your next live speaker.
I don't know. Do we?
Thank you.
That was super duper. We're not in a rush. You guys can chat if you want. I don't care. How are you? Michael. Very nice to meet you as well. You have a really interesting role, I think.
Oh, thank you.
I think so, don't you? Do I have this right? Holly Fang, Chief Business Officer at the Singapore FinTech Association.
Oh, well, that's merging two hats.
Move a little bit closer. Just move your chair a little bit closer because I want people to hear your voice. You have to use this microphone like it's an ice cream cone that you're not going to eat.
Oh, that close?
Yeah, look where my mouth is.
Like this?
Kind of like that.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to be kind of like less than a fist close to it. But anyway, wait, so talk to me. You said it's two things merging together?
So I'm the Chief Business Officer at Finmo.
At Finmo? At
Finmo. And then the president at the Singapore FinTech Association.
Well, you work at Finmo.
I do. I work at Finmo.
How come it doesn't tell me that here? No, it's okay. That's okay. That's great. Okay, so talk to me about how that works. What is the relationship between the because how does this position then get decided?
So you mean for the SFA?
Yeah, for the Finmo thing, you either get hired or you get fired.
Yeah, you go through an application process.
Yeah, this I completely understand.
Well, we also go through an election process.
Right.
So the SFA is the National FinTech Association of Singapore.
I got it. But is this something that you want? In other words, did they go out and say like, oh, we need to get Holly to come and do this? Or is it something where you said, I want to go do that?
I want to do that. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay.
Exactly. And each term is 2 years.
Is it 2 years? Okay.
To all of our members, anybody who's a corporate member of the SFA, they can put their hand up to run for the presidency or the rest of the Exco. So we have 11 people on the Exco.
Okay.
All of us are volunteers across the financial service space. We have FIs, we have fintechs, the consultants, and people like Grace, and then we have secretariat team. So 14 people on the secretariat.
Okay. And what is the Singapore FinTech Association trying to accomplish? And this is not part of GFTN, yeah?
No. We get that.
Why are you mad?
It's a very common question. We get this a
No,
lot.
I didn't think it was, but I wanted to point it out to the listeners and the viewers that it's not.
Yes.
Right, because again, the GFTN is an outgrowth of the Singapore FinTech Festival, and now that they're going to go global and do a bunch of other stuff, so that's its own separate entity. But there must be a relationship between them and you, no?
So I see us as sister entities, both born out of support from the MAS.
Right.
GFTN is very much global.
Yep.
Whereas for
in the name.
It's in the name, right?
Global Financial Technology Network.
This is in our name, which is Singapore Association. So
you're just making fun of me. Yeah.
So we're very much inward.
Right.
Where we take care of businesses either born out of here or who've chosen to set up here. We help them to expand within Singapore and to go beyond our borders.
Got it.
But our primary mandate is to encourage entrepreneurship, innovation.
Okay.
For fintechs out of Singapore.
For fintechs out of Singapore. But do you also support, because there are fintechs that come, let me back up for a second. Singapore is one of the most effective and efficient places to run any business actually in Asia. No insult or derogatory comments about the rest of the region, but because of the regulatory framework that's there and the experience of the Monetary Authority of Singapore and just the ease of setting up a business in Singapore, it just becomes a really efficient place to do this. But because of that, a lot of fintechs from around the world want to domicile themselves in Singapore as well for their expansion into the rest of Southeast Asia. You'll also support them, yeah?
We do. So we don't, we're completely open wherever they come from, as long as they choose to set up here in Singapore.
In Singapore. I like how you keep saying here. You know you're in Bangkok, yeah?
Oh, I mean here in the in this region,
I'm with you.
wider
Go ahead. I'm just
region.
kidding.
If they choose to set up in Singapore, if they need help, SFA is there to support them.
Perfect.
And then because we are a very neutral ecosystem player, supported by the regulator for the ecosystem. So we're a very natural, neutral bridge to foster multi-party dialogues.
Bringing up so many things. Do you mind?
Of course.
What is the relationship between the SFA and the MAS? Like, how often are you interacting with them? How do you try to shape what the regulatory environment works like? How do you help educate them about things that they're not experiencing on a day-to-day basis, but that they need to know about? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So I'll share about the relationship and then about the way we work together.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's an education. It's more of them educating us because, you know, the Singapore MAS, they're super progressive, right?
No, they're the best regulator in the region.
They are truly, yes.
Yeah, I did say it.
We were founded 10 years ago, actually along with SFF, the Singapore FinTech Festival, along with the appointment of the very first chief FinTech officer at the MAS. So everything happened around 2015.
Who was that?
Back then it was Subnendu.
Yeah.
He might have been on the show.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So everything started 10 years ago.
I remember.
You know, it was really the brainchild of the regulator, people very passionate about the industry, operators, investors, everybody coming together and saying that, okay, we have the regulator support with grants in place. We have the Financial Innovation and Technology Grant.
It's okay. It's hard to remember all the...
So we have all of that in place. Now we need an association that can play that neutral ecosystem role.
Right.
And that was how SFA was conceived. So we get support from the MAS in terms of government funding.
Perfect.
And then help us to run our day-to-day operations, runs the salaries of our secretariat team.
Got it.
So we work very, very closely with the MAS. We see them weekly, bi-weekly.
Do you really?
I mean, we also have to report to them our progress. When you take government money, there's KPIs that you have to meet.
Yeah. But why was this a role that you wanted? Because you have a full-time job.
I do.
And you mentioned everybody that's in the SFA is also a volunteer, right? So everybody else has a full-time job, I presume, right? So why was this something that you were so passionate about that you wanted to do? And do you remember who preceded you? You must.
So for me, there were, I was first and foremost a beneficiary of SFA.
For sure.
So I actually started, am I saying the right, is it the right beneficiary?
Yeah, for sure. You're Singaporean, right?
Yes.
So you're a beneficiary of just the entire Singaporean infrastructure.
That first and foremost, yes.
Yeah, which is one of the best infrastructures. And I don't mean like the physical infrastructure. I just mean the sort of, I don't even know how to say it, the philosophical infrastructure of what Singapore is on an ongoing basis. Yeah?
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, like psychological safety.
Yeah, just like everything about it.
Everything about it, yeah.
And just so you know, just so you understand my context, my first time in Singapore was December 1990.
Oh, we've changed a lot since.
No, I know that, but I've been back so many times since then. But my point is, I've seen the progression and the development, right? Which is probably before you were born. But anyway, you understand.
No, I was born before that.
You understand the point, right? I wanted to say that so you understood that I have context as well about how things have changed over time. You're closer to it, but I have a better understanding, I think, than most people that aren't Singaporean because I've been going there and doing business there for years. Anyway, so sorry. Tell me why you want to do this.
Yeah, so so I've been now with different fintechs for about 8 years now. Mostly in payments, always been actually been in payments. My first two companies have all benefited from the support of SFA.
Yep.
And payments companies in general will tell you that the biggest pain point actually is the licensing
really?
process and the timelines.
Got it.
It can be painful, it can be long, it could be uncertain.
Is it expensive?
Not so much expensive, but
just time. It's a time sink.
It's very open-ended.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And so when you as a founder or a business looking to set up here or to grow here, you need certainty to operate. But very rarely would you be able to get that from the regulator directly.
Got it.
So SFA kind of played a softer role here where because we have so many of our members who've applied, been through the process, given us feedback, we hear feedback also directly from the MAS around what are the common challenges that applicants face, what are common reasons for delays, why
the licensing process.
Go ahead. So we're able to also help play some of that support softer role
Mm-hmm.
to give our members assurance on what is really going on, that, you know, it's a common thing, that this is really like what the process is all about, that everyone goes through a similar kind of length in terms of application.
Yeah.
So we and because from my experiences, you know, every time we feel this uncertainty of what do we do, how do we get some insights, SFA is almost always the first port of call. Someone that we turn to, someone that we trust.
Can you tell me an example where you've had some uncertainty in business? You don't have to mention the name because you're at Finmo now, but you were at other companies before. But maybe just kind of a generic example of what that uncertainty looks like and what the SFA did, like why that was the first port of call.
So
this is all new information to me.
Yeah.
You don't mind, right?
No, not at all. And it doesn't even have to be my own experience.
Yeah, but just things you've heard. Yeah.
We shared the
Sure.
very similar experience. So we have companies coming in, and then and this is not a company from Singapore. There was someone else coming in, and they said that they submitted the application, everything was complete, and then they just don't hear anything for however long.
Right.
And then when MES comes back, they have this cryptic question.
Do they really?
You know, how do we respond to that, right? Like they're trying to like fish for more information. Is it really what it seems on the surface?
Right.
They come to us and they said, you know, can they help us understand? Do other people go through the same? And then we can share with them experiences. You know, what's fast is people maybe who are fresh applicants during this period of time. This is what they did. We've also seen cases where it goes on for years. Maybe some of these considerations, and then help them to understand where they fit in. So I think that it's something that a lot of founders found a lot of value in. That is not them. I think a lot of them is like, is there something wrong with my application?
There's no way to know, right? If you're operating in a vacuum, right? It's not like you're sitting in a room with 15 other people applying at the same time, so you're not getting feedback together.
Exactly.
It feels like it's just you.
And we one thing we also do a lot is roundtables.
Go ahead.
So closed door discussions where we gather founders together and we let them talk among each other. So then we also have facilitated discussions where we bring in our Chief FinTech Officer, Kenneth. So he's a new Chief FinTech Officer and he's super supportive. And then we now do this breakfast series, the Founders CFTO Breakfast Series, where over breakfast, founders, you know, of a particular FinTech segment, they really can ask any question they may have.
But how do they interact with each other? Because at some level, they're competing with each other.
Yeah.
So it's, I hate this word, but it's so appropriate. They're like frenemies, right? In a way. But they're still open and willing to talk. Like, do you think anybody's gaming this thing at breakfast?
So I think that's the magic of that's what we do, right? That we bring people together, and because it's moderated, we are there in the room. MES is there in the room together with the founders. We don't talk about things that are like commercially sensitive.
For sure.
Common challenges, feedback that everybody's been hearing. And it's good when you have founders actually surfacing these problems, and then when someone else hears the same thing and they're like, oh yeah, actually I feel the same thing.
Right. Like I've had the same experience. So again, it doesn't feel like you're operating in a vacuum.
Exactly.
And then they can go back to their C-suite and tell them it's not just us.
Yeah, exactly.
So those ladies having the same problem, or those guys have the same problem as well.
They're like Singapore company, or they're some other country. They've collected, I don't know, 9, 10 payment licenses, and they're still facing the same issues.
Can I ask you, what do you do at Finmo? Is that okay to ask?
Of course. So I'm the Chief Business Officer. I take care of our...
Chief Business Officer there too.
But I take care of our payments infrastructure. So I build our banking relationships, payment rails.
Did you ever work in traditional finance as well?
I've always been doing payment partnerships.
Okay.
But I started my career with the Economic Development Board. So I was a public servant once.
That's normal in Singapore though.
It is.
That's pretty normal, right?
Yes.
So you have a 2-year term and you're new at this, yeah?
I'm midway through.
Midway through. What do you want to accomplish? Right? So when you went there, you had certain things that you wanted to get done. Obviously, you want to make it easier for everybody just to operate. And I love this. I didn't think about like the SFA as being this sort of conduit between the founders and the MAS. I just didn't think about it, which I think is fair.
Yeah.
But now that you're there, now that you're doing it, now that you've been operating for half your term, now you have a much better perspective. Because before you were just going there as a participant, but now you're there as a leader. How do you think differently about like what it should do and what it can accomplish from maybe what you thought before? Like when you leave, what do you want to be proud of that you left there that wasn't there before?
Thank you for asking me this.
Is that okay?
Of course. And I think it's a something I've been thinking about actually for the past 1 year.
Awesome.
I think before taking up the term, in my head, I'm thinking I want to do like big bang things, right?
Like what?
Like a big event, for example, a flagship event or thought leadership pieces.
Okay.
But actually after 1 year, I feel what really makes a difference is helping the little guys. And actually, right now, our membership already we cover for people who are big. We have a membership tier for the big guys. We have a membership tier for the small guys. But I really want to support the founders who are really just starting out before they found PMF, before they've raised any funds. Maybe it's just one person struggling.
Yeah.
We want to also make whatever we have accessible to them. So one thing we're going to push this year for is almost like a free, like a community kind of membership that's given to fintech founders.
So you have to pay to be a member of the SFA.
Oh yeah, of course, because membership revenue helps to sustain our activities.
Yeah, I just didn't think about it. Of course, that's not a bad thing. I don't mean it in that way.
Our fees are so cheap.
No, I'm not.
Because,
no, I'm not.
Because actually, I think
I didn't mean it that way.
Our SFA's mandate, aside from self-sustainability, it's really to foster innovative, collaborative ecosystem.
Right.
Our true reason for existence.
Go ahead.
So we do a lot of CSR things. You know, all of our events are free.
Okay, so I interrupted you. You said that you wanted to create a tier where some of the really early stage founders could just come in for free or at a much lower cost. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I want them to have the same access to the MAS, to our community of other founders and investors.
Yeah, because otherwise it would feel a little bit unfair.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of like a pay to play, even though we're so cheap, but we do want to support it.
Yeah, I understand. But again, like I try to explain this to my daughter about money and numbers. $1 million or $1 billion can feel like a big number, but it can also be really inexpensive because it depends what you're buying, what the value is on the other side. Whereas in some cases, a penny, which doesn't feel like a lot of money, can be ridiculously expensive because if you spend that penny, you can go to jail because it means you're breaking some law. So whether it's cheap or expensive, to me, there's a value that the SFA is providing regardless of cost. Is that fair?
Absolutely, yeah. And I think every day that I'm in this position, I'm so convinced of the value that we bring to members, to founders, and I want to bring that value to more people.
So what changed your mind, right? Because you must have had a perception as a participant in the SFA, what its mandate was like, what it was trying to accomplish. What changed your mind from thinking we should do these big bang events and do thought leadership and stuff, and then you realized, oh no, actually we should do this other thing? Like, what was it that changed your mind?
I think what changed was over the course of that 1 year, I've had a lot of offline conversations with our members. Either I reach out or they reach out. They just want to have coffee. They want to have one-on-one chats. I realized everybody actually have the very same questions, and the way they see value is really maybe just for one connection. Just for a piece of insight.
Got it.
Is to us, it's like maybe we can provide that for you, like, for just over coffee. For a lot of them, they feel like it's inaccessible. They don't know who to talk to. Who are the right people, right, to reach out to. And this is exactly where we come in. They're not looking at SFA to organize, say, a Money 2020 or Singapore FinTech. That's GFTN's role. But for us, it's really being very connected to the ground and being available and being very supportive.
Do you think there's a little bit of an embarrassment for founders that are struggling to come in and go like, look, we really want to be part of this. We can't afford it.
Absolutely not.
No, before you have this initiative, you don't think they're a little bit embarrassed? Like, did they reflect you? Did they say like, look, Holly, we want to be here, but we can't afford to be part of the association, but we feel like we're getting left out. Is there any way we can participate without paying the same level that everybody else is paying?
I think it was almost like the other way around, which is,
so you noticed it and you're like, that dude really wants to be in here, but can't afford it for sure.
More of, I really want that dude, but he's like, okay, my money's better spent somewhere else. But I'm trying to say, hey, give us
but that's a different story. Sorry, go ahead.
Give us a chance. And then, let us prove that actually we bring you a lot more value. And then maybe you can weigh whether it's worth it, maybe from the second year onwards.
Got it. Okay, one more thing. How deeply invested are the fintechs in Singapore, or even just the financial institutions in Singapore, in building the proper artificial intelligence infrastructure to make sure that Singapore continues to lead? And again, let me give you my perspective. When I first went to Singapore, it was actually a manufacturing hub for electronic goods. I don't even know if you've heard of this company called Creative. They used to make soundboards. But I'm just saying, like, that's what it was back then. But because the government is so progressive and so forward thinking, they're like, that's not going to last forever. And we're not always going to have an advantage. So we switched to banking and financial services, and then we switched to startups and stuff. And now AI is the thing. And I get the sense that the Singaporean government is going like, we better be the best at this as well. So what is the commitment there? And do you feel like that's going to work again? Because it keeps working.
I think Singapore is very clear about where we can play and how we can win.
Yeah.
So we're not competing on like, compute power or
No.
foundational models. That's not our strength. But where we're good at is implementation.
Yep.
Is putting in place frameworks for sustained growth and scaling. So Singapore is actually one of the first countries, I think, in the world to have a national AI strategy.
Probably.
And then this year, after budget 2026, we established a National AI Council that's spearheaded by the Prime Minister himself.
Yep.
To help to scale AI adoption across various sectors, including banking and finance.
Yep.
So there's a very concerted effort to play. And here for AI specifically, we're really looking at implementation, execution, driving up adoption. So a lot of the things that we've seen over the last or recent few years, led by the MAS in our space, is putting in place frameworks. We have the AI risk management framework, identifying risk, guidelines for governance, data, and all those stuff to help foster innovation instead of stifling it by regulating it.
Yeah.
So I think that's, so, with all of these developments, I feel very, very hopeful and optimistic that we're positioned.
Are the investors, we don't have a lot of time left, but I just want to ask you this because I just thought about it. Are the VCs also involved, particularly the ones that invest in financial services, that invest in fintechs, also part of the SFA?
They are indeed.
Okay, that's interesting. Huh.
Yes. So we do a lot of business matchmaking.
I was going to ask,
we match, fintechs with large FIs, also with investors, and then the vice versa.
Got it. Okay. Was this okay for you?
Yes, of course.
You were great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Conversation so much.
I loved it. I learned a lot too. That's what I like to do. Okay. Holly, thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael.
Bye for now.
Michael,
very nice to meet you.
And you. I just said to Martin, this is like fintech speed dating.
God, if it's dating involved, I'm gonna be terrible at it.
Well, me too. It's been a while.
Yeah, I wasn't even good at it when I was younger. A little bit closer to the mic.
Yep, all good.
Dan Owens, Chief Strategy Officer at Oceanpayment.
Correct. Yes.
This is a company based where?
We are based in operational center in Shenzhen, in mainland China.
Shenzhen, okay.
With Hong Kong as a HQ, and also licensed and located in Singapore.
And where are you based?
I am based in Hong Kong.
You are based in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
How long have you lived there?
I have lived there December 24, so only 18 months now.
Where were you based before that?
London for 10 years, and Dublin before that, yeah.
The Dublin thing I can hear?
Yeah.
You can hear the Dublin thing? But what were you doing in London?
I worked for an acquirer, so heading up commercial growth strategy for a UK and European acquirer. So always kind of being within the fintech and
tell me what Oceanpayment does, just for context, and then we can jump in and see.
So Oceanpayment, we are a global PSP. We operate our own gateway. We are a payment facilitator, an acquirer, as well as an issuer. So we've got a full suite of payment solutions.
And how long has Ocean been around?
Since 2011.
Okay, so for a while.
So good while now.
Again, the reason why I ask is because I want to understand your perspective.
Sure.
So that I can follow up in the right way. If you've been around since 2011, the technology and the technology stacks, but also the way the world interacts on the payment space has changed dramatically.
Yeah, hugely.
So if you had started this business in 2023, it would look different. It would feel different.
Yep.
So you'd had to have adapted a lot of things that have changed over the past 15 years.
Absolutely.
And I think that makes it really interesting. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
So do you want to talk about how AI is impacting the business in general? Do you want to talk about, you want to address fraud to start with?
Yeah, I think fraud is a really, really interesting subject.
Because it's really important, particularly in financial services, to have the right level of fraud prevention and understand risk management. And if you put cross-border payment on top of it, now you're adding another level of complexity. We could talk about this for hours. So go ahead.
I think for cross-border payments, I think the figures say about 9% higher. Fraud is a 9% higher for cross.
It makes sense, right?
Right. Absolutely.
Okay. So how does this all work? How is AI changing?
So the way what we're seeing is there's two elements, right? The usage of AI. One is to use AI on top of, let's say, a traditional rules-based solution or a strategy to manage.
But it's really static, though.
It's static, but what we're seeing now is, and I spoke to a provider yesterday, it was really interesting.
When you say a provider, you mean
an AI risk management provider.
Got it.
We're hearing a lot of talk around, let's move away from rules-based and let's move towards more predictive behavioral.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
What I've realized over the last couple of years is there's a combination of both. So one, you need to implement rules, right? Because particularly with cross-border, there's so many jurisdictions,
Yeah.
there's so many different personas, there's so many different scenarios. So rules have to be there.
We have to have some foundational rules.
Foundational rules.
Right. Stuff that just cannot get violated, cannot get broken. Yeah.
And then what happens is the AI agents that come in and sit almost on top of that or work in tandem with that can make real-time decisioning at scale. And when you've got so many rules baked in, right? The benefit of using AI or agentic AI is to be able to provide real-time decisioning. So for example, we've seen, you know, real-time decisioning happening in like 1/10 of a second. And the impact on that are going to be things like false declines, right? Which is costing, I think, merchants 75 billion USD.
False declines meaning somebody wants to make a payment, but the AI agent looks at it, looks at some behavioral patterns and says, that's not going to be good. They decline the fact that it can make a payment. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, or the AI agent is more intelligent or is able to gather more data, right? Where maybe some of the rules-based systems that we talked about there are a bit too static, right?
Yeah.
The other element where we're seeing, and we're probably somewhere between, we're moving more towards the behavioral, the predictive. Of course, we all hear around the keystrokes, the use of biometrics, right? Again, having spoken to a handful of AI fraud prevention providers here, they've got that in their roadmap. Not many are fully rolling it out. I know
about the keystrokes and what else?
Keystrokes, various different biometrics.
Biometric stuff, yeah.
I know LexisNexis made an acquisition. I can't for the life of me remember who the company was, but a lot of that data is being fed into these providers as well. So I think that's certainly coming. But in our experience, and certainly being around the industry for a number of years, AI is fantastic when it comes to fraud, but of course it's a constant battle because you're combating the fraudsters who are also using AI. So it's
but they also don't have to have they also don't have to have any of the guardrails that you have to have. Right. So it's almost like fighting a conventional war against a guerrilla warfare, because they can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
They can move around, they can change locations, they can do all this stuff.
Correct.
You're running a business.
Yeah.
And they're institutionalizing what they're doing. So it's not like they believe they're running a business as well, but their business is more mobile, more energetic, like all these different things that you guys, I'm not saying that you're not energetic, but you understand what I mean.
Yeah.
They can shut it down and spin it up and shut it down and spin it up and change everything. And that's what you can't do.
That's the risk, right? I sometimes describe it as like throwing water into like a barrel of sawdust, right?
Yeah.
You're not getting very far.
No.
You know, there are...
And then move the sawdust. So now you're throwing, but now you're throwing water into nothing.
Yeah.
That's the point I'm trying to make, right?
100%. But we've seen the use of things like, neural networks as well, which are doing things that, like, say, a rule-based system could not have done, which is making those connections at scale that maybe the traditional ways could not do that. So are there, is it just geographics like locations, right? Very similar patterns coming from a certain location, patterns coming from the same cell phone provider or the same country prefix. So stuff that is... like you say, ever changing. So it's about just, I suppose, keeping your ear to the ground and making sure that you know what's out there before you just go ahead and implement things, right? You first of all got to understand where the fraud is happening.
Yeah, but does it also mean that companies like payment companies like yours also have to have, at some level, build their own internal cyber team? Because in the old days, like you said, it wasn't a 24-hour day, 7-day-a-week thing, and not the competition, but the fraudsters didn't have access to tools like they have today.
Yeah. 100%.
The tools they have today are insane.
And so it's interesting because some of the tools we don't know about yet.
That's my point, though, right? Because you're sitting there trying to run a business, and as the chief strategy officer, you have to strategize, and no pun intended, but like how to just do your regular business. But on top of that, you have to think about how not to get caught in not just you, but your clients don't get caught by fraudsters as well.
Yeah.
So it's multi-layered, no?
It's multi-layered. It's highly complex. It's ever-changing. That's, I suppose, the exciting bit about it, but also the scary bit about it, right? But I think we're all in the same boat, and fraud will be very, very different in 10 years' time, right? Look back 10 years ago, what it was.
Yeah, look, I don't even want to bring up quantum computing and talk about what fraud's going to look like. Yeah, because we don't know. Yeah, because we don't know, right? So it's a little bit of a red herring discussion.
Yes.
But I will say this: there's a guy that comes to the gym where I go, and he just looked haggard to me one day, and I'm like, dude, are you? And he's strong and works out every day. And I was like, dude, are you okay? He's like, yeah, I'm fine. I was up late last night. I'm like, what do you do? He said, I'm in cybersecurity. He goes, I never have a chance to sleep. And I don't think that was true just like 3 to 5 years ago.
No.
No? So can we talk about something maybe a little bit more happy?
Exciting.
Because I feel like we could talk about fraud forever.
We could be here all day, yeah.
Because we could literally do like an entire show on just like, and we had a gentleman here earlier talking about the institutionalization of these, they're almost like businesses, but like these warehouses and hubs where they build massive sites to just fraud everybody.
Everyone.
It's not just you.
Yeah.
They'll try to take money from me.
Yeah. Businesses, private individuals, banks, small.
Because they can do it at scale without even like, it's no skin off their back.
Correct.
To do it to you and to me at the same time. The marginal cost is zero. So we could talk about it forever.
Absolutely.
So let's get to something more nice. What are the biggest friction points that merchants face when expanding into new payment markets today? And you can also talk about orchestration if you don't mind.
Yeah.
As well.
It's really interesting. It's been such a buzzword, right? The last couple of years, orchestration and orchestration layers. And at Oceanpayment, we're a global PSP. I always describe, we don't call ourselves an orchestration layer, but we have been orchestrating flows to different acquirers based on different scenarios for years.
You would have had to.
That's what you do as a PSP.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I think sometimes we get caught up in the term orchestration. I see the benefit of orchestration. So to answer your question, one of the biggest friction points still today, it's no longer a cost, right? Cost used to be a bit of a friction point for cross-border payments, right? I think that's gone.
What was making it so expensive?
It's prohibitive, but now there's so many different ways to.
It expensive though?
I think it's just a cross-border interchange scheme. Companies deciding if they want to access local rails, do they need to establish themselves in
Got it. They have an entity there.
Operational, just structural, regulatory, all of those elements.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think that's no longer an issue. But what we start to see is localization complexity, and we often talk as people within the industry is about switching on the right local payment methods, right? That was forever. Oh, if you want to go into this jurisdiction, you've got to switch this on, right? And merchants have eventually started to listen, but the problem is they are not localizing their entire flow. So it's all well and good if you get to your payment page and you offer 20 of the top methods within that region.
Right.
But if the entire localization of your entire checkout process is not structured in a way that's going to speak to the personas or the individuals in that jurisdiction.
Right.
I mean, you can add an APM, right, or a local payment method, and that might add 30%, right, on top of your conversion. But if you don't localize the entire flow, then you're again going back to throwing water into a barrel of salt, right? You're just
I'm going to use this from now on, by the way. Can I ask you another question?
Sure.
Every country's different.
Yes.
It's really strange in a way, right? Like you can go into the United States and just have one payment service provider and pretty much handle the whole country.
Sure, yeah.
But it's a gigantic market. It's not that fragmented. But if you come into Southeast Asia, like the payments in the Philippines are very different than the payments in Thailand.
Yeah.
But on top of that, there are multiple payment providers in each one of these countries. And I don't want you to make a prediction, but I'm curious what you think about, are we at a stage right now? Because like orchestration at some level is necessary in an individual country because there's so many different providers.
Yeah.
And maybe there are different stages of doing their business. But do you think that there's going to be some, and this is slightly off topic, but I'm curious what you think. There's going to be some consolidation.
I think there.
You know what I mean? Because if you look here.
Strong partnerships, right? Already.
Yeah.
Right? You see Project Nexus, for example. But one of the key things, and go back to your orchestration, is because you have so many different, particularly in Asia, right? You've got so many different wallets and different local methods. Downstream, that can cause problems for merchants, right? And without strong orchestration, right? So you've got like different refund logic, different dispute handling, different settlement flows. And so sometimes you can implement to increase conversion, but then it causes you more pain at downstream. So I think that's where orchestration comes in, is to make sure that you're orchestrating those flows, the reconciliation, that there's almost a unified, a collaborative way downstream.
Here's the thing, whether it's business to business payments or even consumer to business pay, like if I'm just doing e-commerce, I don't care how it happens.
You just want your money, right?
Either I just want my money or I just want to pay for something and get my goods in return.
Yeah.
But I also want to do it in the most cost efficient way.
Yeah.
Right. So if there's a 3% fee here and I don't know that, and I just go like pay, and you're like, what am I doing paying 3% for?
Correct.
But there was a way that an orchestrator using artificial intelligence could have
Yep.
said, don't use that payment provider, use this one instead because of this reason. And there are other reasons too, not just cost.
Yep.
That's why I think consolidation is going to happen.
Yeah.
I think things have to get easier and less conflicted.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
We need to simplify it, right?
How do you see this infrastructure evolving? Are we ending up in a place where there's going to be massive consolidation?
I don't know massive consolidation. There will certainly be consolidation, but there's consolidation always happening in the payments landscape.
Yeah, I mean, this is constant, right?
This is constant. I think it may be accelerated, particularly in Asia, right? Because it's still somewhat fragmented, but there's already a lot, there's a willingness and there's a lot of drive to collaborate, particularly on
companies like yours. Sorry, I'm excited.
Yeah,
sorry.
I can tell.
Sorry. It's like, shut up, Michael. Can I please leave? But I'm always trying to think like second order, third order impact. Do companies like yours that have been around for a while, you're not new, you're established, you must have a big customer base, right? You understand the markets really well. You understand different markets and different regions really well. Is there an incentive for you, if you think consolidation is going to happen, to start buying up businesses without giving away like, internal strategies and stuff? But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if your clients, if your clients in China, let's say, or in Hong Kong want to make payments in Thailand, you just buy a Thai PSP and that's where they always make payments. Then you can optimize for that. Yeah. I'll let you go.
Yeah, correct. And that's always possibilities. There are also different models and ways of I suppose accessing those markets locally, right? So we know that the merchant of record model, for example, has been around for a long time. And actually, we're seeing more and more acquirers, more payment institutions start to realize that you can set up these merchant of record models in a safe and compliant way,
right?
And still then give PSPs, cross-border PSPs, a little bit more control. And then hopefully keep the costs down a little bit as well for the end merchants. So who knows what will happen in terms of any acquisitions? I can't give anything away. It's a good question. I think yeah, often, if you just look at Stripe, right? Stripe are just a prime example of
because they're starting to acquire companies.
I mean, I mean their corporate strategy is. It would be hard to catch them, right? Because something is developed, it's new, it's fantastic, it's best in class.
They go out and buy it.
They don't want to compete with it. They're just right? So we're not quite there yet, but maybe one day.
Dan, thank you so much for doing this. I hope this was good for you as well.
Yes, fantastic. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
For your time. Take care.
Thank you. Sure.
Hey, what's up?
Hi, how are you?
Great. How are you?
What's your name?
Asaf.
Can I see you? You are the Chief Business Officer at Teleperformance.
Now called TP, which is bad for English, but
Yeah, fair enough. I don't know why it's so bad, but
well, you're ATP,
Yeah, so we're not. I don't think it's that bad.
Yeah, okay.
I can feel this. So maybe we can talk a little bit about what Teleperformance does first.
Sure.
And then we can move on from there. And where are you based?
I'm based in Singapore.
And where are you from originally?
I self-identify as Californian.
Fair enough.
And you?
That's a good answer. So I kind of self-identify as Japanese.
Yeah. Okay. I mean,
and I'm not kidding. I'm not. I know that sounds sarcastic to you. You weren't born in California, but I was born in California.
Right.
But I lived my entire adult life from 24 years old. Until today.
Yeah.
In Asia.
I've been living in Asia a long time also. So I can empathize. And when I'm in when I'm in Singapore, people say, where are you from? And I say Toa Payoh, which is the neighborhood I live in. I live in the house that I've lived in the longest in my life.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of things that are, so no, I haven't been there 25 years, but I've been there 13.
Fair enough.
I've raised my children there.
So what does TP do?
TP is the world's largest business process services company.
What does that mean?
We're an outsourcer.
Okay.
We're an outsourcing company.
Yep.
And so we're the largely unknown, unseen partner to many of the world's largest enterprises. And
so give me an example of what type of business they would outsource to you so I can get a better
context. And we are known for things like customer care and tech support.
Ah, okay.
Right? But we do.
So how does that manifest itself?
Of other things. So if you call, let's say, I know you're not American, but I'm going to pretend you are. If you call,
I have an American passport,
United
but
Airlines,
worthless.
or United Healthcare, or you call Bank of America, or you call, Fidelity.
If somebody ever
largely, frequently you're talking to someone who works for my company or one of our competitors.
Really?
Yeah. Usually, not usually, but frequently.
Okay, go ahead, because I have a follow-up question.
Yeah,
go ahead.
And so we
try to stay closer to the mic
again. Yeah, of course. Again, we're sort of like the behind the scenes partner for a lot of the world's largest enterprises in a lot of their important, but maybe not exactly core to what they're known for,
right?
Business processes. And so, just another, so customer care and tech support are the things the industry has been known for. The delivery sites that people think of are places like India and the Philippines.
Centers.
So we operate a lot of call centers. We do a lot of other consultation and process enhancement for all kinds of companies all over the world. Where the reason we're here is one of our major practice areas is banking and financial services. Nice. So we support 350 banking and financial services customers around the world, from the biggest banks.
And where's the company headquartered?
The company was originally founded in France. Okay. And we're traded on the.
Don't tell Martin that. Don't tell Martin that. I won't go right to his head.
I know.
Don't do that.
And now I say we're a big global company.
So can I ask you this?
Yeah.
I've always wondered this.
Yeah.
Let's just say you're providing call center services or customer service services to, I don't know, pick a company. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
Are the people, say again?
Rakuten.
Perfect.
Okay. Yeah.
Does that mean that the people that are on the other end of the phone speak Japanese?
Depends what Rakuten needs. They might come to us and say, hey, we're rolling out a new credit card in Japan.
Yep.
And we want a live sales force to, do some lead generation.
But how do this is my follow-up is, how do the people that are actually doing it, because they work for TP.
Yeah.
How do they know what the right answer is when they're doing customer service or working on a new product?
Well, that's
for Rakuten.
Yeah, that's our special sauce. Like, we are deeply embedded. Like, there's a
the guy that does that. Is he just working on Rakuten?
Yes.
Or is he working on Mexico?
No. He's working on Rakuten. And so when we design a program, there's a lengthy process of solution design and making sure you're my Rakuten customer.
Yep.
Hey, Michael, what do you need? Where are you going? What are the specific needs you have? What are the lists we're going to use? You have the list. You have high propensity buyers of this credit card product, or you have existing customers who you want to try to upsell and cross-sell. Okay, great. And so give me that history. Let's talk about what that looks like. Let's talk about where these people are. Let's talk about what kind of training they need. Oh, we're not hiring customer care people. We're hiring people who have a sales disposition, because this is a sales job. Some of those customer
but they work for you, right?
They work for us, but they work for you. So one interesting feature is, I've walked into a lot of our delivery sites around the world, and we work for some of the biggest and best household names. And you walk in, you're like, wow, I'm walking into the office of that company.
Right, so it feels like Procter & Gamble.
It feels like Procter & Gamble. It feels like Stanchart. It feels like all the tech companies that we do work for. And, and those, they all have a specific.
Oh, it's very different. It's very different.
It's very dynamic. It's
yeah.
And so,
I worked at Citigroup, and I also worked at Goldman Sachs, and it was like
totally different,
night and day.
Exactly.
It's way better at Goldman.
We try to mirror that. And we get a lot. We try to adopt the cultural ethos of our clients, and we try to, and we do a ton of training, right? So our special sauce is, we're human capital plus technology, or sometimes technology plus human capital.
Yeah, it depends what the balance is, right?
It depends what the balance is. And some people are very tech heavy, and they need a few people at the right time.
We'll get to that.
People, they need a lot of. They still need a lot of people.
For sure. That's never going to go away.
You're never going away. I'm never going.
I'm never going.
Yeah, I know.
People want me to go away, but
I'm sure they don't. Some do and some don't.
Most do, but anyway, that's
so that's how we do it, and we adapt. And so one of the things we're very good at is hiring. One of the good things.
That's what I was going to say, because there must be KPIs for these people, particularly if they're in sort of a salesy type of role.
Yeah.
But who does the evaluation?
It's a joint effort. It's a joint effort.
There's a team that does it, and then there's like let's say a Rakuten team that does it.
Of course,
just as an example.
And we don't pretend to know their business better than they do. Over time, we might.
Yeah,
right?
maybe.
We have some deep embedded relationships where we get to know the business at least as well as they do. But and so each program is, I'll use another example. Let's say we're talking about we're an extension of the sales force for a sophisticated product like a high-end medical device or whatever. You need a certain profile that is very different than some of our other clients. We have a lot of e-commerce clients going back to Rakuten where they need sort of more run-of-the-mill
generic kind of
my package didn't show up.
Right.
And there, that might be chat support, and you can have people who have less education and less sophistication.
Right.
And their tech tools are again, technology, either run-of-the-mill technology or very sophisticated technology and process flows embedded into everything we do.
So how long have you been at TP?
Just 2 years. 2 years today. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. 2 years today.
I'm not buying the beers. You are.
Okay,
but anyway.
All right.
A lot has changed in the technology world in the last few years, for sure. And I'm sure you've seen it, but this is not your first job.
No,
and
definitely not.
Maybe your second. But you've also seen a lot of technology cycles and how it's changed the way companies do business.
Yeah.
But I feel like we're at the dawn of something different today.
I do too.
And I've been doing business for a long time as well.
Yeah.
And I've seen a lot of tech changes, and I've never really had this feeling before.
Right.
Where it's just like, oh, this could really, maybe the one other time was, because I wasn't there, although some people think I was, when electricity was invented.
Right. But you were definitely there for the advent of the internet like I was.
Completely.
We were early guys then.
We sat there and we watched it and we were like, okay, this is not going to be standard operating practice anymore.
Well, don't you think this is like that?
But back then
more so.
But the reason why is because back then, two things were different. There was not as much throughput, meaning the internet speeds were not that high, so things couldn't happen at the same pace.
Yeah.
And compute wasn't as powerful.
Yeah, right.
So those two things were bottlenecks.
Yeah.
We don't have throughput and compute bottlenecks today.
That's true.
And the technology that we were implementing back then, whether it was TCP/IP or whatever it was, did not self-perpetuate. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
So today, one of them, not the only difference, and maybe not even the biggest difference, one of the differences is that the AI, and if you look at what Anthropic says about Claude Code, is that 60% of Claude Code gets written by Claude Code.
Right.
That wasn't possible before.
Right.
But in that context, where does that fit into what you do?
Yeah.
And understanding that I believe very strongly that technology creates more jobs for humans, not fewer jobs for humans.
Yeah.
But it allows them to do things in a way that they couldn't do before.
Yeah.
So you mentioned technology before. There has to be a balance. But what does that look like to you? And what is your impression? Because we're at early days. You don't have an answer.
We don't have an answer.
Ideas.
Yeah. And so look, I think the fundamental, you're right. I've been through at least that big cycle with the internet like you have been. And that was exciting and frightening all at once. And we survived it, right?
We always do. We're human.
And so I feel like this is somewhat the same and different for the reasons you said, because of the feels like it's more powerful, feels like there's more acceleration.
It also self-perpetuates. Like it does stuff we couldn't do before.
That's right. I also believe that there is I don't think we're going to displace humans out of everything, right? So our legacy business, our historical business has been human capital heavy, and as we've gone along, our business has grown. The acceleration of humans, like the advent of technology, has accelerated in our business, and so I feel like the pitch is not that different, right? It might be the mix.
The mix is going to be different for sure.
And so when we say like, "Hey, we're human capital plus technology," it might be more like we're technology and we have the humans embedded in the place where you need them. And what we talked about with our customers is outcomes, like everybody does.
Exactly.
We say, what do you want to achieve, and how can we help you? And so in a complex regulated industry like this one, there's a lot of desire to adopt, and there's a lot of guardrails.
There's also a lot of pressure to adopt.
There's pressure to adopt, but there's also hurdles. Like people do not want to run afoul of the regulatory environment, Japan or Singapore or wherever it might be. And so,
fatal. It could be fatal.
What's that?
It could be fatal.
It could be fatal in
for your business.
That's right.
No. I don't mean like physically fatal. I just mean for your business.
It could be fatal for your business
because your agent could be doing something that costs you $100 million. Like that's fatal for most businesses, right?
Which has happened in before AI came along.
Of course.
And so, I think of it as, I honestly don't think of there being a fundamental shift in the way we pitch our capability. And we say, we do the consultation, we have the technology, or we can use your technology, and we have some people embedded in the right way at the right place at the right time.
Let me give you some context.
Yeah.
When I was in college, I worked
Where'd
at
you go?
Connecticut College.
All right, great. I love
Wow, you're flexing, checking on me.
Yeah.
Were you smart or stupid? Very stupid, obviously. I went to Berkeley, but whatever.
No, you said you were from California. I thought maybe you went to UC Santa Barbara.
I was born in California.
Okay, got it.
Actually born in Santa Barbara.
Okay, wonderful.
But I actually at night, because I was 4, I worked a job where I had to do 411. So it was directory assistance.
Info, yeah.
Yeah. But I didn't have like a 100% autonomy.
Right.
I had a manager listening into me.
Yeah.
But the point is that since the operations at scale couldn't have that many people working there just because it was either too expensive or just wasn't necessary, they had to have enough managers to monitor everybody's calls. I don't even think they were taping them back then.
Yeah.
It was 1937 or 30, I can't remember, just before the war. But the point is that even if you replace agentic AI, even if you replace the human with agentic AI, someone's going to have to monitor it.
Yeah.
And if you can use agentic AI at scale, you may actually need more humans to do more monitoring. So this is my thing. That's all.
You're hired.
That's all the context I wanted to put into this.
So, I mean, that's exactly right. So I don't know what it's going to look like.
I don't know what it's going to look like.
I don't know what it's going to look like, but, and look, we have a lot of people around the world.
For sure.
That's one of our selling points, because we end up doing a lot of work for larger enterprises that
are all over the world.
They're all over the world, and they're looking to unify their data layer.
Sure.
Unify their process. And
they can do that themselves.
They're looking to enter new markets and things like that, where we have capability and people. And so again, that pitch, what we of course are an industry and a company in transformation ourselves,
just like everybody else,
ourselves and
for you,
customers. And so, again, I don't know 5 years from now. I spend a lot of time thinking about this, and we have a brand new CEO. So I'm like, oh, how is he going to do this? And I talk about it with my teams, because we get these questions all the time. Doesn't agentic totally displace you? I'm like, well, I don't think so. I think we adopt it and we own it, and we find our way to play in it. And I don't think an agentic AI is displacing me or you.
Not a place.
And eventually, especially in enterprise selling, it is human to human.
Yeah. I want to buy something from somebody I know.
But I love what AI does for me in my daily life, and I love seeing how some of my colleagues and our process enhancements internally are evolving to be more effective, more efficient, smarter, showing up for pitches that are more sophisticated, showing up for
doing stuff they could do before.
Where we really signal that we understand their business at least. These are the kinds of things I've been training salespeople on for a long, long time. And it used to be like, hey, you need to spend some time and read the annual report,
right?
And they still need to, but
now they can summarize it in
There's someone summarizing an agentic, AI is summarizing it for them and giving them the insights and helping them think it through, and giving them the competitive landscape. I don't want to let people off the hook and be like, well, but it does help. The sophisticated ones, the smart ones, the ones who are thinking forward thinking, are using the tools, and then the tools are embedded in the workflows. And I'm not as capable of telling you exactly how we do it in each one of our programs.
I wouldn't ask anyway.
But it's in there, it's embedded. And so we can go to a legacy business and say, hey, we do this for 350 of your peers, and we do it at scale. And we're pretty confident about it. And we're not magicians, but we think we have some solutions for you. Let's talk about that.
Perfect. Okay, that's a great way to end. Asaf, thank you so much for doing this. Completely ad hoc, completely out of nowhere.
How do we do? What's your surname?
Waits.
Waits?
Yeah.
WAITZE.
TZE.
Wait, one of my people, I think. Yeah.
One of the short ones.
Yeah, that's right. So
nice to meet you.
In Japan. Am I going to see you in Japan? I'm up there all the time.
Yeah, maybe. I was there in February. How are you? No, I live here.
Oh, you live here now?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Michael.
How are you?
Good.
Nice to meet you.
Are we on schedule? This is you, yeah?
Yes, we are on schedule.
That's you, yeah? Yeah, I just want to make sure. Sorry.
So tall.
Look at
here.
What am I? You want to move in a little bit closer? Because you want to have your mouth like right in front of the microphone. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. How do I pronounce your last name?
My name is Sing.
Sing.
I think you can just call me Sing.
No, how do I pronounce your last name?
Sing Jie.
Yeah.
Jie.
I want to try. Okay. Sing Jie, Head of Business Development in Southeast Asia at AAA. AAA, easy for me to say. Simple, very simple for me to say. Maybe before we start, you can tell me what AAA is. Like
So-
where it's based, where it's domiciled, what it does.
Yeah, so AAA is a stablecoin payment company.
Okay, let's go.
Yes, based in globally. Actually, our headquarter, we have three. So our Asia headquarter is in Singapore. We have our Europe headquarter in Barcelona.
Okay.
And then we have our US headquarter in Miami. So it's a good one. Yeah.
Miami and Barcelona.
Of course, the best, right? So it's
Sounds like a hardship posting to me.
so basically it's a globally licensed stablecoin payments company that
Okay.
help businesses accept stablecoins without being exposed to it. So why do I say that? It's because a lot of people
Being what?
exposed to the
Yeah, go ahead.
stablecoins
We'll talk
itself.
about that too. Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead.
So a lot of people think about stable coins. I have to hold it, to manage it, complexities.
Yep.
But we remove all of it because
Go ahead.
collect it, we convert it to local currencies and settle to them. So that's the beauty of triple.
Where are the most of your customers? Like, where's the basis for most of your customers? And you can talk about Singapore, you can talk about Barcelona, you can talk about I presume the Miami business is dealing with people in Central and South America? Or Latin America? No?
Actually a mix because a lot of our merchants are from developed markets.
Developed markets. Okay, this is a news story. Go ahead.
So our merchants are from developed markets. Like about 40% of our business is in Asia.
Okay.
40% of our business is in Europe. And then the remaining 20 is like US and Middle East. And we actually have 20 MTLs in the
What's an MTL?
money transmitter license.
Go ahead.
Yeah, in the US.
No jargon.
No, sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, and why I say it's developed markets is because they actually need to receive payments from emerging markets.
That's what I want to say. Okay.
So all our customers are actually from developed markets, but the people that needs to receive or be paid are from emerging markets.
Focus of AAA's business? Is it trying to get SMEs and businesses to pay other businesses, or is it trying to get businesses that are like domiciled in the United States or in Singapore and Barcelona, but that have employees globally and pay their payroll?
So there's a couple of use cases here, right? So that's the B2B use cases and the B2C use cases. So a lot of our customers actually come to us. We actually get a lot of inbounds and a lot of them are enterprise customers.
Like,
So
give me an example of, you don't have to give me a company name, but just like what kind of business they're in.
So recently we onboarded one of the top 3 cloud company
Okay.
to accept stablecoin payments. And you may be wondering like, why? Why do they need to accept stablecoin payments, you know?
Can I guess?
Yeah.
So let's say they provide cloud, let's say they provide cloud computing services to a company in Africa that does not have access easily to either banking systems or to US dollars. I'm presuming that your cloud provider is a US based company. And the only way they can do this is by using AAA to give whatever the local currency is. And maybe there are currency controls as well.
Correct.
They give you the local currency, whatever it is, some, you know, I don't know what country it is. And then you take a stable coin and you pay it to a bank account or to a wallet or whatever for this cloud provider. They switch it into dollars. Everybody's happy.
So something like that. The emerging market point was right, but we don't always necessarily collect the local currencies. Sometimes the partners
already have
stable coins.
Okay, go ahead.
So then that's where they pay us directly in stable coins and convert it to USD or Singapore dollars or euro to give to our merchants. So that's one of the use case. And another reason is Web3. So there's a lot of blockchain companies.
What's Web3?
So Web3 is
Kidding, go ahead.
Of course. But basically you think about a blockchain company.
Yep.
You know, they build blockchain. They don't have a bank account, right?
They can't have a bank account in some cases. Yeah.
How do I pay my cloud computing bills? I can't. So that's where they pay us in stable.
But so where are they holding their stable coins?
They have their own wallets.
So they have their own crypto wallet. Inside the crypto wallet, they just accumulate stable coins. So how, but where do they get the stable coins from? They're paid in stable coin as well?
Yes. They receive payments in stable coin. So the people we deal with most of the time, they already have stable coins. I never have to educate someone.
Oh, really?
Stable coins here to pay me because the people we are facilitating.
Are you dealing mostly with Web3 and crypto native companies?
We don't. Our merchants might. So we don't deal that much with Web3 companies unless it's like an exchange where we help them do the conversion and then pay out to the user's wallet.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting though. So you're not really dealing with local, because we spoke to somebody earlier and their whole idea was they take the local currency, they turn it into stablecoin, and then they take that stablecoin, they pay somebody else, and they take that and turn it into their local currency, whatever it is. He also called it a stablecoin
sandwich,
which I don't understand. Why do people make this stuff up? Can we throw this away?
I can explain to you why they call it a sandwich.
Why don't you explain to me, just so the audience knows?
Because the first mile and the last mile is always in the local currencies. And sometimes, you know, when you use USD Swift to do cross-border, it takes so long. And I just spoke to someone and he told me it takes 7 days to move money out of Ghana, right? And, oh, okay. So then there's a lot of capital and time lost.
Go ahead.
So that's why, you know, sometimes what we do is we collect the currencies locally. We convert it to stablecoin so that we can send it out of the country fast and then do the conversion again.
Okay.
So we shorten the time and it's cheaper.
So I want to get your opinion on this. I asked this other guy this who was sitting with me earlier as well. He also runs a stablecoin company, but I'm curious for your perspective. It seems to me, and your experience is different than his, because his is very much local currency into stablecoin, stable into stable, and then stablecoin into local currency. He's dealing with the entire sandwich, but you're not. You're dealing with like an open sandwich in a way, right? Because you're dealing with this piece of bread and then stable coins in the middle for the most part. Yeah.
We have 3 different buckets. I would say in terms of stablecoin, the first one is what I told you. So receiving payments in stablecoins.
Yep.
That's one of the legs.
Yep.
Another one is paying out in stablecoins. So actually today we work with a company called Multiplier. They are a freelancer platform, EOR.
Yep.
And we do the last mile
pay in stablecoin
through us.
Do they really?
Yes. So a lot of freelancers, you'll be surprised in Bangladesh.
I am surprised.
In Africa,
They get paid in
want to be paid because think about it.
They get paid in dollars. Is it because they want the dollars, or they just want to get because they don't have a bank account?
I mean, like partners like Multiplier, they have multi-currency providers, right?
Sure.
Like the Payoneers and stuff to do that. But then do the people want to receive the local currencies when it's so volatile? Not really.
Yeah.
They prefer the whole stablecoins because they don't have access to a USD bank account.
Right. They can't open
So
one.
this is the best next option, right? So that's the second bucket. And then we actually do the sandwich as well for payment solution providers and financial
How would you break it down, those 3 buckets? What percentage is what?
I would say 1 to 2 years ago, it was more like just the payments and payouts 50-50.
Oh, really?
Many PSPs and FIs in the recent like 1 to 2 years.
You love jargon.
Financial institutions.
And payment service providers.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And then they realized like, oh, you know, this is more efficient. It's faster.
Yeah.
Right? So that's how they decided that, you know, by talking to us, they realized that we have banking connections in different local parts. And that's how we can help facilitate that. So recently, I would say it has slightly moved
Okay.
to maybe equally.
Really?
Equally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ghana sits on what continent?
Ghana. Oh my God. My geography is so bad.
Africa?
I think so.
I think so too. But I just want to be clear about this, right? So do you get the sense, and how long have you been working at AAA? How long have you been involved in this? Because I want to see perspective, yeah?
So I've been at AAA for almost 4 years.
Oh my God. Okay. So long enough.
The crypto industry, I would say almost 6.
I don't even deserve to sit at the same table as you.
No.
I'm not even going to ask the next follow-up question. But do you get the sense that a continent like Africa, which has been left out of the sort of the global financial system for multiple reasons, right? Not necessarily South Africa, but you can go all the way up to Egypt, Nigeria, Ghana, and all the countries in the middle, sub-Saharan Africa, and even some of the countries in the middle, right, that are very resource rich, not really well connected to the global economy, and their citizens don't really have, and definitely don't have access to dollar bank accounts.
Exactly.
Do you get the sense that as stablecoins become more prevalent, that they're never going to attach themselves? Not never's a long time, but they're less likely than to attach themselves to the main banking system because they don't have to.
Yeah.
And if they don't, but here's another interesting question: if they don't, and you may say like, well, first of all, just answer that question. Do you think they're not going to get attached to the main banking system?
This is my personal opinion.
Yeah, I'm just asking
Think
your
about
personal
it,
opinion.
you know, like in Africa, they had M-Pesa, right? A lot of them just skipped the whole banking because they don't have the ID card or
They haven't needed it.
access.
Yeah.
But to open a stablecoin wallet, It's so easy.
You do it in 5 minutes or 3 minutes, whatever.
I see. And then people can send you can receive payments easily. And today we actually have a lot of use cases. Maybe a little bit on retail for the freelancer payments, but a lot on the B2B business to business side where a lot of the import and export trades, they actually want to receive payments in stablecoins or pay their suppliers in Hong Kong in stablecoins because they don't have the USD to pay.
Right. So, but if this happens, right, and maybe this is like above both of our pay grades. No, but I just want to know how you think about it. And
like the regulatory aspect or?
Well, two things really. One is if I take money and put it into a bank, there are plenty of rules and regulations around like how I declare that money. And that's how I get taxed. That's how businesses get taxed. And particularly in a country like Singapore, where like every transaction is digital, you don't even have to file a tax report because it just automatically know. And at the end of the year, you just pay your taxes as you go. And at the end of the year, you get a statement that says you've paid this in taxes. But if you're using a stablecoin that goes into a wallet, whether you're a gig worker or a business, how is it tracked? And again, because it's, sorry, go ahead.
No, continue.
I was gonna say, because it's in a crypto wallet.
Yeah.
I can see how much is in that crypto wallet because it's exposed, but I don't know who owns it.
You are right to say that we don't know how it's tracked. But on our end, like that's why businesses work with us to receive stablecoin payments is we try to convert it to local currencies and settle.
Yeah, but so that was my question about Africa, right? Like at some point, and you said like gig workers in Bangladesh, they don't want to turn it into local currency. They want to hold dollars. When they want to buy something.
I mean, on some aspect, it is gray. Because locally, they don't have laws to say you're not allowed to receive payments in stable coins. And there are countries who said that, like China and India. So it's very clear, you know.
You can't do it, yeah? Yeah.
Right? But certain countries, they don't say it.
Right.
So then it's a matter of like, yeah, sure, I'll do it for now because it benefits me as an individual.
Right.
But eventually, you know, like for example, I hear a lot from Australia, people asking me like, oh, but if I pay in stable coins, like how do I do my capital gain tax? And I'm like, okay.
I'm not your tax accountant. Don't even ask me.
Exactly. So
yeah,
like that's something that maybe with more regulations in place,
right,
that will have more clarity. And even in the US, the Genius Act just came out. Everyone's talking about stablecoin yields and you know how that's crazy. But I feel like that's just the way the market is gonna slowly move towards.
Can I ask you another question?
Of course.
So right now, stablecoins are really just being used for payments. But for geographies like Africa that have not been involved as deeply into the financial services banking system as like a country like Singapore, I can go to DBS and I can get wealth management.
Of course.
Right. I can go to OCBC and get wealth management products because my money is essentially in their business. But do you see companies like AAA branching out and expanding because now you're in the stablecoin business? And in my mind, what I foresee is that I think it's going to be like 70 or 65-35, where that sandwich is going to go away, at least on one side. It's going to be like an open face sandwich where if I'm sending money from, again, Ghana to, let's say, Vienna, because the guy who was sitting here was from Vienna, maybe they're going to turn that into euros. But this guy in Ghana is never going to turn it into whatever the local currency is because why?
Correct.
But if that's the case, if he's going to hold his wealth, no matter what it amounts to in stable coins, are companies like AAA then going to not get into the wealth management business, but you're already providing yield services to people?
We are not.
Others, not you, but you could do if you were, because you are regulated, yeah?
Yes. So that's a very interesting part. I think what we try to do is to get license in the key markets like Singapore, you know, Europe, US.
Maybe it's harder.
Not harder.
What does this mean?
But like they are a bit slower to adopt like new technologies, but they did launch their new stablecoin.
They did.
But I feel like a lot of it is very internal, right? They don't do like cross border. So I
understand Japan very well.
Go to Japan because honestly, stablecoins, it's cross border.
Yeah.
Go to countries that has a lot of cross border trade.
Yeah, touche.
Maybe Middle East.
Yeah.
Would be we are applying for a license there now. So I would say like yields is something definitely we are looking into.
Yeah, because most stablecoin companies provide yield, right?
Yeah. And what AAA is trying to build, it's like a bank, crypto bank.
That's what I mean, right? But so if you're building a bank of sorts, then you're gonna have to do lending, you do underwriting,
and all.
You do bond issuance, like a whole bunch of stuff, right?
multi-currency account
Yep.
with all the local currencies you see today.
And are you stablecoin agnostic as well?
Yes, we are.
You don't care.
We don't, because honestly, my customer wants USDT, another one wants USDC.
You don't
We
care.
support both.
Well, yeah, why would you care?
Yeah, exactly.
So what does the future look like for you? Like if you could keep designing what this business looks like, what does it look like?
It's super exciting. Like I get excited about my job every day.
I can tell.
Thinking like, what's the next step for us?
I don't feel like you have a job actually. I mean, not in the, no, I have a philosophy around this. And I tell people this, like I learned this from my architect. He doesn't have a job.
Yeah.
He has a life.
Oh, yes.
And his life surrounds putting beautiful buildings in empty land. So when I say it doesn't sound like you have a job, it doesn't feel to me like you feel aggrieved by the work you have to do.
No.
You seem excited about it.
I'm very excited.
It's not a
I think a lot of people think about AAA. We started with, acceptance for retail customers.
Yep, nice and
like
easy, right?
Trip.com, you can pay for air tickets. That's where we started.
Okay.
Then we move into B2B payments where we help import and export, cloud services. And then now we do the sandwich as well. And I think eventually where we want to be is a multi-currency account like a bank where you have both like local currencies and stables. You can receive payments in both sides. Basically anything you see in a bank today, you add the stablecoin layer, the yields, the accounting management tools. I think there's so many possibilities.
Right.
It's just exciting to even think about, what we could do that.
You must have had a job before you were working at AAA. So what kind of jobs were you working at before?
Right before I was at a crypto borrowing and lending firm.
Okay.
It's an interesting story, actually.
Go ahead.
During the FTX period, everything was going down. So, of course, I think if you were from the US, probably there was like Celsius and BlockFi all went down.
Yep.
Mine is the company I worked at is the Singapore version of
What was it called?
those. Hold on.
Got it. Okay.
And unfortunately, it got impacted as well. But it was all the borrowing and lending and the yields. That's why when people talk about yields, I'm like, have you really figured out what happened then?
Yeah.
You can prevent it from happening
again.
now.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
What is this? Where else are you guys regulated? Where else do you have licenses to operate? Or is it just in the US, Singapore, and in Europe?
So now we have an exemption in South Africa.
Okay.
And then we are applying for we applied for the VARA license in Dubai.
Okay.
UAE.
Yep.
We should be getting it very soon.
Is it hard to get?
I wouldn't say it's hard. A lot of license just require a lot of process.
A lot of time.
Yes, and I think that's why we try so hard to get all these license in these markets because when I sell, they don't ask me, what product do you sell? They ask me, what licenses do you have?
Yeah.
First thing that comes to their mind, go for it.
So I sat here with Holly. Do you know who Holly Fang is?
Holly? Yes,
Fang.
Holly.
She's from Finmo, but she's also the head of the SFA.
SFA.
So are you guys members of the SFA?
Yes, we are.
So this is a conduit, right, to the MAS, and you're licensed by the MAS as well. How does your business change when you get licensed by the MAS? Because you don't need to be licensed to deal with stablecoins, do you?
Yes, you have to. In Singapore, it's pretty strict.
In Singapore. But if you weren't domiciled in Singapore, you wouldn't have to.
Depends on the country. Like,
Fair
for
enough.
example, in Brazil, I think they recently have some laws, but some countries, they don't have any laws. They made it gray. People do it, people don't do it.
Okay.
And then there are countries like Vietnam who just came out with a new regulation that they will start regulating it this year. So I think it's a case by case.
Okay.
But most businesses, I would say, focus on key markets. Like in Asia, it's Singapore. In Europe, our license is in France. Passported across the entire.
So you're domiciled in Barcelona. Your main license is in France. Why not like in Brussels, where the European Union is based?
Okay, so our founder is French.
Oh God. Okay.
Yeah.
Did you tell Martin that?
Like,
Tell him. Oh, you already told him. That's terrible. Don't ever tell him no.
long.
Should have said German. It would have been way better. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so then that's where we have our license, but a lot of our teams are based in Barcelona. So
Got it.
small office in France, of course, in Paris. But most of the people are based in Barcelona.
So you've been here, you said, for 4 years.
Yes.
How has the growth trajectory been in the past 4 years? And what do you think has been driving the growth?
Actually, it's quite an interesting change.
Yeah, tell me.
When I first joined AAA, it's a bad part where
What
the
do you mean?
market just crashed.
Okay,
right?
yeah.
The FTX, and then I'm like, what am I supposed to do? Like, leave me stable coins, and they all looked at me like, no, I'm not gonna touch crypto.
Yeah.
And there's so many.
Is it really crypto though?
At that point, stable coins wasn't so famous.
That's what I mean. So what changed and what drove the growth? Yeah.
So we were talking so much about crypto payments, like you want to pay in Bitcoin or not, and everyone like,
no one's gonna ever pay for anything in. No one's gonna ever pay for anything in Bitcoin ever. Never. Never.
you'll be surprised.
Never. Do you own?
10%.
Do you own Bitcoin?
I do a little bit, but 10%.
No, probably, right? You own a lot. But the point is, you're never gonna spend it on anything.
But we've seen 10% of our customers.
What are people paying for?
Oh, luxury tickets. Like
Say it again.
luxury tickets.
Okay, but that's not real.
Yeah, but you know, there are people who do it. I don't understand why they do it. On a personal
You're never gonna spend your Bitcoin, right?
I'm gonna do that.
You're gonna pass it on to your kids if you have to.
I will never do that, but I've seen it.
Okay. Sorry, let's back up and talk about the growth trajectory. Sorry, I changed.
So we were always talking about how to help people pay in crypto, and we realized there's so much education needed to tell them that you don't actually have to touch it yourself. Companies like us do it for you. So the first, I would say 1 year, a lot of education, but then the market has changed, right? Regulations start coming out, people start forgetting about what happened, and then
I'd completely forgotten.
And I think the part where it really hits is when Stripe brought Bridge.
But that was really recently, though, no?
So I think it was more like slightly 1 year ago.
Yeah, a year and a bit ago, but that's recently to me, it seems.
So
Yeah.
that's where it really hits, and everyone was like, "What is stablecoin?"
But when you say everyone, you're not talking about individuals. You're talking about businesses, yeah?
Industry, yes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So everyone's like, "What stablecoins?" And if you were here at Money 2020 last year, more than half of the panels were about stablecoins. Everyone.
I know. Same thing. We were at Money 2020 in Europe last year. Same thing. It was just like all stable coins all the time. And I'm like, no one's using them.
Yeah. So then that's where everyone's like, what is it? They start understanding it and exploring it. And then they decided that they saw the use cases other people have. So it always takes one brave company.
Yeah, maybe.
Doing it first. And then people will be like, I need to follow. So that's where everyone started doing it. And now we have so many use cases. You know, I think that's why I think my job's so exciting, because I get to see every week, you know, every month we unlock a new use case.
Well, because your ability to sell now is so much I wouldn't say it's easier, right? Because now that guy's doing it.
Yeah.
How come you're not doing it? Yeah. And look at how much faster it takes. Again, you said Ghana takes 7 days. Yeah. So if there's another company in Ghana that needs to make payments somewhere else, they're like, you get paid in a day?
Yeah.
What am I doing?
Exactly.
Right. What am I doing? So does that mean you travel to Africa?
No, I don't, because we have an Asia team, Europe team, US team. I only get to travel in Asia. So
what is the face for? What do you think the impetus was for Stripe to buy Bridge?
I think it's good.
And where was Bridge based? Was Bridge,
US.
Right? So that's a global decision that they made. But why do you think they decided to do that? And what were the conversations like inside AAA when you saw that? You're like, oh, okay, if Stripe is doing it, we need to hire like 2 more sales. You know what I mean?
Actually, I think we took it more positively.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. You know, it's open up more opportunity. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Correct. It's like the market signal saying, if Stripe's doing it, there must be something there. They must have evaluated it and decided that stablecoin should be part of their strategy.
Yeah.
So it took it as a good sign, and actually it helped boost our business, because everyone's like, oh, Stripe is doing this. Let me find out who else is doing it. And then they realize, oh, AAA is doing it. And I think where our strong point is globally, if you look at all the players who are doing it, there is no one player who does it across the market. So like Stripe has Bridge, which is like in the US. That's BVNK, who recently got acquired by MasterCard. Yeah, stronger in Europe.
A whole segment on that.
Yeah.
They paid a lot of money for that, actually.
Yeah, good
like $1 billion or $2 billion?
1.8.
Yeah, almost $2 billion, yeah?
And they are stronger in the US.
Yep, fair enough.
But for us, what we try to do is to be in every market in Asia.
So are you expecting to get bought out?
I mean, that's a conversation. You can invite my CEO next time. I'm not very...
I think you're a stockholder in AAA. I really hope they've given you stock.
Yeah, but I think our strength is we try to get licenses in every market.
Yeah.
Because what people don't understand is they think stablecoins can solve all the problems, but sometimes you need the local traditional rails to do something now.
Yeah. Not everyone's going to, yeah.
And to get the bank's relationship, having a license in maybe like...
It validates you. It just validates you.
Not
in Malta, no one's going to love it. But if you have a license in...
like France or Singapore, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it validates you.
You know, it gets a bank. So I think that's where it's very important to have license in this market.
So if Stripe was a trigger for like kind of validation for stablecoin, people looked and said, okay, this is going to be something we can actually do because if Stripe is, we use Stripe for other things.
Yes.
So we can do this. It's still not universally accepted.
Yeah.
So in your mind, when you're thinking like, what are the next 2 things that I want to have happen as a person who's promoting this product? What do you think drives the next range of growth? Because it's not just Stripe buying Bridge.
Yeah.
It's not just MasterCard buying BVNK. BVKN? NK, yeah?
Yeah.
What is it? Like, what do we need to do where like it just gets some mainstream adoption?
I think it's really about like spreading the message because for me, what really works for us is our merchants. Like we launched with trip.com.
With who? With
Trip.com. And then people start with trip.com, their competitors. They start looking at it and be like, why did Trip adopt it? You know, why that's the trigger, you know, because it's cross-border, right? You're not going to have a payment method for every country, for every users, but stablecoins is a global currency. So then we have merchants who do the talking for us, right?
Yep.
This merchant, they launched it. We actually have a lot of inbounds and referrals because they're like, I did it.
People are calling you now.
Yeah,
And trying to figure out like, how can I use this?
exactly.
So do you personally, you must, well, if you own Bitcoin, you have to have a crypto wallet.
Yeah.
But do you have multiple crypto wallets?
I mean, I think most people do just because
You can tell I own no crypto. I know you're laughing at me like you're a loser, but still, because to take stablecoin payments, you need a crypto wallet?
Yes.
You do, right? So are you wallet agnostic as well?
So
And do you have your own wallet?
as AAA, or you're talking about AAA?
Yeah, AAA.
So AAA, we use a wallet infrastructure.
You have your own wallet infrastructure,
No,
or you
we
use somebody else's?
A wallet infrastructure to build our wallets, and then we gave the wallets to our customers to
So
wallet.
you white label it.
Correct.
Essentially, yeah.
Basically, the wallet belongs to us. We hold the custody to it.
You self-custody.
Yes, because the wallet infrastructure allows us to hold custody over it.
And your clients are happy with that.
They don't want to touch custody because they don't have the license. They don't want to manage the complexity. I guess that's why they like working with us so much because it's so clean. You know, I receive USD in my bank account.
Right. They don't need to know anything. They don't need to know anything about it.
Yeah,
What's happening in the background, they don't care
It's all
about.
in USD. There's
Right,
no
right.
single coins there. Right.
Okay. Got it. I think I've taken up way too much of your time.
Thank you so
This is
much.
way longer than I expected. What time is it anyway?
Oh wow, it's like 4:10.
What time did we start?
I think 40, so it's more than 30 minutes.
Sorry to take up so much of your time.
Really enjoy the conversation with
I
you.
have more, but I want to let you go because otherwise we could be here forever.
You know.
We could be here forever. Okay, thank you. It was a pleasure to meet you. Thank you. Yeah, definitely. You were great. Thanks. What are we doing? Can I see?
It's a different company.
So what do you want to talk about?
AI and data.
AI and what am I doing? We've met each other before.
Gabriel, I was at Tennessee.
Tennessee, that's right.
AI.
Sit down and talk to me. But that is the name of your company, yeah?
Yes, CFT.
And refresh my memory for your name? Jonas, I remember, yeah. Got it. Okay, so Jonas, have a seat. Yeah, talk to me about this. And what's the name of the company again?
CFT.
So tell me, Jonas, it's great to have you here. Tell me about what, like, you know how to use the microphone. We've done this before.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell me what GFT does.
So
and tell me, like, what's the transition like from, because Tenity is a very specific type of operating entity. GFT, I presume, is different.
Yeah, definitely very different. So I'm with GFT Technologies now. It's a global digital transformation company.
Yep.
12,000 people globally. So a much bigger.
Yeah, fair enough.
And we're really working on financial services transformation. So what
does that mean though? Like from your perspective?
Yeah. So our core offering is around digital banks. So we are the people behind Trust Bank, Mox, Ascent here. So we are building digital banks, and
You build digital banks. So like, if I were an entrepreneur, I could come to GFT and say, I want to build a digital bank. You would build it for me. Then I would handle all the marketing. And like, how does it work?
So we are working, of course, with the core banking solution providers like Thought Machine, Mambu, but they need someone to integrate all of the systems, right? They need someone to architect it, to put it all together. So we are a tech company.
Got it. So they outsource some of the technology development to you guys.
Yes, exactly. And that's our core bread and butter.
So what kinds of innovations are these digital banks focusing on? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but my role is focused around AI and data.
AI and data. Okay, so talk to me.
Exactly. So AI
you just jumped right into like the main thing. You're like, I know where I'm going.
Because that's
the whole conversation.
No, but so this is what we are doing, and we help especially financial institutions, which is our focus, from kind of design thinking workshops, helping them to identify use cases. What can we do with AI?
Okay.
Prioritizing it, because every bank has like maybe 100 use cases that they could do, right?
1,000 use cases, but like they can't do all of them, right?
Exactly. So we help them prioritize them. And then we also help them to analyze, what is actually possible? What are your systems that you have in place?
Right.
Can we implement that easily, or is there a big effort needed?
So how does what's the right word? Legacy systems. And when I say legacy, I don't mean like 40 years old or 50 years old. I just mean the systems that are there when you arrive.
Yeah.
And they could be brand new.
Yeah.
Right. They could have been built on like Ruby on Rails. Like I don't care.
Yeah.
But how do the systems that exist inside the company drive what you think is then possible for them to accomplish using AI? And I presume that includes generative AI, predictive AI, and also agentic AI.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
you understand the question, right? Because every bank is going to have every financial institution is going to have different systems.
Exactly. And the maturity of every bank is very different.
Very different, yeah.
So we would need to go in and to understand, where are they in terms of maturity. But I think maybe the message to everyone is like, we probably shouldn't do AI for the sake of doing AI, right?
We'll get to that in a second, but yeah, go ahead.
So really going in with use cases, identifying, helping them to identify use case opportunities, and then assess, is this something that is easy to be implement? Is the data there? So the data piece is an important one for us. Having that foundation.
Again, it's foundational, right?
Exactly.
Because without the data, you can't do anything.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So especially also on the data front, there are very interesting solutions that partners that we work with that help the banks to get the data from the origination all the way to like the whole lineage, and then building we call it a metadata hub.
Yep.
That creates a knowledge graph across all the data. Where does it come from? Where is it going? And if you get that right, it's incredibly powerful to then stick AI on top of it. So these are things that we are doing, but every bank is quite different.
But so every bank is very different. But when you look at it like from a 35,000-foot level, there's some certain like fundamental things that everybody's trying to accomplish. Like when you walk in, are there, let's say, 3 consistent things? It doesn't have to be 3, but you know what I mean? A group or a cluster of significant things that people all want to accomplish? Or is it just so divergent and so diverse where if you walk into Bank A, they never talk about what Bank B is talking about? There must be some sort of diagram.
There are a couple of layers, right? If we're talking about banking, there is the engagement layer that would directly interact with the clients.
So like, how would that work?
Yeah, I mean, there are people, Revolut just launched their own AI kind of chatbot and allows you to, as a user, to directly interact via chatbot with your bank. But
we had Raymond here, actually.
Okay.
We had Raymond.
Nice.
He was our first guest of the day.
Oh, great. I'm sure we
talked about it a little bit, but yeah.
In my opinion, I mean, that is nice. There's probably also quite a bit of marketing. I think the more interesting stuff is middle office, back office automation of processes. That's where
just the external stuff. Because why?
Because how are you using your bank account? Do you really need to talk to a chatbot, or you just do a transaction? Like, what are you using? Your kind of 95% of interaction with the bank is probably quite
spending. Just either spending or receiving money. Just spending.
So you don't need a chatbot in between, right?
I don't think so. But my bank is consistently trying to sell me investment products.
Yeah.
And if I did have investment products with a bank, I would want to be able to then use some sort of artificial intelligence to do portfolio optimization.
Yeah.
Not rely on them. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I like that. And I think in the retail space, you would probably be able to directly talk with an AI because there are not enough RMs to serve you.
Also, do the RMs know? Here's the thing.
But so in the private banking space, wealth management, what definitely is happening is that we are enabling the RMs with a lot of basically AI augmented RMs, right? They have a lot more information about their clients, about their history of spending. So in there is like the augmentation of RMs with AI. I think is a huge opportunity.
Are you seeing that actually happening?
It's happening.
Okay,
yes.
so let me give you an example. When I worked at UBS, and then again when I worked at Goldman Sachs, one of the things that both of those companies built, and this is 15, 20 years ago now, right? And it wasn't as sophisticated as it might be today. But we had something we called Smart Sales Trader.
Yeah.
It would amalgamate all of the information about a client. Let's say you were, I don't know, one of our institutional clients.
Yeah.
When you called me, I could then punch up all of your information. I would know what your positions were. I would know when you bought them, when you sold them. I would know what your fundamental P&L was.
Yeah.
And I could actually use that to make trading decisions for you and say, like, don't trade this thing today. You've only held it a certain amount of time. And here was your P&L target. You're not having whatever it was that I wanted to talk about. And again, I was supported by, some machine learning.
Yeah.
It wasn't as sophisticated as today's because, these transformer models didn't exist.
Yeah.
But today, whether it's an individual or even an institution, to be able to do a lot of that on their own. And remember, I'm not stupid, but I definitely would have been less informed if I didn't have that system.
Right.
Because there's no way I can remember every client positions or every client's information. But over time, and we're not there yet, but I'm curious if banks and wealth management companies are thinking about like not replacing RMs, because I don't think that's ever going to happen.
No.
And I'm on record as saying this. I think technology always enhances what people do.
Yeah.
It doesn't take away their job. It may change what they do at work.
Yeah.
But it doesn't take away their jobs. But are there times where like I could do my own portfolio optimization?
Yeah.
And they build that for me because they understand the optimization better than I do, but they build the models that do it. And then I send them trade orders to be able to do for me or consult with them.
Right. So I think you're right. These systems have existed for quite some time. But I think,
but not accessible to everybody.
Right.
Go ahead. Sorry.
And also, but now besides, I think that information has been there and it's been, machines have created the portfolio optimization. But now you also, of course, there has been between your last meeting and the meeting that you're planning right now, there have been other interactions, there have been emails, there have been
tons of stuff.
So there's tons of stuff. All of that gets aggregated and prepared for the RM. So he's fully prepared. He knows what has been the history. So I think that those are the additional augmentations that are happening right now. And maybe it also runs a crawler and finds like news about that client or about his ownership.
I love this. Here, I'll make another point to you and I'll see what you think. I don't want to order a pizza from a machine.
Right.
Like I go into a restaurant, and not often, but I'll go into a restaurant in Bangkok and they'll be like, just no waiter comes over. They just press this thing. No, the scanning drives me nuts. But just like press the buttons on the thing and flip on your iPad and just press and we'll bring it over you. I'm like, can I talk to a waiter?
Yeah.
You have waiters, right? Let me talk to them. So if I don't want to order a pizza from a machine, I definitely don't want to do financial services, particularly sophisticated financial services from a machine. I want to talk to an RM.
I agree. So that's why I'm saying that engagement layer, it's more an augmentation of the RMs. But in the background, you really don't care who's processing your documents, right?
Yeah.
So there we go. So there's a lot of opportunities to automate process, to summarize in the compliance space as well. All the reporting that banks have to do, you can augment quite a lot of those processes with AI.
And how open are these financial institutions to, I don't even want to say proof of concepting, but actually going out and now implement, because I would guess that like 2025 was mostly POC.
Yes, you're right.
Right. But 2026 is more just like, we did a lot of POC last year and it seems to work.
Yeah.
But there's a difference between doing a POC and then scaling something.
Yeah.
Right. Because your risk at a POC level is minimalistic.
Yeah.
But your risk of scaling something and rolling it out everywhere is much higher.
Yeah.
So what's the appetite there?
Look, I think what people have worked a lot on, I would say the last 2 years, is the governance piece, right?
Go ahead.
How do you get governance right? AI governance, explainability, traceability. And I think there have been a lot of interesting frameworks that, I mean, every bank has for sure now, hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah. God, please do, yeah.
Or an AI governance framework.
Right.
And once that is in place, then, and also with all the iterations of these models and providers, there's a lot more of that observability layer, traceability layer there, deterministic results that come and not just, not 95% probabilist or
right, because most of these transformer systems are not deterministic at all.
Exactly.
They're not even highly, they're just probabilistic.
Yeah, but there are ways to get them to a deterministic outcome. So I think that's what was missing, but now everyone is implementing these kind of governance pieces. So I think now
are they starting to get an understanding about how important this is?
Yes,
they are. You see it change, yeah.
Yeah, and now with Mythos by Anthropic, right? I think everyone is hyper alert. When Besson calls up the banking CEOs, and then I think everyone really puts.
Id he do that? I didn't even realize that guy knew how to use a phone. But
well,
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
What was I going to ask you? So when did you join GFT?
2.5 months ago.
Okay, so not even that long ago.
No.
So the reason why I ask is because if we had been speaking in December, we wouldn't even be talking about agentic AI,
right?
Because it didn't essentially exist. I mean, it did, but it didn't. It wasn't widely disseminated.
Right.
You couldn't have used it on your own. There was no open claw.
Yeah.
That you were aware of. But in the last 6 months, and particularly in the last 2.5 months since you've joined, it's become kind of a thing.
Yes.
And I think it's more than just hype.
Yeah.
But it hasn't been around that long.
Yeah.
But as you go out and you talk to clients and potential clients, because again, generative predictive AI, pretty well established.
Yeah.
And even some of the stuff that transformers do, right? You go out and create a report on this thing. For me, everyone's they understand it well enough to be able to use it.
Yeah.
But agentic is like living in a different village.
Yes.
So what are the responses you're getting from people? Or what's the feedback you're getting from people about how that's going to get used, might get used, that kind of thing?
I mean, look, by far the biggest use case for agentic AI is actually coding.
Coding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think banks on the engineering front, that's where they are really, I think we have a lot of interest around, how are we actually changing our engineering teams? How do we?
Got it. So that's what they're using it.
So we, of course, even ourselves, we have now kind of AI native teams that are.
You have to.
Yeah. So we are changing that. We also help our clients to, change around how they're actually delivering yesterday and today. And that has really changed only in the last couple of months. So
it would have to have, because it wasn't even possible before.
Yeah. Another element that is also popping up quite a lot is legacy transformation using AI.
Yeah.
And that's of course also linked to coding. And now the models are so good that you can actually really transform legacy systems too. And that's something we are doing as well. But you need to get that harness right. You still need to get that governance right too. You cannot just throw all the code into.
No. So even at Anthropic, they wouldn't do that themselves.
Exactly.
Okay, man. Yeah. Look, this was really great.
No, great.
No, sit down for one more second. Thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate it. Stay in touch.
You absolutely.
Stay in touch. It was great to see you too. I'd love to see how this progresses.
Awesome.
Okay, man.
Great.
Thanks for coming over. Thank you. Abhishek, maybe you want to take off your lanyard, but definitely don't take off that jacket. Thank you for your patience. Abhishek Bali, CEO at, how do you pronounce it?
Zygram.
Zygram.
Yeah.
Where's the company based?
The company is based in India.
Where in India?
In Gurgaon.
In Gurgaon. Okay,
Yeah.
Great. I want to, before we jump into like the main part of this thing, I want to know who designed the jacket. I want to know what the thought process was behind this jacket, because everybody at the booth is wearing it. It sticks out like crazy. And I'm sure that none of your other clothes at home look like this.
No, they don't.
Nor for anybody else that's at the booth either.
No.
So the first time you put it on, you're just like,
yeah,
why am I wearing this thing?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. No,
But I like it as a strategy.
Yeah, no, we went through a whole bunch of prints.
Did you really?
And the funny thing is, the first few years of the company, we were like in suits and ties, because that's really what is expected in the financial services.
If you're doing AML and compliance at scale, you're wearing a suit and a tie.
Absolutely. But we quickly realized that as the ecosystem changes, people want to be more comfortable with the folks who are providing solutions.
Yeah.
They want to relate to them.
If you show up in a suit and a tie,
exactly,
and they're wearing a t-shirt and jeans, they're like, dude, you're making me nervous.
Exactly. And so I felt that they used to sort of close up and they wouldn't say things as much as they would want to.
Yeah, because it's like, it's weird. Like a suit and a necktie just feels very oppressive in a way.
Exactly.
And remember, I worked at Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs for years. So I wore a suit and tie to work every single day. But casual Fridays were different.
Yeah.
They just were. Anyway, let's talk to people about what Zygram.
Yeah.
Does it have a meaning?
Yeah. So it's made up of the acronyms as it's an acronym of 6 names: Z for Zeno, I for Isaac Asimov, G for Galileo, R for Ramanujan, A for Augustus. Ramanujan was like a big mathematician, self-taught mathematician.
Yep.
And then A for Augustus, and M for Madame Curie. So those are the 6 people whose values we aspire to.
What are some of those values?
So Zeno is the father of Stoicism.
Stoicism, got it.
Yeah, so just the Stoic way of looking at life.
I understand it.
Is extremely important to us.
Do you have like a favorite Stoic phrase?
No.
How about this one? How about this one? We suffer more in imagination than we do in reality.
Absolutely. I mean,
this sticks with me every single day of my life.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
No, absolutely.
And I wasn't trying to put you on the spot. I was just trying to set myself up to be able to say that because I think it's really important.
No, it's but for us, the more I'd say the more McDonald's quote, easy to sort of digest quote for us would be "This too shall pass."
Yeah, fair enough.
You know, just
so the other one that I feel like I made this up for myself, but when my daughter was going through school, she didn't struggle, but she didn't care. Like, she's very smart.
Yeah.
Wasn't interested. So her grades were really good.
Yeah.
But she's just like, why do I have to do this?
Yeah.
And I didn't study enough and I'm going to fail tomorrow. She never failed the test. But she would always say, like, I'm going to fail the test tomorrow. And I would just say to her, no individual day is fatal.
Yeah.
And that feels to me like a Stoic thing, even though I never saw anybody write it down. Or there's probably somebody that said it before me.
Yeah, sure. No, but
that's what I think about.
But I think it's an increasingly invaluable way of looking at life.
I agree.
Right. And I think in today's world where
just stuff's moving so fast.
Yeah, stuff is moving so fast. The ability to just stay still and make sure things don't affect you. And to have your emotions in control is invaluable in today's day.
Right, so can I give you another example? Do you mind? So I spend a lot of time without my phone on purpose.
Sure.
Walking outside without my phone because I don't want to be, because it's distracting.
Yeah.
But the other thing is I used to have an Apple Watch, which I loved. And then it broke and I haven't replaced it.
Yeah.
Because I was constantly checking. And I don't want to do that either.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of anxiety.
Anyway.
That just sort of comes up.
Yeah.
When your emotional battery is constantly getting tested.
Yeah.
On things that are just superfluous.
Agreed.
Right? Just doesn't make sense.
Agreed. Okay, let's talk about Zygram.
Yeah.
I like it. I've never heard a company named this way before.
Yeah.
No, I really like it.
Thank you.
I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it. Okay, let's talk about artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
How is AI transfer and how long has Zygram been around?
Been around for 8 years.
Okay, so not new, but not old.
Yeah, that's true.
But I keep saying this to companies, right? Like, if you founded your company 2 years ago, some tech has changed.
Yeah.
But you could see some of it coming. But 8 years ago, you couldn't see transformer models coming unless you were doing your PhD in artificial intelligence.
Even then.
even then, you might not have known.
Exactly.
But let's talk about how AI is transforming the way financial institutions, FIs, approach AML and compliance at scale. And what's your background before you were doing it?
Sure. So I have been in the anti-money laundering financial crime space since 2012, 2013.
Okay, so a long time.
Yeah. So I've done that. I've been educated in different aspects of it.
Okay.
I've done the consulting circuit before this.
I understand.
So was thoroughly useless before I
feel you're describing me.
No.
It's kind of weird. Don't do that to me.
Yeah. So no, absolutely. Once you start your own thing, you realize how easy you had it when in some
Martin and I talk about this also. So Martin, my business owner, never had a job.
Yeah.
He's just built things.
All right.
Over and over. I had jobs.
Yeah.
And I was like, when I stopped doing jobs, I'm like, I'm a genius.
Exactly.
And then I realized I was an idiot because I don't know how to build stuff.
Yeah.
I do now.
Yeah.
Because I've been building for years
and you
now.
always have like the cover of a brand.
Yeah.
And you mistake it as your own for your own.
My name is Michael Waits from Goldman Sachs. No one's listening to my name.
No, just Goldman Sachs.
Listen to the Goldman Sachs part of it.
Absolutely.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So the same thing with me, right? Just KPMG or Dun & Bradstreet, and then and you thought
you thought it was Abhishek.
Yeah.
So how is it changing the way we do this stuff? What's the vision?
So when it comes to AI, I think there are two aspects of AML and financial crime that they can potentially impact. One is when you're constantly monitoring stuff.
Yep.
So if you've got millions of transactions, millions of people getting onboarded, there's some thought about using it there in the moment. And then there's some thought about using it once the onboarding has happened, once the transactions have happened.
Yep.
The fact of the matter is practically, it's the post-factor stuff that is more practical.
Why is that?
And because if it's in the moment,
Mm-hmm.
AI takes a lot of time and lots of processing power.
To be able to react in real time.
Exactly. Number one. Secondly, it's probabilistic, not deterministic.
Yep.
Right. So you never get like a clear answer. Number two,
you will get an answer.
you will get an answer, but
you won't. But you don't know. But I
Yeah.
think it's important to point out, because I've done this a lot actually on my shows recently, and that is one of the problems with artificial intelligence, at least the transformer models, is that they will give you an answer.
Yeah.
Your intern will come to you and go, Abhishek, I don't know.
Yeah.
I did a bunch of research, but I don't know.
Yeah.
But the AI is never going to go to you like, I don't have enough information.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And so the problem with that is that's actually very dangerous.
Super dangerous.
We'd rather hear a I don't know
Yeah.
than, oh, I'm fairly certain that this is right and it's not.
Yeah.
Right? So LLMs can be extremely confident.
Yeah.
In the way that sort of position things.
Exactly.
But they're absolutely wrong.
It's like a 3-year-old that just ate a cookie and goes, I did not eat that cookie. Very confident about the fact you just ate the cookie.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
So it's the in the moment stuff that's expensive, takes time.
Yep.
And therefore is particularly for Southeast Asia is not a good idea at all, because the per transaction values are very low in this part of the world.
Fair enough.
Right. So it's just not practical. And the third thing is regulators hate black box logics.
Oh no, they want to understand.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
Unless and until you've been able to train a clearly auditable AI model, it's just not possible.
So do you build your own models?
Yes.
You do?
Yes. But they're more machine learning than AI. I like a distinction.
I understand.
Yeah.
You're not using transformers to do this stuff. You're using machine learning that we've seen all these patterns before.
Absolutely.
And that we believe that it's this thing.
And because they're more deterministic.
Yeah.
They're auditable. They're fast.
Do you think your clients understand the difference without you telling them?
No.
That the transformer model is not deterministic?
No.
They don't know though, right?
No. They don't know that. And unfortunately, many of them are just under sort of this social peer pressure.
I was going to ask that too. Do you feel like, and I'm sorry, I'm very excited about this, so if I'm going too fast, tell me.
That's fine.
But do you feel like when you go see a potential client for the first time, or even an existing client for the first time, that it's not like you're putting pressure on them from sales, there's pressure from upstairs for them to, what are you doing with AI? Why aren't we more efficient? Why aren't you using AI? That it's like that?
We have never tried to make an AI sale in about almost 100% of the cases.
Yeah, I like
it's a client walking up and saying, hey, so what are you doing in AI?
And how can you help us?
Exactly. And it's not even like they're asking for a specific feature.
No, that's the point though.
They don't ask.
AI. I have to come up with I'm using AI on something.
I'm going to use them. So I say, hey, we're using these machine learning models.
Right.
They generally come under the umbrella of AI. So if that helps, you can relay this upstairs.
Right.
And they're happy about that.
Yeah.
So I do not want to misrepresent in our sales calls and others, because that's just the right way of breaking a reputation. But we come at this crossroads where people just ask for it in any shape or form.
Do you think that, absent the pressure from senior management, from the C-suite, from the board of directors, that you could, and I don't want to use the word sales because it sounds like you're pushing people into doing something they don't want to do, and I don't think that's the case, but that it would be easier to get product uptake without even talking about the AI?
100%.
You know what I mean though, right?
Because great sales always start with benefit, not with features.
No. Nobody cares, right?
So, I mean, ideally, I should be able to save a certain amount of money or save some time. The fact that you're using AI or advanced analytics or whatever else it is,
doesn't matter.
Is secondary.
So what does the future of RegTech look like, you think?
The future of
and where are most of your clients? You said you're based in Grogan.
Yeah.
But are most of your clients in India, or are they most of them in Asia?
Many of them are in India, but we've got a large set in the Middle East.
Oh, okay.
Singapore, Philippines, Nepal, and the UK.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the future of RegTech specifically around AML is there is a grand convergence of spaces that is happening. AML, fraud monitoring, cybersecurity, and data security, they're sort of converging right now. They used to be all different areas,
right?
Different teams, different departments, different folks, different budgets.
Yeah.
And they're all sort of converging right now. And that's the big idea, that's the big convergence that we are seeing.
But you can do all that.
Yeah. I mean, you could theoretically, if you're good at one of these spaces, sort of grow into others. The problem is not so much the solution. The problem is more the sort of departments that are built internally, the hierarchies that are built internally, and different budgets, and they don't want to use sort of, they don't want to converge.
Right. So for you, from a productization standpoint, you don't care. But once you get internal, they're just like, that's those guys' job.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But I think that's going to change over time as well.
I hope so.
For smart institutions, I think.
I hope so.
Because they're going to see how those things are related.
Because the thing with power is, this is where, Augustus comes into playing, because that when you have hierarchies, no hierarchy, no organization wants to give up power.
No.
Nobody wants to.
No.
So none of these 4 departments are going to want to give up power.
No, they're not going to be like, hey, you know what? We've been doing this for a while. It's more appropriate for you guys to do.
No.
We'll find something else to do. It's never going to happen.
So something radical
It's going to happen.
It's either going to be regulation.
Yep.
Or it's going to be companies getting up one day and saying, hey, I think we're spending too much money on these sort of interrelated things. And they need to converge. Something needs to happen.
What's the relationship that you have to maintain with the regulators themselves so you can understand what directionally where they're going?
It depends on which regulators we are talking about. Certain regulators, are very open to speaking to market infrastructure players like us. Right? Even though they don't regulate us, because they understand that we are sort of catalysts in making their vision possible.
Completely understood. But you still want to know where stuff is going.
Absolutely.
Right? So you can help your own
Not just
clients.
where stuff is going, but what is the intent there? What is the principles that they're using?
Exactly.
Because many of their regulations, many of the papers that they write are bereft of any principles. Right? There's scope. Hey, what you're supposed to do.
Right.
But if you could just tell me the principles, I then generally know the direction.
Exactly.
Right? Rather than trying to figure out features. So there's those. But there's a whole host of regulators who just refuse to, believe that we exist. So they will just talk to the regulatees. Right? And the problem there is that they speak theoretical language.
Right.
And they say, hey, now you got to convert it into systems, but that's your problem.
Right.
And not mine.
Yeah.
And so I think that really needs to change if we need to sort of move it.
I think that's going to change over time as well.
Yeah.
Okay, one more thing. How are the teams internally, these compliance teams internally, balancing cost efficiency with this complexity? Because things are just getting more and more complex every day, yeah?
So the first thing that we need to understand is that the cost of compliance is, in absolute terms, always going to keep going up. What does go down is existing items of compliance will become more efficient, but new regulations will keep coming up.
It's not, no. Again, so the joke I like to tell is there was a very famous comedian in the United States in like maybe it's the early 90s who said, I'll buy a CD player.
Yeah.
If you tell me it's the last way, it's the last way music invention is going to change.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I'm not buying it.
I'm not buying.
And this is the compliance thing. It's like, it's not static.
Yeah, it's not. So anybody who thinks, hey, I'm spending $1 billion today and I'm going to cut it down to $500 million tomorrow.
Yeah, or I'm done when I'm done spending that money. They're wrong.
It's not going to happen unless and until your business is going to go down by half.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, Abhishek, thank you so much for doing it.
Thank you so much for having me.
We should have a much longer, you should be on the show for a much longer period of time.
Thank you so much.
Because I think there's a much longer conversation to have.
Thank you.
Is that cool?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, let's do that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It was great. And thank you for being so open.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And I love the jacket.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. You must be Arnold. How are you? My name is Michael Wicks. We are live, so the cameras are rolling. Okay. You're already going to
coffee with me?
Yeah. Can we just move this up?
Yes.
You can use your phone with you if you want. If it makes you feel better.
Yes.
How are you?
Good. I just got back from our executive offsite in Napa Valley. So
Valley. That sounds like a hardship.
no, so it
Try to keep the microphone in front of your mouth. Yeah.
So I'm massively jet lagged.
Oh no, are you really?
Yes.
Okay, this is not a quiz.
Okay, that's good. Good to hear.
It's not a quiz. It's just a conversation between two guys that care about something.
Okay.
Okay. Arnold Chan?
Yes.
General Manager APAC?
Yes.
Just back from California?
Yes.
Is there a direct flight from, where did you fly from? SF?
SF through Hong Kong.
SF to Hong Kong, Hong Kong to?
Bangkok. And Hong
Oh,
Kong.
okay, you didn't go back to, you're in Singapore normally.
I'm based in Singapore, but I'm also from Hong Kong.
You are from Hong Kong originally. Okay. How long was that trip? All in?
It was almost 18, 19 hours.
I don't know how you do it.
To be here at this podcast.
The only reason why you made the flight?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, let's do this.
Okay.
General Manager Apex at Airwallex, pretty significant company. Let's talk about how are companies leveraging, well, I'd love to talk about this offsite you just had, but it's none of my business. But how are companies leveraging AI to optimize international payments and expense controls at scale?
Cool. So there are a couple of things, right? Like how companies use us through AI. Like number one is like how we service our customers, right? Just a little bit intro of Airwallex.
Please.
$8 billion company.
$8 billion company.
Our latest round is Series G last year. That value was at $8 billion.
Congratulations.
Our goal.
Humble beginnings.
This is the 11th year of the company. Our founder started this company as a coffee shop.
I know.
I'm sure you know the story. And
trying to buy coffee from overseas, and he was like, "How do I pay for this?"
Exactly. And
why is it so hard?
And then we've become this like giant platform that basically service almost every need of a business owner,
right?
From like pay in, for how to kind of convert currencies to pay out, right?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Don't you think the best businesses are built by people that are trying to solve a real problem for themselves, as opposed to looking at the market and saying,
that's why our founders are so close to the problem, right? That's why our founders. Actually, if you look at our product development journey in the last 10 years, right, we basically evolved based on our founders. We started off as just an FX platform, but we developed our own cards, we developed our own payment acceptance platform, and we also have our own expense management software. As more customers use us as a primary account,
right,
they need to kind of have a software to analyze that, right? So like 10 years in, we are servicing over 200,000 customers globally, and we're in 20 offices around the world, and we process annualized almost $300 billion, which is a number. I'll show you the scale of the number, right? This number is bigger than the GDP of New Zealand. Imagine a company processing more volume than a GDP of a country.
So this must make the founder really happy, particularly because didn't he start his coffee shop in Australia, in Melbourne?
Yes.
So this Aussie Newsy competition is real. It's real.
ANC is still a very important
it's real
for us.
Yep.
We just made some very important announcement. We had our former New Zealand Prime Minister joining our board in Australia and New Zealand.
Who's that?
Former Prime Minister of New Zealand.
Yeah. Can I ask you one more question about because I think that a founder or a founding team that starts a company to solve a specific problem, not a specific, but a problem that they're having, is also more open and conducive to listening to their own customers who are saying, here's the problem we're having, and then building that into the product as well. Does that make sense?
So our founders or our company motto is definitely customer first. Basically, we're obviously B2B company. We unlike some of our other peers, we don't go directly to consumers. That's why like we actually are very close to our customers. Like our CEO like interacts with the customers. He always says that he's an IC sales himself as well. Customers as well. And for us, I do think it's important, as you mentioned, right? Really build around our customers. We service both SMBs and enterprise. And through enterprises, we obviously tailor some of our product, and we service enterprise through two routes, right? We service enterprise through like embedded finance, where they embed our services, financial tools into their offering to their customers. And we customize a lot of things for them. A major example is Qantas, right? Like Qantas has its own program called Qantas Business Money.
Okay.
The backend is actually Airwallex.
Interesting.
The entire platform is based on Airwallex. So like I want to go back to your question, right? How where's
AI fit in?
Right? So we have launched what we call Copilot. So like if you log in, if you're a business owner, if you're an enterprise, if you're SMB, you log into our web app, like you have a little chat bot, just like how you chat to like all these like AI tools, right? You can get the chat bot to help you set up accounts, help you issue cards, and help you kind of like do things on the platform, right? That's how we use AI to front our customers. Like the customers can use our product just like they're talking to AI. We also use AI in a lot of our software. For instance, right, like we have quite a big of like mid-market enterprise customers that use us for the expense management to control their employee spend. They could use our Copilot to upload their own expense policy, maybe a PDF file, maybe a Word file. We analyze it, and then our agents would like go through the customer's employee spend and to basically flag any spend that are out of policy, right? Instead of in the past way of doing things is that you have to configure the policy, you have to set limits here and there. Right now, it's all AI, all agent doing things. That's on the customer front. On our back end, obviously, we use AI in a lot of the data that we process. For instance, like KYC. Obviously, we're a license holder in we have 80 licenses around the world.
How many?
80 licenses.
That's what I thought you said. Okay.
So in order for us to onboard a customer, we need to know KYC procedures. We use AI in the procedures. In all the KYC process, we use AI in the transaction monitoring. Obviously, we use AI in customer support as well, right? When customers have any issues, we have our AI kind of live chat with customers as well.
Okay. In the last like 6 months, agentic AI has become, I would say, more discussed than generative AI, predictive AI, or even just like the machine learning and the output that gets analyzed by artificial intelligence. How are you employing that both internally, whether it's writing code, or externally by servicing clients using agentic? And is it a all-in-one rollout, or is it a bit-by-bit rollout to see like how customers are interacting with it?
I think it's like I said, we launched our Copilot, what we call beta last November, and
that's prior to agentic AI, yeah.
Yeah, but to be honest, right? Like we basically embed the latest technology into it. Like if
you just keep adding stuff.
Yes. So if you look at like I mentioned, right? Like customers can open up a business what we call global accounts through using our Copilot.
Yep.
They could instruct a Copilot to basically help them. It's not just an FAQ, right? It's not just like
No.
FAQ. It's something that they could work on using our Copilot.
Yep.
They could use that to analyze their own expense policy. They could use our Copilot to help them like start like new accounts, receive money and whatnot, right? So I think that has been evolving, and that has like we have seen quite a bit of customer interaction and also higher engagement through our Copilot engagement.
Are you finding that your customers as well are building their own agents, at least some of them, particularly at the enterprise level, and then trying to have them communicate with your AI?
We're seeing examples. We're seeing examples.
Testing, or
I think ultimately, for us, right, like this technology is evolving very fast, right?
Very.
So we are building together with our customers, and we as you kind of log into our web app, like people are. We keep on rolling out our kind of new product and new services to our customers, and we can see like there's a huge increase in like conversion and also engagement rate.
Yeah. You just said you just got back from a big meeting. Can you talk thematically, at least without giving away like proprietary stuff, but just thematically about like directionally where you think you're going over time?
Yeah. I think for 226 and beyond, we just raised a huge round last year.
I saw it.
Year, right? Like there are a couple of things that we'll be investing in as a company, right?
It was a huge round, though.
Yeah. Number one is definitely AI. Like how, like we just talked about how we use AI both internally, making Owens an AI native company.
Yep.
How we embed AI in all our workflows, for instance, like how I use AI in managing my sales team, how I use AI to basically do sales development and customer service, right? And obviously how AI can help us with the internal processes, and how AI will be at the forefront of the customers, right? How customers actually interact with our web app and interact with our product using agents and AI, right? So that's number one that we'll be investing in. We've been hiring quite a bit across this area. I think number two, it's like fundamentally, Owens is different from a lot of the other kind of fintech, right?
Tell me.
Our founder just wrote a blog post, I think around 2 months ago. The title of the blog post is called The Path of Maximum Resistance.
The Path of Maximum Resistance.
Yes. The gist of the kind of the article is about, we're not building just based on other people's infrastructure. We're not, when we go into a new country, we don't just like work with a partner and then use their infrastructure. Whenever we try to operate in a new country, right, we will find our way to get a license there, plug into the local payment system so that our customers can pay like local in these markets that they are operating in. That is why we talked about how in the last 10 years we've amassed like 80 plus licenses, because when we ever expand, we always get a local license rather than just partner with someone else.
Yeah, we have so much more agency if you have your own license as opposed to like renting somebody else's license. Yeah.
And also the speed and also the friction is much more frictionless for our end customer.
Yeah, I mean the balance between the time it takes you to get the license, but then having the license is way more skewed on this side, I think.
Yeah,
no?
That's why it's called the path of maximum resistance.
Yeah, because it's hard to get a license.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Waiting, we don't mind investing. Just last year, right? We in my region, I've announced 3 license acquisitions: Vietnam, Indonesia, Korea. So like you'll hear more from us in terms of application and getting a new license. So that's number 2 of what we will do with the new funding round. I think number 3, right? Like our founders and everyone was every like kind of Silicon Valley startups would say this, right? Like how AI will actually change people interact with software, like with all these like vibe code. Everyone
Go ahead.
vibe code with software.
I have another question. Yeah, go ahead.
So like, what does the future of software hold, right?
That's what I was going to ask you. Tell me what you think.
Ponder. And for us, right?
Are you a technical guy?
I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not.
but you use software.
Yeah, of
So
course.
you understand the interactive mechanism.
Vibe code their own things within that one.
Yeah, I'm not interested, but I get it.
Yeah. So like if you think about it, right? When everyone can vibe code that UI, right?
Right.
What differentiates it's the infrastructure.
So so this is what I was going to ask you. Do you think that AI is going to become the UI?
Yeah. So
you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if that future holds, right? Like that is why Airwallex is quite well prepared because like you can't vibe code a license.
No.
Vibe code an infrastructure.
No.
So the ultimate
it's too complicated.
The pipes that we built throughout all these local payment systems, all the licenses that were built through acquisitions and applications, these cannot be replaced by like
somebody cannot build them themselves.
Yeah, exactly. So ultimately, I think the future would be trending towards a stage where these infrastructure, everyone can build their own software, but these are the infrastructure that will hold them as accountable. That's the second thing that we want to do.
Go ahead.
The third thing we, like I said, right, because everyone can build their own thing, like distribution is the most important part.
Right.
Distribution meaning
it makes sense.
You have the brand, you have the trust, right? Fundamentally, we are a fintech. We're dealing with business owners' hard-earned money.
Yep.
And you need trust for people to put their business saving with you.
Absolutely.
You need trust for people to use you to receive and pay out money, right? And that's why in the past couple of years, you have seen us investing a lot in brand partnerships so that we could elevate our brand and elevate people's trust in me.
So give me a brand partnership that's important to you.
Three brand partnerships.
Go ahead. That evoke trust.
Number one is McLaren.
I was going to ask you. I was hoping you would say McLaren.
Obviously,
how does that play into? Because I've been watching this, right?
Thank you.
No, I have. I pay a lot of attention. I do a lot of research, but I've been watching the Airwallex interaction with McLaren since the deal was announced. We've been at F1, we've filmed at F1, we've done a lot of stuff there. We know how this works. But from a brand trust perspective, what does that partnership mean to you guys?
Yeah. I think ultimately we are a global company. And McLaren worked with us because we picked McLaren because I think there are a lot of similarities in terms of the innovative, the engineering DNA, the hunger for speed and ambition. And most importantly, right, F1 as a sport actually highly overlaps with all the markets that we operate in, like the US, like huge in Europe, obviously in Asia, like China, Singapore, Australia.
Do you think you get some, what's the right word? Not ancillary, but some like related benefits from the fact that F1 as a business literally pulls down overnight, travels to another city, and then sets it all back up again, and it's efficiency and
the global nature, the hunger for speed, like resonates very well with our DNA. Not just our DNA, our customers' DNA as well. So in at least in APAC, in my markets, right? Whenever there's a race in Singapore, whenever there is a race in Australia, we always host our clients our own.
For sure.
And everyone loves it.
It's a huge benefit.
Yeah, everyone associates our brand with it. And whenever we go see F1, like when our name appears on the halo at a driver review, we always feel very excited. Not just energizing our customers, but also a lot of our employees as well. So
it's a cool thing to do for the employees.
It's a huge brand building for us. And I remember last year, I had the opportunity to do a fireside chat with Lando Norris. It was a huge event in Singapore. I think
where did you do it?
In Singapore, we actually hired an artist to do a 3D sculpture of Lando Norris, and he actually came and unveiled that sculpture. And that was a huge client event, a very, very successful one. And then we did another event with Oscar PS3, I think 2 years ago, with a tagline saying that all great things come out of Melbourne. Because we're from Melbourne, and Oscar is also obviously from Melbourne.
I got it.
That's a really good marketing, branding partnership for us. So that's number one. And there are two other partnerships that I want to talk about in last couple months, right? We sponsor Arsenal. So Arsenal is using our as a financial software partner as well. We also work with the San Francisco Giants. So as you can see, we actually do two more local sports team partnerships in Australia.
Yeah, but Arsenal's kind of a quasi-global brand as well. The Giants aren't that. It's very regional. It's also San Francisco.
To our ambition of our US growth.
I get it.
We also made San Francisco as our dual headquarter last year. And obviously we're accelerating our growth there.
Okay, super duper. Okay, this was great. I don't want to take up any more of your time. I really appreciate you sitting down. I love the brand discussion. It's something that I've wondered about for a while, and I really appreciate you sitting down and doing this.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's my complete pleasure.
Thank you.
Let's do more, man. Thank you. Oh.
we extra guest of stickers. Okay.
Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Perfect.
Do we have more after Young?
Yes, two more.
Two more. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yep. You want to be slightly closer to the microphone? Okay, so Young, why don't you introduce yourself? You work at Sabre, you're head of partnerships, but you're also involved in the finance and fintech side of this.
Yes.
Is that fair? And where are you based? A little bit closer to the mic.
Oh, okay. Well, so I'm actually based in Singapore.
Okay.
I actually head the partnership for payment partners at Sabre in the APAC region.
Ah,
more on the
okay.
payment side, actually.
Got it.
Yes. Essentially, what we do at Sabre Payments is that.
So has Sabre built their own payment business?
We definitely have built a payment business,
right?
But the most important thing here is that Sabre is still a travel first company. So
is what?
We are still a travel first company.
Yep, absolutely.
So we are a travel tech provider, a travel marketplace.
Yep.
We essentially provide content for travel to all of our different agencies and partners.
Yep.
But because of that, it's a natural extension for us also to work in the payment space. So while we are not a FI, we actually work with like a very diverse and global and robust portfolio of payment partners to provide payment services to our travel merchants.
Got it. So how long have you been in this part of the business? Because the travel tech thing has been around for 50 years, something like that, right? But how about the payment side, and why was it initially like spun up?
I think Sabre has been around since the 1960s.
So 60 years. Yeah. Sorry, I was close though.
Yeah. I think we've been around for quite less than 10 years. So
the payment side, yeah.
5 years.
Yeah.
So we are really in a very sort of like fintech startup mode. And one of the reasons why we decide to go into payments is that if you look at it, right, we are a travel booking company, right? Essentially, agencies and like certain travel partners, right, we actually make bookings for airline tickets and also hotel rooms through us.
Yep.
Since there's a booking element, right, that's where the overall payment portion comes in to complement the overall travel booking flow.
So does it make it easier for your clients to interact with you if they have the ability to pay through Sabre itself directly?
Oh, of course, definitely.
Has it been transformational for the businesses in the sense that clients feel like it's just much easier to interact with you guys?
Yeah, so definitely.
Definitely.
So I guess we always try to have this one-stop hub kind of concept.
Yep.
Essentially, what we do is that rather than having our clients really stitch together different sort of systems and payment platforms, what they do is that they come to us. We give them a singular access, and through this connection, they actually are able to use a full range of payment services, all the way from payment acceptance, accepting credit cards, APMs, to different payout options, so like virtual cards, cross-border FX payments, and also other value-added services such as chargeback management.
Does Sabre issue its own cards?
We don't, but we actually work with a diverse group of global issuers worldwide, actually.
Do you understand what I mean though, right? Because
yes.
Yeah. Do you ever consider doing that?
Well, I don't think it's something in the near horizon. Reason being, we are first and foremost still a travel tech company.
Right. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Yep. And I think the reason why we want to not be an FI is that we rather leverage on our payment partners, right, and grow together with them.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Do they talk to you about how to implement artificial intelligence into their businesses so it can better help your business? And if they do that, is there a data sharing thing with your partners so that they can understand how your business actually operates better so that they can attach artificial intelligence to it? Or is that something you guys just don't get interested in?
In terms of data sharing, there could be certain data sharing, but I mean, it's interesting that you brought up agentic AI. So interestingly, Sabre actually announced like a partnership earlier this year and pay for all the tickets in the same experience.
But in this case, is that customer interacting directly with Sabre itself? So doing bookings and stuff like that directly with Sabre itself? Or is it using other sort of, what's the right word? Aggregator platforms to then make those bookings via Sabre?
So in this particular partnership with Mindtrip and PayPal, the front end will be Mindtrip.
Okay. Sabre, yeah, but of course, all the bookings are going to take place on the Sabre side. Yes. That's for hotels and for flights and stuff, yeah?
For hotels and flights, but I believe we'll start with airlines first for flights.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you've been in the airline business longer than you've been in the hotel business. Well, not much longer. But so have you started testing this already?
So it's going to be piloted in Q2 this year.
Come on. Go ahead.
So I guess because this is a new model, it's a new partnership.
Yep.
So a lot of things are in the works. We need to give the folks some time to actually really build it up. To make it
fair enough. What do you think the outcome is going to be? In other words, what do you think the customer feedback is going to be like? You said Mindtrip, and who's the other one?
PayPal. PayPal.
PayPal, yeah. So what do you think? We had a guy from PayPal here for like 40 minutes today.
Yeah.
But what do you think the feedback you're going to get is from customers? What's your expectation about how they're going to feel when they use the AI-enabled or AI-enhanced, agentic AI-enhanced functionality?
Okay. I guess at the core, right, you'll make it much more seamless. So like I mentioned before, right, like if you're going to book a trip now, you have to have multiple searches, go to different websites.
I don't even want to do it anymore. It's so complicated, right?
Precisely. But through this like model, right, you just go to one portal and just, describe your trip in simple plain language, right?
Yep.
And from there, you actually get like the best personalized like option
Mhm.
and make the payments and book. So it becomes much more seamless. It makes it so much more human in that sense.
I think so. So as a guy that's doing the partnerships, particularly on the not on the finance, but on the fintech side, right? How closely did you work together with your payment partners to give them feedback about where they're implementing like new services and new tools, particularly on the AI side?
On the AI side, it's still early days.
Yeah, very early days. But if you set up a mechanism to be able to give them feedback so that then they can better understand what you think you need in this context.
In terms of AI sort of payments, I would imagine that they would have to be a lot more flexible. They would probably need to enhance like their identity sort of like management, fraud management.
Yep.
Which I believe most of the more forward-looking PSPs are already looking at it.
Yep.
But in addition to like moving forward, looking at agentic AI, what I think at Sabre that we are doing really well is that payments for travel in itself now is really very complex.
Yeah, it really is.
So that's why.
God, I have so many questions about how these payments take place. Sorry, go ahead. So
essentially, right, because the sort of clients that we actually work with, right, they are travel clients. Their core business is actually travel.
Yep.
So what we do in Sabre with this one-stop hub sort of concept for payment services is that we are the ones who go out and bring in all sorts of diverse partners, best in class, like I mentioned, acquirers, PSPs, issuers, cross-border payment companies, right? And so what we do is that we almost take away this whole payments like burden from them. We go inside, we understand what they do, what our clients require, what is the market specifics.
Super.
And then we work together to really give them a tailored sort of end-to-end best fit sort of payment solution.
So in this context, what is the one, I'll let you after this, but in this context, what is the one message you want people to understand about what Sabre's trying to accomplish in the payment space and also in the partnership space with some of these partners that are using the artificial intelligence stuff to help make people's lives better?
Okay. Maybe I'll come from the angle of the payment space first.
Please.
So essentially, Sabre is going to become, it's actually one of the one-stop hub payment services for travel-related payments. Our core sort of verticals are travel clients. Because we're in the business of travel booking, we understand the nuances and challenges.
Yeah.
That's why we will bring the best partners and really tailor like a best fit solution, bearing in mind market conditions and your different business requirements, and work with our partners to provide the best fit sort of payment solutions, be it all the way from payment acceptance, payouts, and even value-added services.
Perfect. Okay, Young, thank you so much for sitting down and doing this stuff today. I really appreciate your time. Thanks, man. Alex, I would take your lanyard off. Take this thing off. There's got to be a better way to do. You want us to have a seat? You want to have the microphone like this.
I know, like fist.
Yeah, you want the way I described it is you want to have it like an ice cream cone that you're not going to eat.
Sounds good.
But that you could eat.
Let me just get closer to.
I know he did. So, Alex, why don't you give me your full name?
It's Alex Scher.
Scher, and where are you from?
I'm German originally.
And what's the name of your company?
It's called ZK Me for Zero Knowledge Me.
ZK Me. Okay, and you won the start, and your American company.
No, the American pronunciation, like. So
Are we gonna go there right away?
Might.
You have to. We might. I love the German sense. I love the German sense of humor. It's hilarious. I think it's funnier actually than most people give you credit for. You won the startup competition here.
Correct. Yeah.
So tell me what ZK Me does, and don't make fun of my pronunciation. And then tell me about the competition a little bit.
Yeah. So let's start with the competition first. Maybe. I mean, it's organized by Money 2020.
Yep.
We're invited to represent the Hong Kong startup scene.
Oh, so you based in Hong Kong?
We're based out of Hong Kong. Yeah.
Okay, great.
But like serve the market globally.
Yep, fair enough. How long has ZK Me been around?
3 years now.
Okay, so that's not a long time, but not a short time either.
Yeah, it's like that make it or break it moment.
Kind of. I was gonna say, like, if you've lasted 3 years, you should be around a little bit longer at least.
No, I think so. Like,
yeah. Careful the microphone.
We're seeing a lot of demand at the moment.
Okay, what do you guys do?
So we provide identity for autonomous finance. So that's like things like identity verification for compliance or underwriting for things that do not have back offices. So
What does that mean?
So for example, a smart contract, right? Like if you provide a financial service via a smart contract, how do you fulfill KYC requirements?
Yeah, how do you know who's actually doing it?
Correct.
So how do you do that? And are you using zero knowledge proofs to do this?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where the name comes from.
I was gonna say it's in the name. Why did I even ask?
The idea is to push the verification to the edge device. So rather than having a centralized entity that takes up the responsibility to identify the user is verifying themselves and generating a tamper-proof, cryptographic proof to be shared.
So let's back up for a second.
Yeah.
Tell me the flow. So before ZK.me,
correct.
Tell me and before smart contracts.
Yeah.
Tell me the flow of what would happen normally in the situation where someone's providing a financial service to somebody and how that KYC would take place. And then give me the example of how it would take place in the case where smart contracts so people can understand where you're fitting in. Is that fair?
Yeah, sounds good. So in most financial services these days, we rely on so-called IDV providers or eKYC providers.
Go ahead. And what do they do?
They typically take up the responsibility to authenticate documentation.
So that I am who I say I am.
Correct.
And that I represent myself, even if I am who I say I am, that the I that I'm representing is actually also valid.
Yeah.
It's like multi-layered in a way, right?
Yeah, it's multi-layered. So it goes from things like authentication, like are you really who you
am I really Michael Waits? Yeah.
Then are you eligible? Like are you let's say
you have enough net worth or whatever. Yeah.
All of these things that go beyond just the simple due diligence to provide a service.
Okay, and that would mean that I want to open a brokerage account.
Correct.
Right, so I called whatever the broker is. They want some identification information from me, maybe my passport, maybe some other information from me. Maybe they want to see my bank statements. Maybe they want to see all this kind of stuff. I provide them with that documentation. Then they realize, oh my God, Michael's going to be an amazing client. We definitely want to have him here. I can't believe we have a chance to do this.
That must be the result.
They love it. They love it. Maybe we can actually have him do commercials for us because he's so good at this stuff. What happens in this case? And what's missing? Do you know what I mean?
So there's nothing missing. I mean, it's been working for the last couple of decades in traditional finance.
No, but I mean, what's different? Because that is a very well understood flow, but I want people to understand how that normally happens because some people don't have a brokerage account. They don't know what KYC is, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So typically what happens is that these IDV providers collect information for you.
Yep.
And then run quality checks.
They do background checks and all sorts of stuff, yeah?
All kinds of things. So they verify whether the document is authentic, whether your information is authentic, whether you're a high or a low risk user.
Got it.
And then they would store this kind of information in the name of the financial service provider. And that's where the issue arises.
Right, so they take all my information.
Correct.
They take photocopies of my passport. They take photocopies of maybe but whatever it is, all this data that they have about me, and they save it on a server somewhere.
Correct.
Inside of Goldman Sachs.
Correct.
Essentially.
In the name of Goldman Sachs.
Like in the name of them. They own that data.
So they have a so-called data processing agreement for that specific purpose.
Yep. And I agree to that.
Correct.
Okay.
So the issue is
now they have all this information about me.
Yeah.
That I don't necessarily want them to have.
But that's a separate, I
understand that. But I just want people to understand. I want to set context for people so they can understand, because I presume that 70% of the people that are listening may not even understand what a zero knowledge proof is.
True. And we can get to that.
We can get to that too. But so now what's the process that's happening here? How is it different? And why do you think it's better?
The main difference is that rather than having a centralized entity verify who you are,
right,
you are running code locally on your device.
So I have a laptop or a phone or whatever that includes my information that's all cryptographically protected.
Correct. So we skip this centralized entity that is the trust building entity. We say credentials are already trusted somewhere.
Okay, but how do so that's a really good point. How do I get my credentials to be in a trusted state?
Correct. That's where the zero knowledge proof comes in.
Go ahead.
So maybe one step back. We believe a lot of the credentials that we use to verify ourselves do not need human verification because they're already trusted somewhere.
Like a passport.
Yeah, like every passport since 2016 it has a biometric chip with a private key encryption.
That's a really interesting point. I have a biometric chip in my it doesn't work.
How you've been traveling, no? Like,
yeah, but I mean, I put it in that machine, and in some places it rejects it, and I cannot even get myself verified. I'm not kidding. I'm not making this up on LinkedIn, because when I put my phone on it doesn't
really,
it doesn't work.
Yeah, then that's
it's a problem.
That shouldn't happen.
I know it's a problem. It's not your fault, but I'm just telling you, like, it's a problem.
It is a problem. Like, all forms of verification are super high friction points for financial service providers.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, people say like 40 to 60% of all traffic is lost because of KYC traffic.
Okay, makes sense. Sorry. So go ahead. So let's just presume that the chip is working.
Yeah. So presume the chip is working. It is literally a government that has been cryptographically signing that the information that is stored on the biometric chip.
So that is cryptographically signed as well?
Yes.
I did not know that. Okay.
So there's like a private public key encryption that is happening on the chip.
Okay.
That ensures that the validity of the chip is authentic. That's the reason why you can like pass most of the international travel without having a human actually look.
Yeah, that's why. So I put that in that machine. So it works. It works in Singapore, but it did not work in Amsterdam.
Interesting. I would have thought the Dutch government is a little.
I would have thought so too, but I had to get out of that line and go into like the manual line. And there was nobody, like, I didn't care because there was nobody there, but still it didn't work. Anyway, go ahead.
That's exactly what we want to get rid of. Like, we want to get rid of all of those human interactions.
Yeah, because I don't want some low-level dude. No, because the last time I traveled to the United States was a long time ago, that dude has an attitude.
Oh, yeah. I have so many stories about that.
So do I. But you don't look like what I look like.
Yeah,
I've been taken off a plane because they thought I was a terrorist.
I could imagine.
Yeah, you can imagine. I told my brother the story. He said the same thing. But the point is that, like, I don't want that interaction.
Yeah.
You're right. They don't need to know who I am. They just need to know that I am who I say I am.
Exactly. Like,
go ahead.
So the biggest issue we try to solve is less on the privacy.
Yeah.
The privacy is a beneficial consequence of what we do.
Yeah, it's just a side benefit of this.
Yeah, exactly.
But what are you trying to solve for?
The main problem we're trying to solve is reusability and network effects in compliance.
So talk to me about walk me through the flow again.
Yeah. So super highly simplified flow for traditional finance.
Yep.
Someone wants to provide you a financial service. They have simple due diligence and enhanced due diligence requirements.
Yep.
They need to collect some kind of information of you.
Yep.
So what they do is they say, I don't have the expertise to know who really fulfills these requirements.
Yep.
So I'm outsourcing these verifications to third-party providers.
And that would be you.
At the moment, that would be big IDB providers like Persona.
That's what it is now. But what is ZK.me? So now what is the flow with ZK.me?
We are a decentralized IDB provider.
Mm-hmm.
So we say, rather than delegating it to a person, a company, we're delegating it to code, to machine, to
so you said
algorithm.
You said I have all my information on my phone, let's say, in an encrypted place.
Correct.
And then what do I do?
So you go through the same kind of verification. You still have to scan your passport, but rather than the data being transferred to an IDV server,
it's transferred to you.
It's kept on your device.
Kept on my device.
And your device generates this zero knowledge proof. So no matter what you try to do with your device, it's a tamper-proof verification that your passport has been read.
Why is it tamper-proof?
That's just how the math works. So a zero knowledge proof.
No, but that's not good enough for me. That's just how the math works. It's not good enough for me. Why is it tamper-proof?
I tried to take the easy way out.
Yeah. No, but not with me, man.
A zero knowledge proof is a stochastic approach to delegate compute.
Okay.
So you can think of it like a logic gate.
Yep.
You know, when you program, you have things like and, or, and so on.
Yep.
A zero knowledge proof is something similar. It just says, I get as an output of an algorithm, I get not only the result of the algorithm, I also get a proof that the algorithm ran exactly as coded.
It was meant to run.
Correct.
Right.
So no matter what I try to do as a user or as a malicious actor, as soon as I even change a single bit of that algorithm, the proof would be fake.
What if it fails? Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
So again, in the case of me with my passport and LinkedIn, like I've actually contacted them and said, who can help me?
Yeah.
No response. So I can't verify myself.
Yeah. I mean,
it drives me crazy.
That's an issue with all forms of automation, right? Like
I understand that.
We remove the human factor, the more we have.
But I want to be able to travel. I want to be able to sign up for brokerage services. I want to be able to, if it doesn't work, I want to be able to talk to, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
At the bottom line, I don't think I'm going to have a problem, but if I do, sorry.
No, all good. Like super valid question. Like there's always going to be some form of fallback factor where you have a human looking at verification.
Yeah.
What we're aiming to do is to remove 99%
That's
of
what I was, so, but I want people to understand this, right? It's not that this is going to be the only way this can ever get done. And this is what I want LinkedIn to do as well. I want them 99% of the time, this thing to just work. But in the 1% of cases where it doesn't work, and I do consider myself part of the 1%, that there's a way to disintermediate it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, like that's always going to be a topic. Like we do work together with so-called trusted issuers.
Yep.
We ourselves as a company, we will never touch private data. We only provide the actual algorithm.
Right, you provide the so how does that work? You give the algorithm to Goldman Sachs?
Correct. It's a B2B
so they pay
service.
you. They pay you.
Yes.
Sorry, just again, tell me how it works. Sorry.
So it's a B2B service like any other IDV provider.
Yep.
But with the added benefit that it's composable, reusable, and it has network effects built in.
So what is the composable part matter? What does the reusable part matter? And what are the network effects?
So let's start with the network effects. Like our thesis is that with an increase in automated finance, you will have increased fragmentation in financial service providers. So that's what we see currently with like decentralized finance.
Yep.
Tokenization.
I think it makes sense. Yeah.
Agent finance.
Yep.
All of those are micro financial services.
Yep.
Where the compliance cost of verifying every single financial service exactly would
because the transaction sizes aren't big enough to justify the cost associated with doing the verification.
So you immediately understand the issue. Like if I have to go through compliance checks for every single financial service I provide,
it's a nightmare.
The costs rise exponentially.
Yeah, for sure.
So what our idea is that everyone that orchestrates financial services will only have to verify the user once, and then the user have the ability to redelegate the same proof for every single micro.
They want to go through the process again.
Correct.
Yeah, got it. Okay, that's super cool.
Thank you.
That's super cool.
So that's the network effect and the reusable side.
And how about the composable side?
The composable just means that I can selectively disclose parts of the identity.
That's what I want to know. So little bits and pieces. I don't have to tell you everything that's inside because I can put a whole bunch of stuff in there.
Yeah, correct. What happens at the moment is that if I go through a KYC service, I typically have to share everything.
Yeah.
Like if I share like like in the US, right? Like sharing information via open banking just means that the financial service provider has access to my full financial history.
I know,
but maybe the financial service only needs to know that, yeah, you did actually like have an active bank account. Like,
got it. So you won the contest.
Yeah.
That must feel great.
Yes.
Are you a co-founder or are you?
I'm the solo
founder. Okay. Yeah. So you have no one to call.
I have my girlfriend to call.
I'm not making value judgments here, but I was going to say you probably have a partner to call, which is awesome. She must be super stoked.
Yeah.
Super happy. Since she's probably freaking out about the fact that my boyfriend's running a startup. Is he going to be okay? I know the feeling. How often do you participate in these contests like this?
Every time there's a relevant, so maybe like 2 or 3 times a year.
And do you win a lot?
I mean, not going to lie, yeah, like 5 out of 5 so far.
That's why I'm asking. But again, I don't care about the individual win or the individual loss. It's the directional thing that's important to me, right? So the direction is in the right direction.
No.
Startups are hard. It looks really sexy and really fancy and stuff like that. And like your parents are probably scared to death.
Yeah.
They probably wonder why you don't have a real job. But the directionality is the thing that's important to me.
Correct. Like, I mean, I also gave up a very promising career in the automotive industry for this.
Yeah, I'm sure. Your parents like, we didn't do all this for you to quit that job. What are you doing, Alex?
I mean, it's
no, I get it. I'm just kidding in a way.
It's been a very interesting story so far. And yeah, like when we started, I think it was a little bit too early.
It always is,
projects to understand.
Survive it. So here's the thing. There's all this talk in the startup world about the most important thing you can have is like product market fit.
Yeah.
I call BS on this all the time.
Agree.
The most important thing you can have is discoverability. You want people to just know you're operating because otherwise you're operating in a vacuum.
Yep.
Yeah, because even if you don't have product market fit, if people know you're working on something, you'd be surprised, and not you, but one would be surprised how actually helpful the rest of the market would be. Because like, that's a really good idea.
Yeah.
How can we help you? But if they don't know you're there.
Absolutely. And it also helps with like sharpening the product, right?
Absolutely. You cannot get product market fit in a vacuum. Okay. You don't know. And if no one knows you're there, you're in a vacuum. So the most important thing to me is discoverability, which is why we do what we do. to give, and I'm not joking about it, to give companies like you discoverability. But the reason why I ask what sounds to you like a bunch of dumb, uninformed questions is because I've done thousands of recordings with companies. Like you probably didn't even know that I knew what a zero knowledge proof was.
Yeah, I was surprised. Yeah,
you were though, right? You're like, oh no, now what do I do? I have to explain shit to this guy. I'm too tired. I've been pitching all day. No, but you know what I mean, right? But because I talked to a bunch of people, but it's not to suggest that people in the audience are dumb. They're not. Our audience is super smart, but they may be uninformed about certain things that we already know about. And my job is to help explain it to them or expose it to them so they can understand.
No, I do appreciate it. And
yeah,
you know, I'm a product manager at heart. And I always say like product managers are always the most stupid person in the room.
Why?
No, because like that's the job of a product manager. Like just be dangerously knowledgeable in everything.
Right. I'm not saying I'm an expert in zero knowledge proofs, but I know fundamentally what they're trying to accomplish and why they're important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I keep saying like,
and I'm smart enough to know not to be dangerous, if that makes sense. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I keep saying like when investors ask me like, why focus so much on zero knowledge proofs? I actually think it's one of those fundamental technologies that is very much underestimated.
Very much so. It's not used in enough places.
I mean, if you look, like if you compare, for example, distributed ledgers, like blockchain tech.
I know just ledgers. I don't actually like using the generic term. It's not even generic because blockchain is a thing.
Correct.
It's a very specific actually type of distributed ledger technology.
Correct.
I much prefer DLT.
Yeah.
Because that's the more generic term. Is that fair?
That's super fair.
See what I mean? Enough knowledge to be dangerous. Go ahead.
No, I always say, like, in my opinion, zero knowledge proofs are way more impactful than distributed ledger.
Yeah, not even close.
Because like the whole concept of delegating compute is so powerful. Like a lot of the overhead that we have at the moment in tech only happens because we cannot trust the counterparty.
Yeah.
But if you have tech that actually
removes the necessity to trust, right?
There's so much potential in making services leaner, in removing overhead.
I agreed. Yeah, if you don't have to go through this whole sermon drang about like trusting people, you can accomplish a lot more, a lot faster.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Anyway, thank you for doing this.
Absolutely.
Martin, where do we stand? Well, tell him to come back. Tell him to come back. Okay.
Oh, thank you for taking
the
time.
Thank you. This was really awesome. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. I know you're tired, and I know how hard pitching is. It's kind of binary.
True.
It's actually really binary. So
no, thank you.
Sorry, thanks for sitting down and doing this. Connect to me on LinkedIn.
Will do.
And let me know if there's any other way we can help you. We have a huge network, and leave it there. And the network effects actually really matter.
Perfect.
Okay, Alex, it's great to meet you. Thank you very much. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Albert, you may want to take off your lanyard.
This one?
Yeah.
You're gonna also
because you're live right now on TV.
Very nice.
It just looks better without it. And when you sit down, did Martin tell you how to use the microphone? Did Martin tell you how to use the microphone?
How?
Like this. You want to have it like an ice cream cone.
Okay.
That you're just about to eat, but you won't eat. So you want to have it about here in your mouth.
Okay.
Okay.
Do I sit down?
If you want to, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I have been in meetings all day long.
No, you must be exhausted. You must be tired of talking.
But I'm very happy to be here.
Where are you from?
I'm from Mexico.
That's what it sounds like.
Yes.
Super cool.
Very Latin American accent.
No, I think it's super cool. And when did you arrive here?
I arrived 2 days ago.
Okay.
But I live in Beijing.
Oh, okay.
For 8 years, yes.
Oh, how's your Mandarin?
我的中文非常好.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Very nice. Which is better, your English or your Mandarin?
I would say my Mandarin right now.
Because you live in Beijing.
Yes, right? Beijing, but of course, when we're engaging with merchants, we cover globally. So we speak English.
It's hard to forget,
Spanish. I also speak French.
But you speak the 3 biggest languages in the world.
Yes, I think I already speak
Spanish,
80% of the
Spanish, English,
and Chinese
and Mandarin.
I also speak a little bit of Japanese.
Do you?
French.
どのぐらい?
日本語は話せます。
話せるの?
話せる。
The audience is now freaking out.
勉強しました。
勉強しました。勉強したんだ。
あなたも
ずっと日本に住んでたんですよ。
そうですね。Wow, so we have like a poly speaking people.
You thought I was just an idiot with a microphone.
You live in Japan?
I used to.
Oh, very nice. How many years you live in Japan?
22.
22 years in Japan. Tokyo, where?
So I went to college in Kyoto.
Oh, very nice.
For Jugakse, for study abroad. And then I lived in Tokyo. I worked at Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs for 20-something years.
Very interesting.
Living in Tokyo, yeah. Are you familiar with Tokyo?
Yes, I think it's one of my favorite cities.
One of my favorite cities too.
It's for me one of the cities in all the world with like variety in food.
It's the greatest food city.
Music.
I live in Bangkok now, but Tokyo's the place I've lived the longest in my whole life of any place.
Yes.
I'm not Japanese, but like think about this. How old are you?
I'm 38 years old.
Okay, so for 35 years I've lived in Asia.
Wow.
Yeah.
But you are originally from...
I was born in California and raised in the East Coast of the United States, but I left when I was 24.
Oh, yeah.
So what am I?
So you are more like an APAC person, totally.
I feel like I know way more about Japan and Thailand than I know about the United States.
Well, I can tell you...
Because I haven't lived there in years.
From China than I can actually know from Mexico.
But think about this. You left Mexico when you were 30.
Yes, that's true.
So you've been living in China for most of your adult life.
Exactly, yes.
It's weird to think about it that way.
I think for me, it's like the exact moment that I need to have like a lot of growth professionally.
Yeah.
Those were the years that I have been spending in China.
Same for me.
Because
not in China, but in Japan. But yeah, same for me.
I think it's the same kind of, professional path and also personal path. So very interesting for me.
So tell me, what do you do?
Yes. So I work for Local Payment. And Local Payment is a company that provides a backend infrastructure to other payment companies.
Oh.
So we provide pay-in, pay-out, Treasury and FX to other payment companies such as PayPal, Payoneer.
Really? So you develop their own backend?
I don't want to say they don't develop their full solutions, but they are using our payment channels, our banking rails in Latin America.
In Latin America, okay.
So you could
I
say
got it.
that we are kind of like the PSP of the PSPs.
You know, I get it. Yeah. So you do very specific. Is it mostly concentrated in Latin America?
Yes, the region that we cover currently is only Latin America.
Right.
But we are expanding soon to Africa and US. Yes.
Yeah, but I mean the rails that you've built are specific to help companies
process payments in Latin
America.
Exactly.
So you're in China, but you provide services to those Chinese payment companies because you said you're the PSP of PSPs. Yeah?
Yes.
So the PSP service that you provide allows people to make payments in Latin America.
To collect payments, pay in, and to also do payments, pay out.
Yeah, and pay out as well.
Exactly.
Are you also considering building rails and pay in and pay out for other regions? Or you're focusing on Latin America, but you're trying to get not partners, but clients in the rest of the world?
Great question. Like I think our focus so far is mainly processing payments in Latin America.
Got it.
But we're expanding our presence to other markets because we want to be close to our merchants.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I want to know.
We want to be talking face to face. We want to be on the ground. Yes.
So this is the thing that I think most people that follow the payment space, well, people that follow payments maybe do understand, but people that just like watch merchants and stuff like that don't understand. And that is that the payment rails in any individual region or country are so different that if they're not bespokely built for that, you can't just like change a few like parameters inside of using PayPal as an example, gigantic company, but it's probably easier for them to integrate what you've already done than build it themselves from scratch.
Yes, and
is that
of
fair?
course you have different use cases for different companies.
Yep.
Again, it's not like PayPal is only processing transaction to us because
no, for sure.
Some use cases apply for us and some use cases they are doing by themselves or maybe other partners. At the end, it's like what is the actual benefit and advantage that you can provide as a payment company? And in our situation would be the virtual account. What
does that mean?
The virtual account is a banking, how can I explain this? So the virtual account is a pay-in account that we can provide to other merchants. And we are the only company in Latin America that is providing virtual accounts for six different countries.
Which countries are those?
Brazil, Mexico, Chile, Colombia, Argentina, and Peru.
Got it.
Yes.
I love it.
So our partners, they are using virtual accounts to collect payments for example, Chinese exporters or exporters from other countries.
So I was going to ask you why you're in Beijing, why you're in China.
Yes.
But based on all the supply chain stuff and where like not most of the world, so a lot of the world's like components and stuff like that are manufactured, does it help you being in China to then be able to support their ability to do business in Latin America?
Yes, I think it's very important to be on the ground.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially for Chinese merchants and Chinese companies, both B2C and B2C, they do prefer to have like face-to-face negotiations.
But it would too, right? Like you wouldn't want to do sales or integrations if you were based in Mexico City, or frankly, even if you were based in Bangkok, right?
You also have like the time difference.
Yeah.
That can impact the negotiation.
But also the fact that you speak Mandarin gives you a big leg up, because I always say that like a country's culture is embedded inside the language.
Totally, yes.
And the food. Like food is a cultural thing.
And in China, the drinks too, right?
Yeah, but I include the drinks in the food.
Okay.
But this is why it's so important to be on the ground. It's not even so much just the face-to-face interaction. It's like, do you understand us enough?
I think like
understand the nuances. Yeah.
Just touch a very important point.
Go ahead.
There are many Latin American payment companies that do have headquarters in Singapore, in Hong Kong. But normally let's call it like the leader or the VP or the CEO, regional CEO, they don't speak Chinese. I'm not saying that you need to speak Chinese, but it's
a huge
advantage. Yes.
Just imagine me. I don't speak Spanish at all. So imagine me going and living in Mexico City and trying to sell anything.
Exactly. Yeah.
To anybody there. But again, it's not just that I can't, because a lot of people that I meet may speak English. But the more important thing is I don't understand the way they're thinking about business, because I don't understand the thought process they have, because I don't understand the language.
I think like for many people, speaking the language is just a communication tool, but it's
not.
Also
it's a cultural tool.
A cultural tool.
Completely.
Because through the language, you can understand the culture.
Completely.
And you can understand the business, protocols,
right.
You can understand the people, the society.
I would submit to you that you're a different person in Mandarin.
Yes,
than you are in Spanish.
Yes, I think like if when I speak Mandarin, I'm more like business driven.
Yeah,
business wise.
Why?
You know?
But why?
Because I would say that I have lived in Europe. I live in France, Mexico, of course, China, and I would say that Chinese is a great language to do business.
I like it, but I wouldn't know that, right?
Yeah,
but I would not know that. Okay. So what do you see as the upcoming growth engine for, what's the name of your company again?
Local Payments.
What's the going forward growth engine for local
Thank you
payments?
for that question. So as I was saying, our core business right now is providing payment solutions to other payment companies, financial institutions. That is the B2B business vertical. But we are already providing directly to direct merchants and enterprises. That is to say B2C, providing payment solutions to B2C companies.
Okay.
E-commerce companies, ride-hailing companies, social media companies, OTA companies. So instead of doing it through another payment company, we're doing ourselves directly.
So are you switching the model then? Are you expecting to switch the model? So you want to do both?
We want to do both because if we're already satisfying the business necessities of payment companies, we can provide those same solutions, pay in, pay out, treasury and FX, and virtual accounts directly to the merchants. Yes.
Right. But that doesn't make you compete with the people that you're already providing the PSP of PSPs to, does it?
It could be the case that in some use cases we will compete, but at the end, is to improve the solution that we're doing, to improve, of course, the industry. So at the end, I think like for us, it's a great business expansion to start doing B2C.
Yeah, look, if it gets you closer to your end customers, right?
Exactly.
It makes more sense. And there's precedent for this as well. I want to get this right. I think Acer or Asus, I can't remember. These are two Chinese Windows-based laptop makers used to provide white label services to they did OEM services for others. And essentially, if you're a PSP to PSPs, you're the OEM for the PSPs, right?
Yes.
It's not manufacturing something, but you're manufacturing software. But at some point, those guys were like, wait a second, we're giving up margin.
Yes.
Right? So we're just going to create our own brand.
Exactly.
So that's kind of what you're doing, yeah? At some level.
I think for us, it's more like we want to expand the business to the B2C business vertical.
Right. But you can't do that unless you're closer to your customers.
Exactly. And because we have payment license in each country of Latin America.
Right.
We have a great product team. We have a great sales team.
Right.
And also we have great leaders. Our C-suite is conformed by people who have been working in other great companies.
Yep.
So I think like we have everything we need to be able to provide like a good solution to the B2C, let's call it merchants clients. Yes.
I got it. So is this the first time you're at Money 2020 in Asia?
Yes, it's the first time we're at as local payment in Money 2020 Asia. But I want to tell you something. We actually belong to Aleph. Aleph is the largest.
How do you spell it?
ALEPH.
Okay, so like the first letter of the alphabet.
Yeah, exactly. This is the largest group that provides digital advertising and media solutions to companies, including companies.
But what's the relationship between Aleph and local payment?
So Aleph acquired 50% of local payment in 2024.
Okay, recently.
And they just launching what is called Aleph Payments. So now as a group, we have Aleph Media.
Yep.
And then we have Aleph Payments.
Why does a media company go into the payments business?
I think like it's a great second step. You know, you're already providing these media solutions to global companies such as Amazon, Spotify.
Go ahead.
Everything.
Everything's awesome.
Facebook, Meta.
I want Martin to pay attention.
We're already providing these amazing media solutions, digital advertising. What will be the next great thing?
So does that mean then that you can take the relationships that Aleph Media has and use the local payments to provide them payment services in places where Aleph Media is already operating?
So now we're providing media and payment solutions to global companies. Yeah.
So is that one of the reasons why you're here?
That is one of the reasons, yes.
Right, so you can then introduce that. So you said 2024, that's 2 years ago. I presume it takes some time to sort of set that all up and get all that stuff done internally in a way that you couldn't do like just overnight. That's exciting.
Yeah, I think it's like we are the only company, I would say worldwide, that is providing at the same time media and payments solutions to global companies doing business in Latin America. Yes.
For now.
For now, yes.
For now.
For now. I just disclosed it, but by the way, we do have a local office in Singapore.
You do?
We have also offices in Hong Kong.
So is there a guy that does your job in Singapore?
I'm based in Beijing.
No, I know that, but is there a guy that does your job in Singapore? You have an office in Singapore,
yes, we have an office in Singapore.
And one in Hong Kong as well?
And one in Hong Kong, yes.
How about in Thailand?
We do have an Aleph office in Thailand.
You have an Aleph office in Thailand?
Philippines, in Indonesia, and in other countries in Southeast Asia. But talking about like the payments vertical, we have an office in Hong Kong and Singapore.
Got it.
Which happens to be, as you know, the main financial centers in APAC region.
Yeah, for sure. I lived in Hong Kong for a little bit and I've been to Singapore. My first time in Singapore was 1990.
Wow. So you have been all over like APAC region, right?
That's why I consider myself more Asian than I do American.
It does, yes.
I know way more about it
I would say that right now the main, or the, let's call it like the hottest payment things are happening between Latin America and Asia.
So I was afraid you were going to say that the hottest thing is actually in Asia, but I do agree with you actually, because Latam up until now has been completely underserved. I think Pix has changed a lot of things in Brazil, like having these unified payment rails. Does that exist in Mexico as well?
Yes, we have like a
similar type of business.
It's called SPEI, yes, SPEI.
How do you spell it?
SPEI. Yes.
Okay, right. So all these countries are building these rails. And it allows the democratization of payments throughout the entire country, right? Everybody has access to it, pay by QR code or whatever the methodology is that you pay in your country. But this idea that like, one of the things that I think this is doing, and tell me where I'm wrong, is that because payments are becoming easier to do, it means that an SME in Asia can now interact with a supplier in Latin America.
Actually, one of the
do before.
Yeah, you're totally right. Actually, one of the most common use cases for us is we're processing payments. Sorry, we're collecting payments for Chinese exporters selling in Latin America.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you just look at what's the platform? Taobao?
Yes.
And there's another big, is that Alibaba's business?
You have, I mean, Taobao belongs to Alibaba. You have also Jingdong.
Yeah, Jingdong, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, so those businesses obviously are selling tons of stuff outside of China.
Yes.
And to be fair, if somebody's running a Shopify store or an e-commerce business, like a headless e-commerce business in Latin America, they're going to need payments to be able to pay their people in China.
Yeah, exactly.
To then import that stuff into whichever country they're operating in.
Yeah, so the use case, as I was saying, collecting payments for these Chinese exporters.
Yep.
And then we're doing the settlement in cooperation with our partners in China.
Yep.
So there are many use cases, especially for virtual accounts. We can do, this is called B2B Payments and Trade Finance. We can do crypto, on and off crypto. We can do also mass disbursements.
Can I ask you, you do stablecoins?
Yes, we do settlement in stablecoins.
Do
USDT
you?
and USDC. We can also do that top up to crypto wallet.
On both sides of the exchange.
Yes, we do both. Yes. Yeah, it's very. We cover a lot of things, to be honest.
Somebody in the home office was thinking really hard about this.
Yeah,
okay.
We have a like a very smart CEO.
I was going to say, do you have a certain sense of pride of being part of local payments? Do you know what I mean? In the sense that you feel like you have a product suite that actually works for people, that actually covers the stuff that they want to accomplish.
Yes, especially as a Latin American person, being local payment founded by Latin Americans.
Where are they based? Are they based in Mexico?
Our CEO is Ezequiel Israel. He's based in Argentina. He's Argentinian.
Oh, wow.
And the CEO of Aleph, his name is Gaston Taratuta, also super smart guy.
Yeah.
And he's based in Europe.
Okay.
So it's
and do those guys know each other well, or
yes,
they
yes,
do
yeah,
now,
of
right?
course, because you know they
50-50, yeah,
acquire 50% of local payments, so they are great friends. And I mean, actually, Gaston was just 1 month ago in China. We did a China trip, and we went to meet all these Chinese merchants and Chinese partners. We had a great time. Yes.
You travel a lot in China.
Yes, I go normally to Shanghai, Shenzhen, Hong Kong, Nanjing. Also travel a lot to Singapore, Tokyo, Bangkok.
I feel like you live on a plane.
Yeah,
you do travel a lot though, right? Because it's the only way to do it. Because in the same way that you said face-to-face is important in China itself.
Yes.
In every other part of the region as well, like going to
I
Singapore.
think
It's really
for me, it's a sign of respect, you know, like
Agreed.
I really want to do business with you. I'm gonna go
I'm gonna
and
come and
meet
see
with
you.
you directly.
I'm gonna
yes,
come and see you.
know.
Yeah, I don't want to talk to you over Zoom. I don't want to do business that way.
I want maybe the first call could be
Sure.
Zoom call, Google Meet call, but
Just to meet somebody, sure. But if things are getting serious, right?
Exactly.
It's like you date somebody on, do you know what I mean? Like you'd want to take them out to dinner in person. And I don't mean to be
you like
funny.
you first match on the call and then
Sure,
you
sure.
the first thing.
Zoom is like the Tinder for
like the Tinder for business.
It's like the Tinder for business. But you understand the point, right?
I do
Like,
understand.
you're right. The respect you give somebody by getting on a plane and going and staying there, and then talking to them and trying to get business on that way is way better than just trying to do it remotely.
Yeah, and this is something that our CEO and CMO, you know, we have great people. Our CEO is Ezequiel Israel.
Yep.
Our CRO is Juan Stadler, a guy with a lot of knowledge about Latin America.
Super.
CMO Pamela Chavarria. And then again, the CEO and founder of Aleph, Gaston Taratuta, they are very smart guys.
I love it.
And they know that we need to have a local presence. We need to have like a local team, and we are working on that. Yes.
Got it. Okay, Alberto, thank you very much for
Thanks
sitting
to you.
down and doing
Thanks for
this.
having me.
And thanks for taking the time, particularly at the end of the day. It's almost 6 o'clock at
Yes,
night.
I need to have a drink now.
You need to have two.
Two, yes.
You need to have two. Okay, thank you
nice.
so much
Thank you
for doing
for-
this. It's
Thank
my
you.
complete pleasure. It was really nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
I can't believe you speak Japanese. Right now? I thought we were doing him tomorrow.
I can't do it.
You cannot do it tomorrow. Okay, have a seat. But can you pay attention to the ending part?
Yeah.
Yeah, just so, because I want to, when I end, I just want to, yeah, okay. You want to take off your lanyard or?
Do what?
I don't care. You know how to use the microphone. You want to stand?
No, just really stiff from standing. So.
Oh, you've been standing all day?
Yeah.
I've been sitting all day.
Yeah.
I've been sitting here for 5 hours.
Well done.
Yeah, I don't mind. Do I look tired? You can say yes. You look fucking exhausted, man. I don't feel tired. I don't feel tired at all. Okay, so Nikhil, why don't you tell people a little bit about Emergo so they can understand context, and then I want to talk about some of the new stuff that you're working on.
Sure.
And by the way, how's the festival, but not festival, but how has the event been for you guys so far?
Okay, so personally for me, this is my first visit to Money 2020.
Really?
So I didn't really have any frame of reference. Other than I know the name, of course.
Yeah, for sure.
I know that it's a big traditional finance, particularly payments focused.
Very much payments focused, yeah.
I'm aware of well, clearly I'm aware of the other global events, but I was in Amsterdam last year, not for the event, but off the side of it. It felt like there's a heck of a lot of traffic.
Did we talk about this? Because Martin and I were also there as well.
No,
but we did not see you there, right?
No.
Because you were not at the event. You were at a side event. Okay, good.
But certainly, it's high up on the traditional finance radar.
It was pretty amazing last year, actually, in Amsterdam. To be fair,
was it?
Yeah, it was super high energy. Yeah, I think we were there for 2 or 3 days.
Yeah,
it was really, really great, and it was big.
Bigger than this?
Much bigger.
Right.
There were like 2 or 3 rooms.
Oh, wow.
And each one of the rooms was this big. The setup was different, but I actually really liked the way Money 2020 set stuff up.
Yeah.
Because I think it really encourages interaction.
Yeah.
And networking in a way that's maybe some other events don't do.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's clearly very, very payments focused, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like what, how do you see that relative to something like Singapore or Hong Kong FinTech Festival?
So I haven't been to Hong Kong for one of these events. I love SFF. We work together with them. We work really well together with them. But I do think that events have optimal sizes. And I feel like 65,000 people, I think it's just harder to navigate.
Yeah, I think, well, yeah, you're right. I mean, it's
still go. We still love it. And one of the reasons why we do what we do and we do it the way we do it is because we think we can remove a lot of the noise and generate more signals by doing this. Because we eliminate the necessity to navigate through 60-something thousand people. We identify the 40 people we want to talk to and do it this way.
Yeah.
And that eliminates a lot of the noise.
Yeah, you probably get the core thematic points that way. I mean,
Easily.
honestly, four halls of expo in Singapore or 3 halls or whatever is huge.
It's huge,
right? And then in a way,
go.
In a way, fintech has become too broad an expression.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
It's every like reg tech, payments, this and that and the other. So it becomes hard to navigate both physically.
Yeah. The physical side I'm not so troubled with, but like just like getting the stuff done that I want, accomplishing the things that I want to accomplish. I think it's just much harder. I think there's an optimal size, and you're right. I think you should spin out little bits and pieces of it. And I think that's one of the things actually the Money 2020 does really well.
Yeah.
Okay. So for our audience, Nikhil Joshi, Chief Operating Officer at Emergo.
Yes.
What's new?
So, well, let me explain Emergo first of all.
Yeah,
please. For the audience who's not familiar with this.
Yep.
So we're a founding entity of Cardano.
Yep.
In case that one needs a quick explanation, Cardano is a 3rd generation layer 1 blockchain.
Yep.
We as a founding entity, clearly we've been there from very early days, and we've played in different ways of how we can lend or help create commercial value for organizations that are looking to build on the blockchain. Cardano itself has gone through a pretty monumental governance-related change in the last couple of years. And what that means is that founding entities are no longer as important, should we say, as they used to be.
Okay.
And really, the voting decisions, any decision on what happens to the blockchain itself or peripheral ideas related to the blockchain and its ecosystem can be decided by the community, meaning anyone who holds ADA, the cryptocurrency associated with Cardano. And what that allows us as Emergo to do is say, okay, well, let's do a bit of navel gazing. What do we want to be?
Yeah, because now that we don't have to necessarily take instructions from on high, what do we really want to be?
Yeah, well,
at some level, yeah.
Sure. I mean, I suppose in a way there have never been instructions from on high. So
yeah, fair enough.
Although there are other founding entities, we've been legally distinct and, in all respects, culturally and whatnot, distinct. Nevertheless, we are at this point where we can, having done some navel gazing, what we aspire to be is a multi-chain product company. And so
that makes things a lot more intriguing.
Indeed.
At some level, yeah, that's interesting. Okay, go ahead.
Allows me to segue myself.
Please. But it wasn't always that way. It was very chain specific before.
It was very chain specific. We tried a number of things in education, running an education business, ventures type investment, social media as well, actually.
Okay.
And all of this, of course, it's in with the backdrop of very early days in this technology.
Yeah.
And where is there a product market fit?
Yep.
Right. And so I would summarize it as it's a lot of trial and error.
Yeah. Look, I would submit to you that we're still in the early stages of it.
Totally. So with that, I guess, juncture where we can say, well, we can, users are seldom loyal to a technology. They are loyal to a product.
Yeah.
Because it's cheaper, cleaner, faster, whatever it may be.
They're loyal to outcomes, really.
Indeed. And so if you're looking at a layer 1 and you take a step back and go, great. So it's an operating stack or some form of technology stack. What do you want to do with it? Right. And so in that respect, we fundamentally believe that all roads lead to some sort of multi-chain. Now, may not be all chains in the world, but
it doesn't have to be, though.
Sure.
Doesn't have to be.
Correct. And ultimately, things just need to be fit for purpose.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And so what we could see is that we run also one of the largest wallets in Cardano, right?
Yep.
It historically only supported Cardano native assets. Right? We have now rendered it multi-chain.
So you've done that work yourselves.
We've done that work, and what this allows us to do, along with other functionality that we've built, is, and this culminates with the announcement I made on stage a couple of hours ago.
Yeah. We'll share that with the audience as well.
So we've announced that we will be launching a neo finance platform called SecondFi.
Called SecondFi.
Yes. The idea is that a lot of the talk in recent past has been around, we have all these problem statements, be it the unbanked or people from, should we call it G10 countries, i.e. stable in some sense.
Stable.
Right?
I'm not sure I'd attach that word right now, but still.
We've got stable currencies. We've got access to finance. We've got ability to accrete wealth. So we don't have the same issues, clearly.
No, there are no financial inclusion problem.
But we
in
still
the
face
G10.
friction.
Yeah,
right?
Tons of it.
Be it try and send money from a bank account in Thailand, right, to another country.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
I think we're
taking out Thailand.
we're in Thailand.
Yeah.
It's just,
and
it's no different here than it's anywhere else.
Sending money from one bank to another in the same country.
Yeah,
right?
same.
So all of this leads to the idea of self-custody. So SecondFi is a self-custodial finance platform, meaning that you are in control of your assets.
So why don't you explain to people why self-custody matters?
It's going back to the roots of crypto, which is essentially to eliminate the middleman as much as possible and have ownership of your explicit ownership of your own assets. You're not relying on a bank who can now decide that your money can't go from A to B.
Right. So maybe we can explain this to people.
Yeah.
It feels like the money at a bank is in your account.
Sure.
And that it's actually yours.
Yes.
But it's not.
It's not.
It's the bank's.
Well, and they certainly can ask you a bunch of questions before you try and get your money out.
Sure. We've had that happen across the globe to people that we know.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you're self-custodying and it's in a crypto wallet, it's yours. No one can tell you what to do with it or how to do with it or anything else. Yeah. And if it's multi-chain, it means then I can actually send money from one chain to another chain in a way that's pretty seamless. No.
Yeah. Basically, think of it as the end user should not have to think about chains.
No, for sure.
but
the same way the end users have to think about DTCC, like they don't even know it exists, right?
Right.
But still, it's Swift.
The extent of that I think about payments on a typical day is I click on my phone.
Yeah.
7-Eleven.
Scanning a QR code or whatever. Yeah.
I don't care. I should not have to care about how all the
the
plumbing works.
Don't care.
And that is very simplistically, that is multi-chain.
Yeah.
Right. The other thing here is, there has been this somewhat it's been portrayed as a binary outcome. All of these problems will be solved through tweaking of the traditional finance rails, or it will be crypto.
Yeah, but it's not.
And it's binary, but it's not.
It's not.
What we firmly believe is that it will be a convergence of those traditional finance rails, which we know, we're familiar with it. The liquidity sits on those rails.
It does.
But then you'll also have blockchain, which is where you'll allow for the trustless settlement to happen. And now, if you are unbanked, right, what you're essentially looking for micropayments, right, and the ability to get back into fiat currency instantaneously for a cheap price. That blockchain allows for all of that to happen.
Yep.
Right.
So why did you guys decide to do a neo financial institution? Like, what was the impetus there? And is it going to be branded Emergo?
Emergo is the company that's building it. The product is called SecondFi.
SecondFi, okay.
And again, this is not about either or. It's about both together. So you'll have your first bank, your fiat bank, should we call it? And then you'll have your second account, as it were, where you can choose how you look after your own assets and how you send it from A to B and where you're going to invest it.
Okay.
Where you're gonna spend it.
But this SecondFi or second bank is SecondFi. Let's use your words.
And it's not a bank.
I want to be careful about it. SecondFi.
Yeah.
I misspoke, so please forgive me. But the SecondFi is something that can then also communicate with your initial bank. But to do that, because this is blockchain and crypto based, yeah?
Correct.
Where's your sorry, go ahead.
So to answer that point, we have on-ramp and off-ramp capability. So you can go from fiat to crypto to fiat.
Is there stablecoin involved here at all?
Absolutely. So we will, whichever stablecoin you would care to.
Right, because you're agnostic about this as well, yeah?
Agnostic. We have actually, we've partnered with a great company that has a fully regulated US dollar-backed stablecoin, and it can be used for remittances and cross-border payments. They have, the requisite licensing in just under 100 countries around the world.
Nice. The license is the moat, but yeah.
Yeah, and then for us, we will partner with those that have the right licensing and permissions, so they can do that heavy lift. And, But essentially, our differentiator here is that we are entirely self-custodial.
Got it.
And so to the extent that you want to send, spend, save, swap, but all of that can happen through our finance platform. To the extent that any of that needs some kind of regulatory permissioning, we have partnered or will partner with the requisite third party to allow for that to happen in the right way.
Did you say earlier that Emergo has the largest Cardano?
One of the largest
wallets.
Yes.
Does that mean that the balances in there are the largest, or that the most number of people, or some combination of both?
The combination of the two.
So do all those people get automatic, what's the right word, services from SecondFi?
Yeah, correct.
You know what I mean? Like, are they just grandfathered? Not grandfathered. You know what I mean, though, right?
Yeah.
Like,
well, so I'll be careful how I describe this, but essentially, it's fundamentally a rebranding of that wallet.
That's what I want to know. Okay.
Now, what's different?
Yep.
That those users will have, call it tomorrow, relative to today,
whatever. Yeah,
right?
whatever.
Is that we will bring in the multi-chain functionality,
which they did not have up until now.
Correct.
Yep.
Over time, of course, there's a roadmap. It's FinTech, right? So continue evolving.
Yep.
But the fundamentals that anyone would need today of send, spend, save, swap
would you
exist today?
Yeah.
Now, then over time, we will introduce more features. If you want to save, if you want to be able to access vaults, right, that gives you exposure to tokenized assets of varying description. It could be treasury bills, it could be at some point real estate, it could be trade finance.
But RWA at scale, yeah.
Correct.
Yep.
Now you have a means to do that.
That's cool,
right?
Yeah, that's actually kind of cool.
Right? So, and coming back to this idea, if there was one problem statement for the unbanked, there was another problem statement for those who are not necessarily unbanked, but still don't necessarily meet requirements because of arbitrary definitions like accredited investor.
I was going to say,
right?
Yeah. Arbitrary is a really, the word arbitrary is doing a lot of heavy lifting there, but yeah.
And then over time, and so, so essentially we've got our existing wallet and it's going through a rebranding.
Yep.
All of those users have functionality that the new platform has.
Have you announced that to them as well yet?
Yes. So after I was on stage, about 3 hours now.
Yeah. Time to flat circle. It's hard to tell like how much time has passed.
The announcements have rolled out. The website is open for the wait list.
Super duper.
Yeah.
Is there a reason why you wanted to announce that here?
Yeah, super important. So again, coming back to this idea of a convergence of DeFi or crypto with traditional finance and with AI, right?
Ah, yeah.
Now,
I feel like we could spend hours talking about AI in this case, but
I think it's obvious that agentic AI is going to be the operating mechanism going forward for numerous things.
I don't think there's any question about this. I don't think that's a controversial statement.
Correct.
At all.
Walking around this room for the last 2 days now.
Yeah.
Like, you pick up conversations as you walk around and it was just again and again and again. It was blockchain and traditional finance meets AI.
Yep.
Or traditional finance.
Every conversation we had today on this show, we talked about some kind of AI.
So we are talking about the three of them coming together.
Yeah.
And so, so essentially SecondFi offers a platform where the Indonesian palm oil farmer, right, who needs to do some sort of supply chain payment.
Somebody in Brazil.
Yeah. Right? That can happen. But equally in the future, when agentic AI is executing on your behalf between A and B, right? It's all got to be on chain, right? It's got to be in a format because agentic AI can't pull a $10 bill out of its pocket and pay across.
Right.
So it's got to be on those rails.
Yeah.
So it's a platform that serves for today and will serve for tomorrow once that convergence really happens. So coming back to your question, it's no longer a question of is it crypto or is it TradFi?
No.
Finance.
Yeah, it's just finance.
It will exist.
It's just finance.
And because of what SecondFi offers, being here at Money 2020, which is a more of a by far a more traditional event.
Yep.
But we've seen there are definitely crypto players here with some presence.
Yep. If you had been here last year, you would have seen a lot of blockchain sort of style conversations, a lot of stablecoin style conversations as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, for sure.
Sure. So this is the sweet spot, as it were, right?
I think so.
And now we've seen the proliferation of stable coins, and that is really shows a product market.
But that's
fit.
kind of the glue, actually. I hate to say this on tape, but like I had a lot of conversations today about stablecoins. I think I finally get it, and I'm not that dumb. I think I finally understand why this is so important, and I think that's going to be the glue that pulls all this stuff together. There are some people, because people don't have access to bank accounts, and even if they have access to a bank account, they don't have access to a dollar bank account. And it means that it makes it so much harder for them, again, this Indonesian palm oil farmer, to take payment from somebody in Brazil, because they have no way to receive Brazilian real, but also if they want to make that payment for a small farmer, cash flow is super important.
Yes.
3 or 4 days could be fatal.
Oh, 100%.
But it could be fatal. So if you can do it on a stablecoin, that means, and some countries, and I learned this today too, obviously have capital controls.
Yeah.
Let's say you're not allowed to move that much real out of the country.
Yeah.
Well, you just turn it into a stablecoin. It stays inside the country. That stablecoin then goes to, Indonesia or Malaysia or wherever it's going, and then that guy gets Indonesian rupiah. You could never do that.
Correct. I mean, friction
everywhere.
That, right?
Everywhere.
So I mean, and past that example of the Indonesian farmer, I think what we'll see over the next year or so is established corporates recognizing that managing their cash flow on stablecoin, where even imagine a conglomerate that has subsidiaries left, right, and center all over the world. And they'll be doing this all day long.
All day long.
Think about exchanges and this and that. Exchange of currencies, I should say. And if you now do it on stablecoin, you remove the time friction, you remove the cost friction.
But imagine a world where everybody, not everybody, but like where the stablecoin becomes the method of exchange globally. So people are not sending different currencies all over the world. They're just going, you know what, instead of taking my Brazilian real, just as an example, and turning them into a USDC or USDT, I'm just going to hold a USDT, because fundamentally, I believe this, that it's going to be more stable. I hate to use that word. It feels a little bit meta. But if I'm paying everybody else in the world in dollars anyway, and if they're going to receive dollars, why not just keep the dollars? Then I lose any kind of, and it's not only this way, but I can see a scenario where stuff like that would happen, even for big conglomerates.
Indeed, I think that there'll be, as we go forward, there'll be less need to hold fiat.
Yeah,
and so you don't need to.
You want
go out of stablecoin into
no. I don't think it's going to happen as much as people are saying today. I think you're just going to not be in fiat, but just be in stablecoins.
Yes. Yeah. So the amount of cash and capital that you release through the friction that you remove, I think then quickly segues into, great, now let's talk about past cash management. Let's talk about treasury management.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's when we will start to see real world assets and the tokenization of those. Really, the floodgates will open.
In a way, it almost has to happen.
Yeah.
Because if you have, if a stablecoin has programmable money, it's been hard for me to say that all day. Why wouldn't your other assets that you're buying with that programmable money also be programmable?
Yeah, well, simplistically, I have money. In this case, it's a digital format.
Yeah.
Now, what can I park it in? Invest it?
What can I do with it?
Yeah.
And how can I do it in the way that's most easily done?
Correct.
Right.
Now, correct. Exactly. So I think this I think it's more than a penny drop moment, but we've certainly seen over the last year a real understanding and acceptance of what the utility is in stable coins.
Yeah.
And that, I think, will grow and grow and grow, and will open the door and ultimately the floodgates for assets to be tokenized.
Yeah, because we've been waiting, like we've been talking about real world asset tokenization for a few years now.
Yeah.
Just between the two of us, but I've been talking to a whole bunch of people about it. I'm sure you have as well. But I do feel like, in a way, this is the penny drop moment. Yeah. And I think that artificial intelligence is going to be, the agentic AI is going to be a big part of it. We couldn't do this 6 months ago.
Correct.
Because it didn't exist.
Correct.
It didn't exist in a way that was accessible to enough people.
Yes.
But now it's there.
Yeah. Sometimes these things take time to converge.
To take time to converge. But even if you can envision what that convergence looks like, you still need to have that technology to get built. But I feel like the pieces are there now.
Yeah, I think the other part of it is not all real world assets will have incremental value because they're tokenized on day one versus, say, day 3.
So you make a really good point. I don't think that, can you say that again? You don't think that all real world assets will benefit from tokenization on day one. Is that what you said?
Yeah. So I'll give you an example.
But they'll still get tokenized.
Yeah, they will because
sorry, go ahead.
Because there'll be organizations who want to demonstrate that they can do it, right? But if
it's not tokenized, because it'll be like, why isn't that thing tokenized as opposed to
ultimately in the end? Yes.
Yeah.
So direction of travel, more and more assets will become tokenized.
Yeah, I always talk in direct terms, but
yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying that there is there are real challenges here. So if we were to tokenize this building that we're sitting,
it's no reason to.
I would take an illiquid physical asset, and today it would become an illiquid digital asset.
Yeah, right? For no reason.
And so we need all this other stuff, regulatory, legal,
right. But you could tokenize the payment for using the building. Sure. Like you could pay for it in stablecoin. Like you could pay rent in stablecoin.
You could.
Yeah. Yeah,
you could. I mean, that's a revenue flow that you'd be.
Yep.
Yeah, and on the cash that comes off the revenue that we're tokenizing. But just I think there is probably a realistic, pragmatic sequencing where you start off with the more liquid assets that get tokenized first.
Yeah, no, I
benefit from that.
You and I have spoken about this before. I completely agree, because if you take an illiquid asset and tokenize it, its utility doesn't change.
Yeah.
But if you take a liquid asset and tokenize it, utility changes drastically.
Yeah.
Is that fair? But it also shows people that, oh, I can now tokenize this. And because the utility increases, then when you get to the illiquid assets, people are like, we should probably tokenize that too, because maybe its utility can also increase.
Sure. Yes, I agree.
And I agree with the directionality.
So ultimately, users of SecondFi will be able to access different forms of assets, different forms of exposure, which they can decide, do I want exposure to A or B or C for the return that I get? And that's all through the platform. So that's, again, SecondFi. It's your alternative finance platform to whatever you have on fiat rate, in a traditional bank sense.
Did you get a response from the announcement from the audience?
So I could see a lot of nodding heads.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of my last part of my presentation was the QR code to join the wait list, and all the phones went up.
Yeah. But this is the thing, and this is nothing against Money 2020. I love it. We partner with them. We love the experience that we have here, and I do think that this year's event has actually been really, really good. But I will say this: I think there's a way to make those things way more interactive. I think people feel like they can't interact. Do you remember when we were at On Chain?
Yep.
One of the things that I did when I sat on stage was I was like, before I even start, I want this to be as interactive as possible. Don't feel like you can't say anything.
Yeah.
We're here to interact with you. And I think that sometimes the way these events are set up, it's like, let the experts talk, let the plebiscite just sit in the audience and listen and absorb and then go away. Right. But I do believe that if people felt like they could be more interactive, you would have had 1,000 questions.
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple of good setups over that side.
Yeah.
Like everyone, people listening on headphones, and that's a great format where you can put a poll out.
Yep, I like it.
You know, actually, I would I did try to make it somewhat interactive with the idea of
but it's environmental.
Sure,
it's environmental.
Sure.
It's environmental. Okay. I feel like we could keep going, but they're trying to kick us out of the venue. They made the announcement.
We should go then.
Was this okay?
Yes.
Is this okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's awesome. It's always great to see you.
Yeah, likewise.
Martin. Yes, we are. No. No. How are you? I just want to thank everybody for coming and watching today. Give me 1 second, Abigail. I just want to thank everybody for coming today. Day 2 of Money 2020 in the Asia Tech podcast. As always, we've learned a ton. We've had some incredible guests. I want to thank Money 2020 for hosting us. Thank you again. We will be back tomorrow at exactly the same time with more guests than you can imagine. Thank you.